The story begins with a white-haired guy sitting alone in the forest, looking at the flowing water and laughing. The man looked at his reflection in the water and smiled. He poured something green into the water and thought that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He couldn't wait to see the performance that would start soon. Further actions take place near the Tsindel Mountains. The dark-haired guy looked at the mountain and asked a question. His fate is really connected with the School of Immortals. The stranger's spirit flew out of the ring and said that his celestial mechanism sticks could not make mistakes. The main moments of his fate would happen here in the Qinglan School of Immortals. The guy thought that the water in this forest looked clean enough to drink. Suddenly he saw his pet look up. The guy asked what Sobolek saw there. He decided to look too and saw an unknown creature there. The green-eyed guy thought it was a griffin. Sobolek took off and headed towards the unknown creature. At that moment some unknown girl shouted for Murzik to quickly come down to her. This unknown girl's name was Luing. She was the fourth Phoenix Peak disciple from the Qinglan school. The girl did not understand what was happening here. Her pet drank the water and then flew away. Someone grabbed the girl from behind. She did not expect this and was a little scared, after which she fell to the ground. She was in a little pain. The one who grabbed her was a white-haired guy. He smiled and said that finally the younger sister is in his arms. Luing was surprised that she was attacked by an older student. The white-haired guy said that he had already driven her spiritual beast into madness. The area was completely deserted. The senior disciple wanted to show his love to the girl. Someone shouted from behind the yellow-eyed guy to let her go, after which he hit him with a wind technique. The stranger was thrown away from the girl a couple of meters. The guy with dark hair said that now the girl will be all right. He came to her aid. He walked up to Luing and said that his soul pet had already curbed Murzik, so she didn't need to worry about him. Yichen took out a sword and pointed it at the white-haired guy, after which he said that to do such meanness to a girl is simply the height of disgust. When the dark-haired guy saw who was in front of him, he was surprised. The spirit of the old man said that the immorality of this young man did not fit with his face. Yichen replied that the bodily shell does not have a special role. The yellow-eyed guy asked who he thought he was that he dared to spoil the fun, after which he said that he was a senior student of Phoenix Peak from Qinglan School. The guy replied that he was not ashamed of his name and did not intend to hide it, after which he introduced himself. The white-haired guy asked, Yichen is the heir of the Beichuan prince of the Zhou kingdom. The green-eyed guy smiled and confirmed. The senior student began to laugh. He said that Yichen was a stray dog, whose entire family was executed and for whom the empress issued a decree of arrest. The yellow-eyed guy asked. Chen decided to seek patronage from his school. Pointing to the ground, the white-haired guy told the green-eyed guy to kneel in front of him and then he would get away with the recent incident and be allowed to sweep the floors of the school as an outer circle student. Yichen got very angry and said that everything flows, everything changes. The senior student asked a question. What did the green-eyed guy say? He didn't hear him. The green-eyed guy looked at the white-haired guy and told him not to dare to bully him, after which he took a fighting stance. The yellow-eyed guy smiled and thought that everything was going according to plan. He needed to strike in this direction, just as it was described in the novel. Further actions take place in a past life. The guy's name was Lin Xiao. He was a simple student with his only hobby, reading web novels. While reading the ancient novel The Supreme Lord with Mary Sue as the protagonist, Lin Xiao for some reason lost consciousness. His sister ran up to him and asked what happened to him. When Lin Xiao woke up, he found himself in this novel, in the body of a villain with exactly the same name as a senior student. The guy discovered that he had a system. It was called a lazy villain. The system told him that if the guy successfully completes all of Lin Xiao's scenes, according to the plot of the novel, then in the finale he will gain the opportunity to travel through the worlds, which means that he will be able to return home. Further actions take place in the forest, where Lin Xiao thought that in this plot scene the main character will only hurt him, and the fourth mentor sister Luing will see his true face and fall in love with Yichen. Lin Xiao will hate Yichen and after he enters the Qinglan school, he will become an exemplary and responsible villain who will create problems for him at every opportunity. Each time the white-haired guy will be defeated by Yichen until he finally loses his position and reputation. When this happens, the system's task will be completed. As soon as the guy with the sword approached Lin Xiao, suddenly the green-eyed guy was kicked by Luing to prevent him from harming the person. Yichen flew a couple of meters and hit a tree. The white-haired guy didn't understand what was happening here. everything should have been different. The white-haired guy turned to the girl and Luing asked if the mentor brother was okay. She walked up and took his hand, after which she said that it was all Yi Chen's fault, he jumped out of nowhere and ruined their moment. The main character said that according to the plot, everything should be wrong. He wanted the system to tell him why everything was happening this way. Luing did not obey the plot line. The blue-eyed girl said that first of all we need to beat up that tactless bastard. The white-haired guy was shocked and said that something had happened to his ears, so he wanted her to repeat what she had said. Luing began to take her sword out of its sheath and said that this guy dared to touch Lin Xiao, she must destroy him. The main character grabbed his head and thought that now the girl would kill Yi Chen. When the blue-eyed girl looked in the direction where the guy with the sword should have been lying, but he was no longer there, Sobolek saved his master and flew away with him. The old man looked at this situation and said that there had been changes in his celestial mechanism sticks and something big had happened. Lin Xiao decided to make an emergency call to the system so that she could explain to him why the female character came out of her image. The system reported that the system was being updated. She asked to call her later. The beauty approached yellow-eyed guy. The main character noticed her and turned around to see what would happen next. She stood in front of the guy and smiled. Luing extended her hand to Lin Xiao and said that she couldn't wait to continue. The yellow-eyed guy started to get worried and said that it was already starting to rain, and he still hadn't packed his clothes, so it was time for him to go, and then he ran away. The blue-eyed girl thought, Mirzik lost control, the older brother mentor, all these events happened, which means all the memories really turned out to be true. Further actions take place in an unknown place. 4 girls stood around the main character, their bodies were soaked in blood. He said that he never thought that he would die in their arms. After this, the main character woke up. He was frightened by this dream, because everything was too realistic. The guy smiled and thought that this could not happen. The circumstances of his death had long been known. He got dressed and said that he holds the status of the eldest disciple of the Phoenix Peak of the Qinglan school. He has 3 younger sisters and a beautiful teacher. All his sisters and the teacher are part of Yi Chen's harem. But all this doesn't really matter. What matters is that he has a system. If he doesn't break out of his character and successfully completes his story scenes, he can get out of this world. Yesterday, the white-haired guy acted according to the plot of the novel. He came to the scene and poured poison into the river so that Mirzik would fall into madness, but with one of her actions, the girl destroyed the plot narrative. The guy asked the system what was going on. He obviously did everything according to the plot. Why did the 4th sister hate Yi Chen? But the system didn't answer the guy. Suddenly a stranger knocked on the door and said that today was the day to report to the master about the performance of his duties. He should get up early. It was Huaizhen, a Phoenix Peak disciple. He came to help the main character wash his face. The white-haired guy thought about it. This person is his henchman. He is a background character. When the guy washed his face and straightened his clothes, Huaizhen said that today Lin Xiao would be ironed beautifully. The main character thought that the owner of such a face is doomed to the fate of a villain. Lin Xiao went outside and thought that the peak on which the master lives is located quite far away, but for him this is not a hindrance at all. He turned and said that he would go further alone. Zhen held out the sword in his hands. The white-haired guy took the sword and jumped onto the cable car. Huaizhen wished the main character a successful journey. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the system was not working now, but he did not intend to deviate from the plot. For some reason Luing stopped obeying the plot. This should not happen to the others. From behind the guy, someone said that as a senior student at the school, he couldn't even fly with a sword, which was a real shame. He turned around and saw Guiyurong, Luing and Chu Yaowei. The girl in the dark dress said, even students who just entered the school can do this. Being the eldest, he did not strive to develop. All the girls were dissatisfied with the guy. The main character thought that this was simply wonderful. The character of his mentor sisters did not break, and the character of the 4th also returned to normal. The guy looked at them and said that if they were willing to train him in a more intimate setting, in his room at night, he might consider developing further. Guiyurong hit the cable car and said that the reason why Lin Xiao could afford such impudence is solely because the master has been gone for many years. When she comes, the guy will get what he deserves. Luing, flying past the main character, teased him a little. The white-haired guy thought that this was the standard start of a villain's usual day, so this was the norm. They all arrived in the Valley of 1,000 Flowers and greeted their masters. Guiyurong said that over the past 3 years, nothing has changed, all the students trained conscientiously, and she managed to achieve considerable results. Chu Yaowei said that she also tried very hard and reached the celestial stage, and her spirit beast made a breakthrough to the foundation-laying stage. Lin Xiao said that under the management and guidance of his student, things at the school were going well and without any complications. He really missed the master and was waiting for her to return. As for the success in his training, the guy made every effort and was able not to regress, so he is still successfully holding on at the initial stage. The girl ignored the guy's words and said that she had one thing to do. The red-haired girl said that the ceremony for recruiting students would open in the near future. The number of applications received at Phoenix Peak from those wishing to study with the master totaled 281. One of them turned out to be very unusual. This man's name is Yi Chen. He has outstanding talents. If this man can pass the tests and join them, he will be able to compensate for the annoying presence of one student. Suddenly the system responded. The main character was happy and asked how the current plot scene was developing now. The system reported that this scene was going well. He needed to continue in the same spirit. The guy thought as soon as Yi Chen climbed the mountains, the movement towards his finale would go according to plan, and as soon as the task was completed, he would return home. At this time Lu Ying was watching Lin Xiao. She was immersed in the memories of the heavenly Tao. The girl stood in front of Yi Chen and thanked him. If not for him, Lin Xiao would have carried out his vile plans, but he helped her. The beaten white-haired guy told her to stay away from him. The girl turned around and did not want to listen to the main character. Yi Chen smiled and said, "No matter what Lin Xiao does, his efforts are useless." A lot of time will pass and the blue-eyed girl confesses her love to Yi Chen. The guy will answer that he loves her too, but he loves the rest of the girls just like her. After this, an army of demons will come to them, who will need Yi Chen and will destroy their home. Lu Ying will look at all this and cry. She did not understand why Chen deceived her, and then she will scream that Lin Xiao was right. She was very wrong. The pink-haired girl returned from her memories and thought that 2 days ago, she suddenly gained fragments of memories and yesterday Yi Chen actually appeared exactly as predicted. The girl didn't understand how she could fall in love with such a scoundrel. Lu Ying asked herself how it came to the point that the Qinglan school was completely destroyed and what Lin Xiao did. She wanted to figure it out. Next, the actions take place in the field where the villagers gathered. They were unhappy that Sobolek ate watermelons. With the help of an artifact that was donated by people from Qinglan, they caught him and wanted to destroy him. At this time, the main character was sitting and drinking tea. A man came running to him and said that they had caught Sobolek. The white-haired guy said that he was taking control of his field. The stranger thanked the guy. Lin Xiao walked up to the spiritual pet and spat at him. Sobolek got angry at the guy, but the main character kicked him in the face. The white-haired guy said that he had not settled with Sobolek's owner for ruining one thing for him. It was very lucky that he fell into his hands. Lin Xiao wanted to have fun with him. He took a piece of watermelon, put it in the pet's mouth and said that he likes watermelons, so the guy will feed him now. Suddenly someone shouted for Lin Xiao to stop doing this. Yi Chen told the yellow-eyed guy to let the spirit pet go. The main character wondered since when was feeding watermelon considered something humiliating. The villager said that if Lin Xiao had not intervened, his pet would have eaten all the watermelons in his field. The green-eyed guy replied that he only saw how they tied Sobolek and fed him low-grade food. The yellow-eyed guy said that the guy should not forget who he is. Yi Chen looked at him and the main character introduced himself. Lin Xiao asked what right does Yi Chen have to speak in his presence. If he hopes to enter Qinglan and gain their patronage, then the guy should compensate and apologize. The green-eyed guy got angry. The green-eyed guy took out a sword, jumped on the main character and said that he was not interested in who he was. Even if Lin Xiao was a king, bullying his pet would not go unpunished. The guy struck with his sword and there was an explosion. Lin Xiao was lying on the ground. He stood up and began to run away, telling Yi Chen that he would still pay for this. The white-haired guy looked at the system. It reported that he had successfully completed the plot scene. Lin Xiao was happy and said that everything went according to plan. The distance to the final was reduced by another step. Suddenly the system reported that the main character received a random reward. The yellow-eyed guy asked why he needed rewards if he received ascension during the story ending. The system explained that it was a creation with rich internal content, as well as a lot of hidden functions that would pleasantly surprise him. The guy thought that this was not the answer to his question. At this time, Yi Chen released Sabalek. The spirit of the old man said that the green-eyed guy was too impulsive. Lin Xiao had a high position in the Qinglan school. By insulting him, the guy made his task more difficult. The guy with brown hair replied that Sure knew him well. He may have lost his noble position, but he would never tolerate humiliation like commoners do. Sure thought that the guy had a good spirit at that age. The old man was not mistaken when he chose him. A man ran up to Yi Chen and said that it was all a misunderstanding. Yi Chen hit the man. He flew a couple of meters and hit the wall, after which the guy said that he was not a saint. The green-eyed guy led a wild life without any conventions. But most of all, he doesn't like it when his friends and family are harmed. The villagers knelt before him and one of them told him to spare them. The green-eyed guy said that they don't need to be afraid of him. He distinguishes between good and evil. The guy never kills innocents. He asked the villagers where the inn was located where he could stay overnight. One of the men replied that he knew and was now taking him there. Lu Ying watched all this. The girl thought that Yi Chen was disgusting and a big hypocrite. His pet could ruin someone else's harvest, but people couldn't show their dissatisfaction about this. Compared to him, even Lin Xiao looked much better, but he allowed the stranger to treat him like this, then ran away and forced the innocent man to endure bullying. Lu Ying ran and thought that she needed to find out if everything was okay with the man who was hit by Yi Chen, but she saw a white-haired guy on her way and hid to look. The yellow-eyed guy approached the man. He apologized to him and said that as his apology, he should take his elixir, which would heal him. The pink-haired girl looked at him and thought that every day it was becoming more and more difficult for her to understand Lin Xiao. She wanted to know what kind of guy he really was. The blue-eyed girl decided to leave. She needs to prevent Yi Chen from joining the Qinglan school, but Guo Yurong has high hopes for Chen, so she needs to somehow sabotage the guy's tests. Further actions take place near Mount Qinglan, where there was a very long staircase that almost had no end. Guo Yurong came out and said that if they could not pass even such a simple test, they would have to return home. Qinglan school does not accept weak people. Strangers stood and looked at her. Some people did not understand who this girl was. One of the men said that she was the second disciple of Phoenix Peak. Yi Chen approached the strangers and said that if they were scared already at the first stage of the test, then they shouldn't have come here at all. The red-haired guy was unhappy, but his friend stopped him and said that this is the heir of the Beichuan prince. He has extraordinary talent. There is no need to mess with him. Yi Chen approached Guo Yurong and said that he had heard a lot about her, after which he introduced himself and bowed. The girl reciprocated. The green-eyed guy began to look at the beauty and thought that Sure was right. The Qinglan school is indeed the place with which his destiny is connected. Sure said that spring had come in Yi Chen's heart. The guy replied that he just wanted them to hone their swordsmanship and help each other grow and develop. The guy with brown hair said that the eldest sister has a very deep knowledge of sword art. He has problems in this area and would like to ask her to help him. Lin Xiao suddenly appeared and said that the exam had not yet started, and the guy was already flirting with the examiner. He asked the question why Yi Chen was doing this. Yi Chen smiled and said that this was the first time he had met Master Sister, but he already had a feeling that the guy had known her for many years, so he wanted to talk to her about swordsmanship techniques. Lin Xiao replied that the lone cultivator believed that he had matured enough to discuss swordsmanship with his younger mentor sister, and then asked what he was after. The green-eyed guy replied that Qinglan school does not accept weak people. He was wondering if there were people here who entered the school using dirty methods. Huaizhen ran up to them and said that Lin Xiao was simply hiding his true strength, otherwise Yi Chen would be looking for his teeth throughout the school. He asked who the green-eyed guy even was. If he didn't know, then his mentor brother holds the highest record on the ascension ladder, and who does Yi Chen think he is to talk so badly about him? The main character thought that this highest record was the result of one wonderful misunderstanding. He did not care, because this was an excellent reason to be proud of himself. People were shocked by what they heard. The guy with brown hair said that he was now wondering how Lin Xiao passed the test. The white-haired guy replied that you just need to go upstairs, it's not difficult. Guo Yurong said that the Qinglan school exams are always conducted fairly, openly and impartially, and even the slightest tricks have never been used in them. Yi Chen apologized to the girl. The old man said that the green-eyed guy reacts too harshly to everything. The guy replied that it doesn't matter what tricks Lin Xiao used, he will achieve victory and break his record. The beauty said that the rules are simple, people are prohibited from using weapons and artifacts, they can only rely on their spiritual power. The first 100 people will be able to take part in the recruitment of disciples. Those who pass can also continue climbing to the top to try to set a new record. The higher people climb the stairs, the greater the pressure will be. By breaking through to the top through force, they can damage their spirit root, so they need to evaluate their capabilities objectively, after which Gui Yurong announced the start of the test and all the people ran. The unfamiliar guys, having climbed a little up the stairs, began to run out of energy. For them it was too powerful spiritual pressure, but Yi Cheng ran forward. All the people thought that he was a monster. The green-eyed guy looked at Gui Yurong and Lin Xiao. This kind of spiritual pressure didn't matter to him, so he wanted them to watch him as he walked up the earthen steps. But Yi Cheng wanted to not only walk the stairs, but also walk with his feet named Lin Xiao, and break his record. He was sure that after this, the mentor sister would feel sympathy for him. The white-haired guy thought that in the original story, the villain was jealous of Yi Chen's talents and therefore, he was obstructing him in the test of the ascension ladder. Lin Xiao picked up the stone and said that the time has come, he needs to act, after which he threw the stone at the green-eyed guy. The stone flew and Yi Cheng dodged, but it hit another exam participant and he fell. The guy with brown hair got angry at Lin Xiao. The girl looked at the main character and said that the tests must be carried out fairly, so Lin Xiao better not do this. The guy replied that his hand was just itchy. The yellow-eyed guy thought that there was only one trick left, throwing the stone a second time. Yi Chen would catch it and throw it back and hit him right in the face, and Yu Jun would report his antics. The old man told Yi Cheng not to be distracted. The guy will do it again. The guy with brown hair replied not to worry, sure, but suddenly Lin Xiao shouted for everyone to watch. The white-haired guy said that there was a beauty flying in the sky without clothes. Gui Yurong looked at the guy with no understanding of what he was trying to do. Sure, and Yi Cheng looked up. At this time the main character threw a stone at the green-eyed guy to catch it. The guy with brown hair caught the stone and thought it was a child's trick. Lin Xiao smiled. He wanted the guy to throw it back. Yi Cheng smiled and noticed something strange, after which he began to fall. The main character was shocked by what happened. Lin Xiao thought that everything was completely different from what it was in the novel. How could the green-eyed guy fall so stupidly? All the people were surprised by this. Lu Ying stood in the crowd of people and watched what was happening. The stranger who watched this said that Yi Chen left everyone far behind. He has unusual strength, but why did he fall? The blue-eyed girl thought that everything was really happening like in the memories of the heavenly Tao. Her mentor brother was failing in his attempts to stop Yi Chen, so she intervened. When the guy threw the stone, she used her spiritual pet chameleon, which is able to perfectly hide its presence in aura. A day ago, the girl left it on the stairs. The chameleon grabbed Yi Chen's leg with his tongue and pushed him down the stairs. Lu Ying was very happy, but the main character was not. The green-eyed guy thought how he could fail here. Yi Chen is the heir of Prince Beichuan, so he cannot give up. He grabbed the stranger by the leg, pushed him away and jumped onto the stairs. People were unhappy. They thought it was cheating, so they asked the examiner to take action. Yi Chen turned around and asked what rule he violated. The guy did not use an artifact or weapon. Gui Yurong replied that there were no violations. After that, the green-eyed guy said that the world is merciless towards those who do not think about their own good. The number of people who can stay here is limited, so they better think about themselves. The guy stood up and said that he was the first. After that people started fighting because they needed to get into the first 100 people. The main character looked at this and thought that real madness was going on here, which was to be expected from this novel. The demonstration of the principle of the strong devours the weak was played perfectly. Huaizhen said that Yi Chen was simply disgusting. They should not accept him into their school. Lin Xiao replied that the guy passed the control formation. This proves that he did not break the rules. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the course of events had deviated a little from the plot. The end result remained unchanged. All that remained was to see how Yi Chen beat Lin Xiao's record. Lu Ying looked at the guy with brown hair and realized that he was truly a scoundrel. Thanks to his efforts, the trials turned into complete chaos and the girl had no way to stop him. Yi Chen smiled. He was already at the limit of his capabilities. The guy counted the floors he climbed and saw the name Lin Xiao on the steps. The green-eyed guy said that now he would walk on his name. Huaizhen was scared that Lin Xiao's record would be broken by this man. Suddenly, a stone flew at Yi Cheng at a very high speed. The guy was unable to block it and it hit him right in the chest. The blue-eyed girl was surprised. She didn't do anything. The main character began to look around to see who did it this time. He saw Guo Yurong's hand burning with a bright fire. She said that indeed, Yi Chen was not worthy of joining their school. Next, the action takes place in the memories of Dao, where Guo Yurong stood and watched as their entire school was engulfed in fire, and Yi Chen stood in front of her and smiled. After she saw this, the girl said that a person who despises morality and discipline should not join their school in the first place. The beauty turned around and looked at the main character. Lin Xiao replied that the words of the mentor sister made sense. Guo Yurong thought that if the memories she acquired were true, then there was no way she could allow Yi Chen to join them. At this time, the green-eyed guy did not give up. He decided to continue climbing the steps. Shi told him not to give up. Yi Chen began to reach for the stranger's leg, but the guy noticed this and hit him, after which he said that he would not fall for it again. The green-eyed guy began to fall. He wondered if failure was waiting for him here. His revenge had not yet been accomplished. Yi Chen had not yet taken fate into his own hands and his life should not turn out this way. The guy with brown hair began to emit a green aura. Shi began to help him. The old man explained that he would be able to use his abilities again without being noticed by the examiners, but only once. Shi returned Yi Chen to the steps and said that the guy's condition was being monitored by many people with great power, so it would not be so easy for the old man to interfere. The old man said that Yi Chen was the chosen one of fate. What happened to him today should not have happened to him. They need to retreat. The guy was against it. He wanted to join this school at any cost. Yi Chen said that his successes and failures directly affect Shi, so he asked him for help. The old man agreed to help the guy. Guo Yurong watched this. She was very angry with the green-eyed guy and decided to destroy him. She emitted a red aura. The white-haired guy looked at the girl and thought about how the plot should move forward. If Yi Chen was defeated, he had to pass the test. The main character began to think, he had to do something. No matter what happens, the main thing is to stop Guo Yurong. So the guy walked up to the beauty and hugged her. The girl asked what the yellow-eyed guy was doing. Lin Xiao wondered how this could be explained to her. The guy had a lot of thoughts in his head. Lin Xiao told Guo Yurong to stop because everyone was looking at them. The people who were watching them thought that they were in a relationship, after which the girl became embarrassed. She grabbed the guy by the clothes and threw him to the floor with all her might. The main character expected such a reaction, so he took it for granted. Guo Yurong asked what the mentor brother was up to. The white-haired guy replied that the girl did not need to do such things, let her leave it to him. The beauty thought that Lin Xiao was afraid that other people would see her act, so he did this to protect her reputation. The main character thought that it was his task to confront Yi Chen. Suddenly, someone shouted for everyone to look at the guy with brown hair. The main character and Guo Yurong looked at Yi Chen and saw him running down the steps, after which he crashed into a stone and fell. The white-haired guy was happy with this outcome of events. The girl was shocked that everything happened as in the memories of Tao. The green-eyed guy strengthened and broke the record of his mentor brother. Yi Chen stood up and was very angry, after which he shouted that Lin Xiao would pay for today's humiliation. Further actions take place in the main hall of the Qinglan school. Guo Yurong stood in the middle of the hall and looked at the strange signs. One of the characters asked how the ascension ladder tests went this time. The girl replied that more than 100 participants were seriously injured and more than 50 broke the rules. The stranger asked a question. It had never happened in the past that so many people were injured and broke the rules. The beauty replied that it was all related to the member named Yi Chen. Guo Yurong said that according to her observations, this person is aggressive and arrogant. The professor replied that the exam itself is a competition, so his actions do not deserve harsh criticism. The blue sign said that Yi Chen is cunning and is very good at provoking other people, and is also willing to harm others for his own benefit. The guy is not suitable for the school. He proposes to kick him out. The purple sign said that this guy not only took first place in the exam, but also set a new record. It would be a pity to weed out a person with such abilities. He believed that their school needed such a student. The red sign explained that on the path to becoming immortal, it is initially impossible to do without competition. It is this that stimulates progress. The students of their school lack such ferocity. The sign said that Yi Chen would take part in the ceremony tomorrow. There they would determine the authenticity of his talents. Everyone agreed with this. The blue sign asked, "The master returned to school?" The girl replied that she had not yet. The professor said that yesterday he watched the stars and they predicted that they would reach a turning point. The beauty thought that the green-eyed guy was not a blessing, but a disaster. Further actions take place at Phoenix Peak. The students greeted the mentor. They were glad to listen to his teachings. Lin Xiao replied that the path of the elixir is limitless, they need to seek the truth. The students agreed with the white-haired guy, after which the system reported that he had completed the task. Now his alchemist abilities had increased to rank 5, the main character was surprised, even Yi Chen had difficulty getting it. Lin Xiao thought that it would soon come to a point where the villain could become stronger than Yi Chen and become the main hero, and this would be quite possible after completing all the plot scenes. The white-haired guy pushed away all thoughts. Now the main thing for him is to steal the elixir needed for tomorrow's story scene, after which he began to very quietly make his way into the room. The yellow-eyed guy said that so far everything is developing according to the plot, which means now the girl should come. Guo Yurong approached the guy. She had to expose his attempt to steal the poison. Lin Xiao said that when he looks at her, he remembers one expression. The beauty became interested and asked the main character what kind of expression he remembers. The white-haired guy said that she is an ocean that contains 100 rivers and a wide soul that contains a lot. The main character was waiting for the girl to scold him. In the novel she got very angry and said that the guy was behaving very indecently and he should be ashamed for holding the title of senior student. The girl in the dark dress asked him if he really thought so. She wanted to know if she compared between the other sisters' teachers which one is better. Lin Xiao was shocked by such a question. He wanted to cry, not understanding what was wrong with the girl's reaction. The guy got angry and replied that the girl should not say such things. Lin Xiao decided to tell the whole truth that he came here to steal an elixir, but she would not know why he needed it. Sister Mentor extended her hand and asked that the main character was looking for this elixir. The guy thought about how the beauty found out that he was looking for the elixir of the 7 absolutes. The white-haired guy took the elixir and said that Guo Yurong knows how to be tactful. He thought that this would still give him plot points. After that, the main character began to leave and said that this was a very good elixir, he would use it to deal with one person. The guy thought that the girl would become suspicious of him. Guo Yurong was embarrassed, covered her face with her hands, and thought that her mentor brother was too cute. How had she not noticed it before? Thanks to the memories, the beauty knew what Lin Zhao's true face was, and the events that would happen in the future were also known, so the guy could rest assured that she had done a good job on the elixir. Further actions take place in the Valley of 1,000 Flowers. Some unknown dark-haired girl was sitting in a cave and meditating. Qinglan School is located in the eastern region of the middle continent of the vast Shenzhou. The Qinglan Mountains include 5 major peaks, the name of which is Phoenix Peak, Scarlet Clouds, Fengming, Tiandan and Longsho. Above each peak there is a head who spreads his teachings. The leader of Phoenix Peak is Xiao Hongling. The leader of Phoenix Peak has a free and relaxed character. The girl loved alcohol and was arrogant about her appearance. She often travels. Xiao Hongling is uncompromising towards outsiders, but she showed extraordinary care and attention to her students. The girl could not refuse even Lin Zhao's admission. But one day, Lin stole the ice silk stockings belonging to Xiao Hongling and hid them in his pants pocket. The next day, during a fight with Yi Chen, Sobolek pulled them out of his pocket. Everyone present was completely bewildered, and the white-haired guy disgraced himself, after which Xiao Hongling locked Lin Xiao up for 3 years. Over and over again, the leader of the Phoenix Peak watched as Yi Chen crushed Lin Xiao, completely disappointed in him, and ultimately, she destroyed the root of the protagonist's spirit with her own hands. Further actions take place in the Valley of 1,000 Flowers. The yellow-eyed guy thought that he needed to steal the stockings of the master who raised and educated him. The main character felt a little unpleasant from these thoughts. Lin Xiao came to Xiao Hongling's house and decided to look around so that no one would discover him. He thought that after completing this plot scene, the villain's movement towards a tragic ending would become inevitable. When the guy entered Xiao Hongling's house, he was embarrassed. The master's clothes were scattered throughout the house. Lin Xiao did not understand what the girl was doing before leaving. The main character quietly entered the house and thought that he needed to be careful. The guy didn't need to leave traces, because Xiao Hongling had to discover the loss during the disciples' ceremony. The white-haired guy looked around. It seemed to him that something was wrong here. he could not find the stockings. The main character asked the system. She was sure that the scene with the theft of stockings was today. The system responded positively. The yellow-eyed guy thought that Xiao Hongling liked to drink. She knew that after leaving, alcohol would not be available to her, so she got well drunk, and then, sweating, she wanted to take a bath and undressed. The guy is sure that the stockings that she took off last are in the bathroom. The main character went to the bathroom and found them. The system reported the completion of the plot scene. He thought that the distance to the final had shortened by one more step. A wonderful event would happen at the student acceptance ceremony, after which he took the stockings and left. Xiao Hongling looked at the guy who was leaving. She would never have thought that Lin Xiao would come and steal her stockings, just like in the memories of the heavenly Tao. Next, the girl remembers what she saw in her memories. Xiao Hongling gave Yi Chen the formless essence of the sword. A white-haired guy was lying on the floor, telling her not to do this. After that, the entire Qinglan was engulfed in fire. The girl did not understand how it came to this. She had never made such a mistake. The purple-eyed girl was angry that she bowed her head to Yi Chen and gave him the sword. Xiao Hongling wanted to know who this guy is and what role Lin Xiao plays in all this. Since she now thoroughly knows the causes and consequences of the future, the girl will never allow the memories to become reality. Next, the actions take place in the forest. Yi Chen was walking through the forest and heard some strangers talking about him. They were talking about how such a scoundrel passed the test in a dirty way. Yi Chen looked at them and said that no one could stand here without destroying others. The main character suddenly appeared. He said that Qinglan School could not find a place for such a scoundrel. The green-eyed guy replied, "The only scoundrel here is Lin Xiao." An old man appeared and said that this is the territory of the white-haired guy. Until he becomes a disciple, he needs to refrain from provocations. The main character told Yi Chen to watch his words. He has no evidence of accusations against him, so he better shut up. The guy with brown hair was very angry with these words. At this time, Guo Yurong was watching them. She thought that the two collided before the ceremony. Like her memories, the tragic fate must be suppressed at the very beginning. The girl took out her sword and thought, if even one action of this scoundrel goes beyond the bounds, she will immediately intervene. At this time Yi Chen asked if the guy was jealous of him because he broke Lin Zhao's record. The white-haired guy replied that the guy thinks that the shame of breaking his record is a reason to be proud. Lin Xiao showed the scene and everyone started laughing. Lin Xiao threw the memory stone and told the green-eyed guy to make it a family heirloom to perpetuate his noble appearance for future descendants. This angered the guy and he broke the stone. Guo Yurong thought about it. The problem is that the mentor brother provoked him first, so it will be difficult to intervene. Suddenly an unfamiliar girl came up to her and took her by the shoulder. It was Xiao Hongling who said that at a dangerous moment the main character did not lose his presence of mind. It was quite unexpected. Guo Yurong was surprised at the appearance of her master. Yi Chen said that the white-haired guy can only verbally demonstrate his courage. He is just a dummy with an inflated reputation. They can decide which of them is better right now. The main character replied that he planned to completely humiliate him tomorrow, but Yi Chen wanted humiliation right now. The guy had never encountered such requests before. The green-eyed guy replied that Lin Xiao should not talk anymore. If he speaks so well, let him prepare for Yi Chen not to hold back. Xiao Hongling thought that she should break his legs after all. The white-haired guy said that he was giving Yi Chen the opportunity to strike first so that no one would say that he was oppressing him. The guy with brown hair will wonder why Lin Xiao is provoking him so much in front of everyone. Maybe if he attacks first, he will be deprived of the right to join the school. The yellow-eyed guy wondered why he was so indecisive, after which he smiled and asked why Yi Chen was inactive. Did he really need instructions from him? The green-eyed guy became very angry. Yi Chen shouted so that the white-haired guy would not think that he had not revealed his machinations. The girls who were watching this did not understand what the green-eyed guy was talking about. Lin Xiao said that he killed the whole mood, and now the guy wet himself from fear and is afraid that with the slightest movement it will be discovered. After these words Yi Chen's thread of sanity was cut off. The green-eyed guy took his sword and pointed it at the main character, after which he said that a warrior would be braver to die than to accept humiliation. Sure was scared, and the girls already wanted to come to the rescue. But Yi Chen restrained his anger and thought about his future fate. He stood and looked at the white-haired guy and did nothing. He stood opposite the main character and held the sword. after which he slowly lowered it. He was very unpleasant that the guy could not punish Lin Xiao for the words that were spoken in his direction. The brown-haired guy decided to leave and say that one day the day would come when Lin Xiao would pay for his words. Guo Yurong sighed in relief and thought that this was very dangerous. The beauty asked why Lin Xiao behaved so arrogantly. Xiao Hongling replied that this was the first time she had seen a guy demonstrate such confidence and fortitude. At this time, the system informed the main character that he had completed the plot scene. The white-haired guy grabbed his heart and was very scared. Lin Xiao thought that this scene would end after throwing the memory stone. What followed was a scene of the main character stepping on Yi Chen's hand and saying that he hadn't even entered the Qinglan school yet, but he already dared to train in these lands. After this, the white-haired guy is attacked by an unknown person and he dodges this attack. Lin Xiao will get very angry and ask who is here. Chu Yaowei will come to Yi Chen's aid and say that the elder brother mentor is crossing all boundaries and sooner or later the green-eyed guy will still enter Qinglan. The white-haired guy thought that in the novel, Yi Chen was the only person for whom the mentor sister had special feelings. He was sure that this scene would pass without problems. When the main character walked to the place where the plot scene was supposed to take place, he saw Chu Yaowei and Yi Chen standing next to her. He did not understand why they met so quickly. The green-eyed guy told the girl that high mountains and flowing waters, even for professionals, such melodies are not easy for her. She is really good at handling qin. He thought that Qinglan school was a heavenly abode. Even a casual walk gave him the opportunity to meet an incomparable beauty. Yi Chen said that her melody, which his mentor sister played for him, would allow his sword art to reach new heights. The guy thought that the girl would now be enchanted. The yellow-eyed guy plugged his ears with earplugs so as not to become deaf from Chu Yaowei's musical attacks. The main character was absolutely calm, because the connection with the plot had not yet been lost. Suddenly, the brown-haired guy started coughing up blood. Old Man Sure told Yi Chen that there was murderous intent hidden in this girl's qin sounds. The main character didn't understand what was happening. Chu Yaowei said that no one dares to disturb her when she is practicing playing qin. The girl pinned her hopes on his sense of tact, but apparently this was a mistake. The green-eyed guy bowed and said that it was not his intention to disturb the girl, after which he apologized. Chu Yaowei asked that is it too early. He calls her sister mentor. Lin Xiao thought about how he should play out the plot after the conflict began between them. The first impression is of particular importance. He must help Yi Chen restore his reputation in the eyes of Chu Yaowei. The main character approached them and said that he was wondering who was pestering his sister mentor. The girl and the guy turned their attention to Lin Xiao. The yellow-eyed guy asked that the guy was afraid to fight with him and now he switched to the girls. The green-eyed guy shouted that it was Lin Xiao who turned the girl against him. The white-haired guy said that Yi Chen was the one who disturbed Chu Yaowei during her practice, and he came here to punish the arrogant scoundrel. Yi Chen replied that this was all a lie. Under the guise of being a senior disciple, Lin Xiao always did shameless things, and his unscrupulousness was worthy of the contempt of all supporters of the righteous path. Lin Xiao said that the green-eyed guy had become too bold. Yi Chen asked what the main character could do to him. Chu Yaowei got angry, after which she used her ability and hit the guys with it. She asked how the guy dared to be rude to her elder mentor brother. The main character lay on the ground and thought that this was the end. The plot deviated from the original again. The guy with brown hair shouted that they both conspired against him. The system reported that the main character had successfully completed the story scene. The white-haired guy did not expect this, but in order not to complicate the situation further, he needed to leave. He stood up and saw Yi Chen start to run away. The white-haired guy shouted that he would tell Xiao Hongling everything. The green-eyed girl was very panicked and thought that she just wanted to help her brother mentor, but in the end, she injured him. Chu Yaowei thought that according to the memories of the heavenly Tao, Yi Chen should have injured Lin Xiao. As long as events unfolded contrary to the memories, this could be considered a success. But the girl knew the character of her brother mentor. He could lose face at tomorrow's ceremony. Before this happens, she is obliged to do something. It was night outside. The main character was lying on his bed and thought that Yi Chen was simply disgusting. In his world no one would even hire such a guy to work in a factory. The yellow-eyed boy thought that his mentor sisters and master would decide to join a harem with such a person. He wondered if he should worry about such a thing. This is just the world of a novel. As soon as the end of the story scenes comes, he will leave this world. he needed to go to bed early because there was still a lot to do tomorrow. The white-haired guy got up and thought that before going to bed he needed to visit his mentor sisters. The system appeared and reported that the main character had successfully reproduced his character. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and asked, "Lin Xiao is still awake?" The yellow-eyed guy wondered why Chu Yaowei came here at night, after which he walked to the door and opened it. In front of him stood a beauty, the bearer of the Qin heart and the sword spirit, who deeply comprehended the path of these two tools. The girl had a gentle and kind character, as well as purity, like a sheet of paper. The main character thought that when Yi Chen disgraced him, in her eyes he would cease to be the older brother whom she respected so much. Lin Xiao greeted the girl and said that she had become bigger again. He wanted to take a closer look at her. The guy thought that if Chu Yaowei saw such a face, she would hit him and leave. The yellow-eyed guy thought that Chu Yaowei had long surpassed him in training movement techniques. He decided to touch the girl. He assumed that she would evade his touch, but she came closer. The white-haired guy thought that something had gone wrong again. Lin Xiao wondered why even this girl's character was wrong. How should he continue to fulfill his role? The guy thought that the mentor sister's character was broken, but he would not allow the same thing to happen to the villain in his person. The main character extended his hand to Chu Yaowei's chest. But just as the white-haired guy wanted to touch the girl's chest, Lin Xiao slammed his face into the musical instrument. The green-eyed girl asked if he was okay. The main character replied that he was completely fine. The guy thought that only the villain dared to touch Yi Chen's future wife, when he was immediately struck by heavenly punishment. The green-eyed girl hugged the guy and said that his nose was bleeding. The yellow-eyed guy didn't understand what was happening here. Lin Xiao was embarrassed and thought that if the girl herself took the initiative, nothing would happen to him and the system would not react in any way, after which he looked at Chu Yaowei's chest. The yellow-eyed guy stood up and asked what the girl needed. The beauty replied that tomorrow she wanted to go down from the mountains and visit the city to find the master of casting artifacts. Chu Yaowei needed to be repaired by China. She is new to the city environment and therefore wants to ask the main character to go there together. The guy thought that this was not the case in the novel. The white-haired guy replied that the ceremony would take place tomorrow. He was the senior student of Phoenix Peak and, according to the established rules, must attend it. The girl was a little upset. The beauty grabbed the guy by the clothes and asked that he couldn't make an exception for her sake. The guy was embarrassed. The main character entered the house and closed the doors, after which he said that it was already late, and Chu Yaowei had better go to bed early, because tomorrow she might be late for morning classes. Lin Xiao wondered what was going on here. Tomorrow he must make Yi Chen stomp his face into the dirt, even if he had to endure the pain. Huaizhen came to the door of the white-haired guy and asked if Lin Xiao was still awake. The main character didn't understand why everyone was looking for a meeting with him this evening. The yellow-eyed guy opened the doors and asked what was the matter. Huaizhen replied that Xiao Hongling ordered Lin Xiao to immediately meet her at the Celestial Maiden Rock. The white-haired guy didn't understand what was happening. This episode wasn't in the original either. Everything wasn't going according to plan. At this time, the green-eyed girl thought that she needed to go, then she would find out what was wrong. Brother Mentor always thought that in this life there was nothing more important for her than this Qin. And this continued until the day when the events of the future arose in her mind. The girl realized that the only person who truly wished her well was only Lin Xiao. Therefore, Chu Yaowei broke Qin to try to lead the white-haired guy away from danger. According to the script, tomorrow that devil named Yi Chen would appear at their doorstep. Chu Yaowei's plan failed, so she can only seize the initiative. Tomorrow she will not call Yi Chen, deprive the mentor's brother of his good name. Further action takes place on Phoenix Peak, near the Rock of the Heavenly Maiden. The main character bowed and said that he greets his master. Lin Xiao smelled alcohol. Xiao Hongling told her disciple to quickly come to her. The guy thought that she was 200 years old, and was behaving like a capricious child, but she seemed to be in a good mood, which means that the fact of the theft of her stockings had not been revealed. The girl asked why the guy had been standing still for so long. The main character went into the girl's house and greeted her. Xiao Hongling said that she had not seen him for a long time. She wanted to look at him. After that, the girl used the technique and grabbed the white-haired guy. Lin Xiao thought that his master was very drunk. The girl with purple eyes touched the main character. The guy wondered why she was touching him. If their teacher-student relationship was destroyed, it would have a bad effect on the plot. Xiao Hongling said that she had not seen him for only 3 months, and suddenly he had overcome the basics, and not only this, all the innate potential and the root of the spirit had changed. The gray-haired guy said that there was a fateful meeting with one student. He hopes that the girl will forgive him for not being able to reveal the identity of this outstanding person. The dark-haired girl replied that this is in order. After all, we are talking about the guy Lin Xiao, so it is natural that the heavenly Tao favors him. The guy agreed with Xiao Hongling. The girl with purple eyes asked the main character if he had already met the heir to the Beichuan prince. The main character was surprised how the girl knew about Yi Chen before the plot scene. The dark-haired girl said that they would not talk about that disgusting person. Xiao Hongling approached the white-haired guy and said that he was cute enough. She offered to play something more interesting with him. After these words, the girl grabbed the yellow-eyed guy by the hands. He did not understand what was happening. Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed by the beauty's action. Lin Xiao found that his mind was plunging into something unknown. He was no longer in the girl's house. He understood that the guy had been moved to the slope of the Heavenly Virgin. He stood on the very edge of the mountain and watched what awaited him next. The beauty told him to fight with her with swords. The main character did not really like this idea. He thought that Xiao Hongling was the best in the art of fencing, so the guy would not defeat her. Just as the guy wanted to give up, lightning struck from the sky. He didn't know what to do, so he watched what was happening. A sword appeared in the sky, glowing with purple lightning, forcing the gray-haired guy to stare at this amazing sight. It was a special fencing ability activated solely by her pure and boundless desire for the sword, an incredibly simple yet uncompromising technique. The yellow-eyed guy thought that this girl was going to use the streams of sword aspirations to absorb his life and feed it to her sword spirit. The main character said that he was a villain. If death awaited him, it would only be by his own hand, so he summoned his sword and entered per heavenly stage. Xiao Hongling said that the disciple has lived in their mountains for so long, but this is the first time the girl has seen a guy control the sword so conscientiously, but the sword's aspiration is a little weak. But the prospects are still promising. The girl said that today the master will help the main character overcome a certain distance. The beauty asked if the student could keep up with the master's speed, after which she hit Lin Xiao with lightning. The guy dodged her and thought that this girl wanted to kill him. The white-haired guy began to dodge all of Xiao Hongling's attacks, after which he thought that the image of the original characters was collapsing, and he was just making himself look like an exemplary villain. Even now he runs to stay in character, after which he turned around and said that he will no longer be the villain he was before. The main character suddenly fell from the mountain and began to fall. He thought that he could no longer fight with this girl. But at this moment, time and space froze. The white-haired guy was surprised that he fell into the control area of the sword's shine. The girl with violet eyes said that Lin Xiao should be especially careful now. The name of this technique, the grace of the sword's will, approaching perfection. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and opened them. He saw Xiao Hongling in front of him, who told the main character to hold on. The dark-haired girl said that she was coming in. The white-haired guy was confused and asked where she was going. Enters. The yellow-eyed guy felt a terrible pain in his body. He looked and saw Xiao Hongling piercing his stomach with her sword. The guy thought that the villain's fatal ending had happened ahead of schedule. Xiao Hongling said that she doesn't care about the chosen one of fate and the cycles of rebirth. Her students must rule the entire universe and not yield to anyone. Next, the action takes place in Yi Chen's house. Shi reported that something very bad had happened. He felt that most of the life-changing opportunities that awaited him in Qinglan had disappeared. The green-eyed guy got angry. He was always the one who seizes other people's opportunities. Yi Chen could not accept that someone was spoiling his destiny. The guy would not allow such a person to exist. Shi said that they don't need to go back to the Qinglan Mountains. Since he went there yesterday, the celestial mechanism wands have undergone changes. Everything has deviated from the original order. Yi Chen replied that he does not harm anyone who does not harm him, but if someone crosses his path, he will punish him. For yesterday's humiliation he will demand tenfold payment. When they reach the mountains tomorrow, Yi Chen will begin to kill everyone who opposes him. At this time, the mentor's sisters decided to do everything to prevent the tragedy from happening again, so the girls decided to kill the green-eyed guy. Further actions take place in the memories of the Heavenly Tao, where the Qinglan school was engulfed in fire, and an unknown person was flying above it. The old man took his sword and said that all students must defend their home and stand to the last. All the students ran to fight the demons, but they could not hold back the attack and they all died. Luing began to cry. Guiyurong did not understand how the professors allowed this to happen. Chu Yaowei said that almost all the mentors died, after which they were surrounded by a horde of demons. The pink-haired girl asked why Yi Chen didn't come to save them. The green-eyed girl replied not to worry, he would come soon. Xiao Hongling replied that Yi Chen would not come, he had gone to the southern region of the continent, now he was confessing his love to the holy maiden of the Nanzhao kingdom. Guiyurong said that this guy was the one responsible for the attack. The dark-haired girl told them to get up, even if they were the only ones left alive, they must fight to the last and die standing. An unknown person approached them and said that he could not let the scent of such beauties fade away, so they had better obey him. Suddenly someone shouted for him to stop. It was Yi Chen and Sister Master Zhu from Fengming Peak. Luing was very happy to see them. They used the fusion of two swords and the great mountain protector form. The head of the demon said that Yi Chen always stood in the way of his tribe, he would never forget it. After that, they destroyed the demons and the green-eyed guy approached Luing. She was very upset that the guy appeared when it was already late. The green-eyed guy extended his hand and said that he was a little late, but he was glad that they survived. Luing sat and looked at Yi Chen, he did not understand what happened to the girl. The beauty said that that was all he could tell her. Yi Chen asked why everyone was looking at him like that. Xiao Hongling asked how it happened that the moment of his appearance was so precise. The girl was wondering who the guy was. The dark-haired girl asked another question, why everyone who creates bonds of friendship and affection with him always loses something and it is always Yi Chen who gains fame and gain. The guy with brown hair replied that he knew how upset she was now, but now the most important thing was to continue the persecution of the dark sect. The girl replied that it was all a lie. The main enemy of the Qinglan school is Yi Chen. The girl swung her sword, but the green-eyed guy dodged, after which she attacked him. But Xiao Hongling lost the fight against the guy and fell to the ground. The girls were very worried about their master and ran up to her. The green-eyed guy said that he is the chosen one of fate, who is protected by the heavenly Tao. Why is she so fixated on what happened and wants to become his enemy? At this time, Yi Xianer had already arrived at the foot of the Qinglan Mountains along with 800,000 Beichuan warriors. As soon as Yi Chen gave the order, they would be able to surround the dark sect. Yi Chen extended his hand to the girls and asked them to return to his side and together they would avenge Qinglan. One of the girls extended her hand to the guy. Suddenly something unknown asked if they wanted to start all over again. The girls were very surprised by this. After that, they were transported into memories, where they realized that the elder mentor brother was at enmity with Yi Chen because he saw right through him and that they destroyed Lin Xiao. An unknown voice told the girls to give him their memories and he would transfer them to the past so that the girls would change the course of events. An unknown voice said, if not for memories, how would they be able to know the future and look at the past objectively, after which the unknown creature transferred the memories to the girls. Further actions take place in the forest, where the girls decided to attack Yi Chen, who was in the house. They used their techniques to approach the green-eyed guy's house. At this time, a guy with brown hair was sleeping peacefully on the bed, his sword lay next to him. Sobolek also fell asleep not far from his owner. Luing was sitting in the bushes and told the Murzik to come out and tear the green-eyed guy apart. The pet jumped out of the bushes and took off. When Murzik flew higher, he discovered that someone had shot magic at him from both sides. The girl screamed at him to be careful. The spiritual descendant decided to dodge these shots and flew up even higher so that they would not reach him. The guy with brown hair said that a thunderstorm had started outside. Shi replied that it was not a thunderstorm, he needed to get up, the enemies had come. The green-eyed guy opened his eyes and quickly took his sword. He decided to go outside and see who came to him. Yi Chen ran out into the street and began to look around. He didn't see anyone. The guy asked if the old man had simply misheard. Shi replied that he clearly felt 3 unusually strong clots of energy. The old man added that they were targeting the guy's room. Yi Chen asked if the old man was not trying to scare him to convince him not to go to Qinglan tomorrow. Shi replied that he was telling the truth. The guy with the sword said that the recruitment ceremony for Qinglan school would be held tomorrow. He should go to bed early to gain strength, after which Yi Chen turned around and left. Guiyurong was shocked and thought that she had put all her strength into this strike, but the sword's power simply disappeared. The green-eyed girl thought that her sound attacks had not reached their target. The girls decided to once again try to hit Yi Chen's room with their techniques as hard as they could to see what it was. The green-eyed guy walked into his room and said that the beds at this inn were too hard, and the ring on Yi Chen's finger began to glow. The old man shouted for the guy to be careful. There were two clots of very strong energy behind him. He turned around to look at it. But the guy with brown hair saw only thunder. A very strong thunderstorm began outside. Yi Chen looked at Shi and said that he must have heard the story about the boy who cried wolf. The old man replied that he had actually seen it now. The guy with brown hair said that the old man should stop scaring him. He needs to sleep now. At this time Guo Yurong hit the tree with her hand. She was very angry. The girls thought that Yi Chen was protected by the heavenly Tao, as it was said in the memories, so they would have to wait for the ceremony and their look for opportunities to get rid of him. Further actions take place in the memories of the heavenly Tao. The main character was beaten by Yi Chen and said that he was simply disgusting, but Xiao Hongling decided to give the white-haired guy one more chance to improve. People did not understand how such a person could be among them. After that, Lin Xiao went at night and stole the artifact from his master. The next day, there was a battle gathering of the 5 bloodlines and the yellow-eyed guy used the artifact against Yi Chen. After this act, he was put in a cave and handcuffed. Girls came to him and Chu Yaowei said how he could steal the Black Lotus and also use this forbidden artifact against the student. The green-eyed girl said that the master had lost hope of changing him and now, as compensation for his wrongdoing, she was transferring the grace of the sword's will to Yi Chen. The main character hugged Chu Yaowei and said that they should not approach the green-eyed guy, but Guo Yurong kicked him. The girl in the dark dress asked why the white-haired guy was reaching out to them again. He only deals with meanness, and thanks to his efforts, the reputation of Phoenix Peak came to an end. If Lin Xiao cares even a little about the good of Phoenix Peak, he knows what he needs to do, instead of tarnishing their honor again. After that, she gave the guy a knife. The white-haired guy started laughing and said that he was very tired, after which he grabbed the knife tightly and swung it. After that, the yellow-eyed guy woke up in Xiao Hongling's lap. He thought that this dream looked too real, as if he was looking at his own memories. The dark-haired girl asked the main character. He had already woken up. She used the grace of the sword's will, but for some reason the guy looked tired. Lin Xiao noticed that he was lying on the girl's lap. The beauty drank alcohol and offered a drink to the guy to celebrate the acquisition of the formless sword essence. Xiao Hongling said that now no one can compare to the yellow-eyed guy, not even his swordsmanship-obsessed Guo Yurong. The protagonist ordered the system to open the character menu. The system reported that Lin Xiao now has the highest sword perception available in this world. When fully mastered, the essence will allow him to achieve the fusion of all the laws of the path of the sword. The main character thought that according to the plot of the novel, as fencing skills increase, there is a possibility that the Zanpakuto will transform into a powerful sword spirit. A person who owns such a sword can use it as an intermediary to transfer his sword aspirations to another person, and according to the novella, the recipient can only be a man. In the original story, Yi Chen managed to exterminate all the criminals in the imperial capital precisely because he obtained Xiao Hongling's sword aspirations and awakened the essence of the formless sword. The white-haired guy realized that the original plot was now completely destroyed. The main character turned out to be the one who prematurely stole the opportunity to get this sword from Yi Chen. The yellow-eyed guy didn't understand what to do. If he didn't calculate his strength tomorrow, he would kill the guy with one blow. At this time Xiao Hongling asked a question. He refuses to drink with her. Lin Xiao replied that the master had already drunk from this glass recently. If the student drank from it directly, it would be indecent. The girl smiled. The beauty said that right now the main character was lying comfortably on her legs, so he should not talk about decency. Lin Xiao stood up and apologized to his master. Xiao Hongling said that she would ask him a very important question and the girl was waiting for an honest answer from the guy. Lin Xiao replied that he would tell everything. The beauty straightened her hair and was embarrassed. The dark-haired girl approached the guy and whispered in his ear that the guy thought she was beautiful. The main character did not understand what came over the girl, why Xiao Hongling asked questions that are typical of teenage girls. The white-haired guy said that she is very beautiful, but for her disciple, the girl's beauty is like moonlight, he can only look at her for the rest of his life. Xiao Hongling replied, "This is too formal an answer." The yellow-eyed guy thought that the characters of the 3 sisters were broken. If the character of this wonderful master deviates from the original, then everything will be over. The dark-haired girl asked if the guy thought of Xiao Hongling as moonlight, then why did he need to steal her stockings? The main character was shocked that she found out about this. The beauty started laughing and said that she was just having fun. The guy himself knows that when a girl drinks, she forgets about conventions. The girl with violet eyes said that today she called him not only to expand the limits of sword skills, she has one more thing to do. Lin Xiao replied that the student is ready to listen to his master. Xiao Hongling said that he is her first student of Phoenix Peak. If anyone starts to provoke the guy or tries to drag him into a scandal, then the main character is obliged to kill him. The guy should not ask why, he just has to do it. The girl will bear any consequences. Xiao Hongling asked the white-haired guy. He heard her. Lin Xiao agreed with the master and thought that he had a bad feeling. Next, the action takes place during the day at the student reception ceremony. Strangers walked around and discussed which of the leaders of Fengming Peak or Phoenix Peak was the most beautiful. The guys began to whisper that the head of Fengming Peak had the title of the most excellent cultivator before her marriage, and her Taoist partner had already died and now she was a widow. At this time Yi Chen was going to the ceremony. Shi asked the green-eyed guy if he has a mentor whom he is ready to bow to. Yi Chen replied that it doesn't matter, he came to Qinglan for only one reason, opportunities. He continued that if the old man told the truth and some person intercepted his powers, he would destroy that person. The old man replied that at this moment the guy was thinking not only about opportunities, but also about the owner of the griffin, who treated him harshly. The guy replied that a strong warrior must win the hearts of all beauties. Yi Chen said that sooner or later he will make the girls understand that compared to him, their mentor brother is just an empty place. Suddenly people shouted that the eldest disciple was already here. The white-haired guy stood on the sword and watched the ceremony. The strangers said that this was a young master of unprecedented grace, like a heavenly man who had descended to earth. The green-eyed guy thought that Lin Xiao was just a gigolo, who had nothing but his appearance. Sooner or later he would destroy him. Suddenly the main character flew up to Yi Chen on his sword. The guy with brown hair thought that now he would get him into trouble. Shi told the guy to just watch. At this time the yellow-eyed guy smiled. Lin Xiao shouted, "Didn't he warn Yi Chen yesterday?" But he still came to the ceremony, after which the main character asked what he was doing here. The yellow-eyed guy said that dragons live in this place and tigers sleep. A weakling like him will never survive here. The main character thought that the remarks were a little embarrassing, but it was still fun. Yi Chen became very angry and said that he would blow off Lin Xiao's head. At this time the white-haired guy thought that his character was the most stable at the moment. All the people began to say that Lin Xiao has a cruel character. At this time the green-eyed guy told the old man that he hated this man. The warrior is ready to accept death, but will never accept humiliation. The strangers saw the great energy of rage that Yi Chen used. It was so strong that it was at the level of an 8th stage master. He could withstand even a cultivator. The main character thought that the plot scene was going just fine. Now he needs to wait for the girl to appear, which will help Yi Chen defeat the white-haired guy. Guo Yurong flew on a sword and shouted for them to stop. The main character was delighted to see her. At this time the men were shocked by the beauty of the girl. The green-eyed guy put away his sword, greeted the girl and introduced himself. The beauty landed on the ground and hit Yi Chen in the face with her hand. After this blow, the guy with brown hair flew into the sky and hit the wall. All the people were shocked by the girl's reaction. The beauty said that this guy deserved this blow for daring to behave so rudely towards Lin Xiao. The main character looked at this and realized that the plot scene was ruined again. At this time, Yi Chen stood up and asked Shi that this was the place that would change his destiny in the future. The old man replied that these were just unforeseen circumstances. The guy with brown hair told the old man not to forget that they were just using each other for their own benefit, so Shi had better give clear explanations as to why this is happening. Shi replied that a person had appeared on the lands of the Qinglan school capable of influencing the situation with the heavenly Tao and changing the future predicted by the wands of the heavenly mechanism. The old man added that the one who takes into account the course of events is wise, so they had better leave before this person discovers him. Shenzhou is large and its lands are limitless. The main character flew up to the green-eyed guy and told Yi Chen not to listen to this old man. He would help him. Lin Xiao thought that if he listened to Shi, then his path as a villain would be lost. Yi Chen told the old man that if heaven does not accept him, he will go against his will. after which the guy added that he had decided everything, he would go to war with him and crush him. The protagonist smiled and thought that he was not mistaken about this guy. In the whole world there are no people more dedicated to their work than Yi Chen and Lin Xiao. At this time Guo Yurong came over and told Xiao to retreat. The brown-haired guy thought that he would not only kill the robber who was stealing his destiny, but also subjugate all the women from Phoenix Peak, including Xiao Hongling. The yellow-eyed guy asked Guo Yurong that the mentor sister really didn't believe in him. The main character thought that the girl could interfere with his progress in the plot. Guo Yurong replied that she believed him, after which she thought that in the memories of the heavenly Tao, Yi Chen's demonic beast would expose Lin Xiao and all people would think that he was a pervert. Beauty thought that she could not be sure that the mentor brother really stole the master's stockings, but even if he did, he probably had reasons. The girl in the dark dress grabbed the main character's hand and said that she would fight. Guo Yurong could not allow Lin Xiao to be harmed. The white-haired guy wanted the girl to let him go. Yi Chen shouted for them to stop doing this, and then asked a question. They consider him an empty place. Suddenly, a phoenix appeared in the sky. The head of Fengming Peak arrived. The white-haired guy thought that according to the story, she was Yi Chen's main support from his early harem. The head of Fengming Peak saw the main character on the ground and decided to fly up to them on her phoenix and help resolve the conflict. Su Mei descended to the ground. All the people were shocked by her beauty and elegance. Lin Xiao thought that in the original story, Su Mei had a crush on Yi Chen, but because of her position as a widow, she kept her distance, but at times she would not miss an opportunity to tease him. Guo Yurong thought that Master Su had arrived, which meant that the situation described in the Heavenly Tao memories could really happen. The brown-haired guy said that today he will listen to Shi's advice and will not touch Lin Xiao. After these words, the old man began to laugh. The main character breathed more air into his chest and thought that the character of his sister's mentors and the master had broken. One could only hope that Su Mei's behavior would live up to expectations. The white-haired guy walked up to Su Mei. The girl saw him and decided to see what he wanted to do. Lin Xiao began to look at her chest, after which he made a heart with his hands and smiled. The yellow-eyed guy bowed, gave the girl a flower and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. With each meeting she glows brighter, and the size and beauty of the rose perfectly matches her charm. Su Mei looked at the red rose. The main character expected that now this beauty would scold him and not show him a drop of pity. The beauty took the rose, thanked Lin Xiao for the compliment and said that she would gladly accept his flower. The white-haired guy was shocked and embarrassed. The girl in the red and white dress said that Hongling was very lucky with the student. After that she looked at the green-eyed guy. The main character thought that now everything should be like in the original. The head of Fengming Peak said that Yi Chen is an arrogant child. The guy dared to incite a student from her school too boldly, after which the girl summoned the spiritual sword of fate. People around began to worry that Chief Su was angry. The girl summoned the spirit of the sword. This indicated how great her rage was. Lin Xiao didn't understand why anti-tutor Su behaved completely differently from the original plot. If she killed the guy, then the plot would end. Yi Chen was very scared and he thought that this woman was much stronger than him. He did not have the slightest opportunity to fight back. He asked Shi for salvation, but the old man was silent. The white-haired guy wondered what to do. If he tried to protect him, he would completely destroy the image of the villain, but if Lin Xiao was inactive, then he would not be able to play his role at all. Suddenly, the head of Tiandan Peak flew in and asked why Su Mei was so angry. In the original plot of the novel, this man was a schemer and a spy for the dark sect. Yuan Yi approached the girl in a red and white dress and said that the boy simply does not know how everything works. Su Mei replied that she was ready to forget his act, but only out of respect for the man. Su Mei asked how senior student Lin was feeling. The main character replied that he was fine and he was grateful for the care. The guy thought that he had few plot scenes with this girl. The beauty approached the main character and told him that she saw extraordinary talents in him. The girl invited him to leave Phoenix Peak and go into her arms. Lin Xiao thought that there was no such episode in the original. At this time the girl in the red and white dress thought that the main character had grown up to be a very charming guy. The yellow-eyed guy looked at the girl and decided that even though he knew the causes and consequences of the future, this did not mean that he would do whatever he wanted. The main character thought that event after event everything was not going as in the original. He did not understand how he could continue to play the role of a villain. At this time Yuan Yi said that they should take their places. The ceremony had already begun on the street. The white-haired guy looked around and could not find his sister mentors. In order for everything to turn out as in the plot of the novel, it is necessary that all the girls be present. The white-haired guy began to calm himself down and thought that Yi Chen was still here and would take part in the ceremony, so the next plot scene could still happen. Lin Xiao told Huai Zhen to come to him. The guy came to the main character and asked what the orders would be. The yellow-eyed guy smiled and thought that he had no more reliable and loyal person than Huai Zhen. The main character pointed his finger at Yi Chen and told him to look at him. The main character added that this was his younger cousin from distant lands, and the natural talent exams would soon begin, so he decided to help him. He hugged Huai Zhen and showed him the elixir, after which he said that the golden elixir that he purchased for his brother has a strengthening effect and increases physical performance. Therefore, the student must give it to Yi Chen. Only Huai Zhen must say that he received the elixir from the elder and that they are given to everyone. The student asked why Lin Xiao does not tell his brother about this. The white-haired guy replied that he was afraid that his brother was too emotional and it would have a bad effect on his performance. Huai thought that his mentor was very considerate and kind. The green-haired guy ran and told the main character not to worry, he will do everything. Lin Xiao thought that the guy was a little stupid, but he treats him well. Lin Xiao slapped his cheeks and thought that they were all just characters in a novel. If he wanted to return home, the guy couldn't show weakness. Huai Zhen ran up to Yi Chen, showed the elixir in his hand and said that the elders of the Elixir Ebb Tide Pavilion had prepared elixirs for all the young talents. The guy added that it was called the Nine Tempering Elixir and had the effect of enhancing physical performance. Yi Chen should take it before its effect dissipates. The young guy took the elixir and said that he would accept it, so let Huai Zhen convey his gratitude to the elders. The disciple responded positively. Yi Chen looked at the elixir. The main character thought that according to the plot of the novel, being a 6th-rank alchemist, the green-eyed guy would easily understand that there was something wrong with this elixir. And after that, Yi Chen will approach Professor Zi Yuno and give him a poisonous elixir, after which Gui Yurong will come and expose Lin Xiao in front of all the people present. The yellow-eyed guy saw a guy with brown hair take the elixir. The main character was waiting for him to take it to the professor. But the young guy threw the elixir into his mouth. Lin Xiao was shocked. He did not understand why he did this. Further actions take place a little earlier. When Huai Zhen gave the elixir to the green-eyed guy, he thought about it. Shi looked at the elixir and said that Yi Chen himself should understand that this is far from an ordinary item. The green-eyed guy got angry and thought that if his guesses were correct, this is the elixir of the 7 absolutes and it is used against warriors. It is a poison that affects internal energy and destroys meridians. Yi Chen guessed that the white-haired guy had arranged all this. His appearance screams that this was his doing. Lin Xiao needs to learn to hide his intentions. The old man said that this will only help them. Now all the important people of the Qinglan school are present here. They can use this elixir as evidence and expose the guy. The guy with brown hair replied that it was too easy. Yi Chen wanted to play along with his plan. The guy has the ability to be immune to any poison of rank 5 and below. Since very ancient times, the Qinglan school had strict rules. Today the guy wanted to carry out the body-suffering plan and force Lin Xiao to pay a heavy price. The old man told him not to do it. He took the elixir and swallowed it and thought that now the white-haired guy should wait for his death hour. When the green-eyed guy approached the people, they smelled a terrible smell. The poison began to take effect. Yi Chen now wanted to use the purple dawn elixir path to suppress his actions, and then complain to the professors. The green-eyed guy used his skills, but he could not suppress the poison, so the elixir began to act further. After which the guy fell to his knees and blood began to flow from his mouth and ears. The old man said that this poison was made by alchemists of the 3rd rank. The guy asked why he didn't tell before. Yi Chen threw away the ring in which Shi was. Gui Yurong smiled and thought that they had succeeded. Now the main character may not be afraid that this person will harm him. The guy with brown hair thought that if he couldn't neutralize the poison, then they would really die here. He began to crawl towards the ring. He put the ring on his finger, apologized and said that Shi knows a lot about poisons. He should know how to neutralize the poison. The old man replied that if he repented, he would pretend that nothing happened. Shi said that he gave the green-eyed guy a secret technique and it dissolves toxins. If the guy uses it, it neutralizes the poisonous elixir. The green-eyed guy said that in the future he would not dare to disrespect him. He understood that the old man was pursuing his own goals, but now he was his only support. The old man said that if the guy listens to his advice and leaves Qinglan school, then he can finally be at peace. Yi Chen replied that he could not do this. The white-haired guy went against him again. He would never forget this. Shi replied that the guy did not understand human speech at all. The young man turned around, looked at the main character and said that he is sure that Lin Xiao now has a smug face, seeing how he suffered from his poison. The guy cannot let him succeed. But when he saw the white-haired guy, Yi Chen was shocked. He wondered why Lin Xiao was looking at him like that. He looked worried. The white-haired guy thought that Yi Chen scared him very much. If he died before halfway through his journey, the entire further plot would be ruined. The yellow-eyed guy wondered that the character of the female characters had broken, but with the elixir, what could happen? He did not understand what the problem was, so he decided to use an aphrodisiac. The main character was embarrassed, took out silk stockings and thought that he was organizing a scene of public shame for himself. At this time, the exam organizers called the green-eyed guy to go to the arena to test his abilities. Lin Xiao thought that Yi Chen appeared late and attracted the attention of everyone present. This was a standard technique in the guy's arsenal. The elders looked at the guy with brown hair and one of them said that this guy is really good, limitless prospects will open up for him. The green-eyed guy asked Shi what he felt when crowds of people looked at him with hope. Yi Chen felt like he was chosen by fate. The guy asked who his opponent was. A man approached him and introduced himself. He was here to conduct a check. Yi Chen replied that he better go his own way. It is too early for him to be his rival. What kind of test will it be? If everything ends after one attack, the man became very angry. Yuan Yi laughed and said that then everything would be as Yi Chen said, after which he asked how he would like to pass the test. The young man pointed his finger at the main character and said that he wanted to challenge him because he considered him his rival. But the green-eyed guy added that he was asking for the opportunity to fight to the death. If in 10 attacks he could not defeat the senior disciple Lin Xiao, he would bow to the ground and admit defeat. The guy with brown hair said that with 10 attacks, he would definitely defeat Lin Xiao, and he would pay for all the humiliation he had to endure. The white-haired guy replied that for a stray dog, he talks too much. The guy will knock all the stupidity out of him and 3 attacks will be enough for him. Chu Yaowei suddenly came and said that Yi Chen was not worthy to fight with her elder brother mentor. She would be his rival. The stranger said that her actions would put them in an awkward position. The elders began a conversation. One of them said that this was a young girl, a student of the sister of the mentor Hongling. The dark-haired man replied that she was the owner of Qin's heart and the soul of the sword. Yuan Yi said that there was enmity between Yi Chen and the 2 Phoenix Peak disciples, so they would have to interfere. Su Mei replied that they did not need to do that. At this time, the white-haired guy took Chu Yaowei's hand and began to lead her out of the arena. He said, "Why is she still here? This is a man's fight." The main character looked at the green-eyed girl's hand and asked if she had mastered the 7th volume of the art of heavenly sounds through force. Chu Yaowei nodded her head and confirmed his words. The 7th Qing volume of the Soul Eater partially affects the dark path. It imparts the devilish ability of massive destruction, but causes significant damage to longevity and flesh. Lin Xiao asked why she had to practice the dark technique. The mentor sister answered because only by becoming stronger would she be able to protect her mentor brother. The white-haired guy said that it was not worth such effort, after which he thought that he was a villain, and even if a girl mastered such a technique, she only needed to do it for the sake of Yi Chen. The green-eyed girl thought that before she did not understand anything and was always opposed to her mentor brother, but only then realized that his concern for her was sincere. The mentor brother alone silently bore the burden of shame and bad fame, and the one who tried to fight back against Yi Chen was also Lin Xiao. The girl knew that it was the white-haired guy who was the true lone hero. Therefore, Chu Yaowei said that she was the one who would come out for this duel. The main character thought that the lone hero going against everyone. Here Chu, the guy told her not to go crazy. As soon as the yellow-eyed guy said these words, a green light appeared in the sky. At this moment the elder thought that this radiance was an impressive sword pursuit. Suddenly, an unknown force hit the ground and the head of Phoenix Peak, the first beauty of the eastern region, Xiao Hongling, appeared there. Chu Yaowei she was surprised that the master, Xiao Hongling, came to them and said that she should not interfere with her elder brother mentor. Her student should not be afraid of this man. The dark-haired girl asked the main character if he is confident in himself. Lin Xiao replied to keep her calm, this person does not have a single chance to resist his strength. Suddenly the system appeared and reported that he had successfully recreated the character's image and would receive a bonus to strength, fencing, and movement. The white-haired guy was shocked. Xiao Hongling approached the main character and took him by the shoulder, after which she told him to remember their conversation yesterday. As soon as the chance arises, he should destroy it. After that, the girl with purple eyes told him to try and win. If he does that, then the master will give him a reward tonight. The guy began to worry. The person who was in charge of the fight announced that Yi Chen's fight against Phoenix Peak's senior disciple Lin Xiao was now beginning. Yuan Yi said that this is still a fight to the death. The elder replied that if Hongling says to stop this, they will stop them. He does not see the need for a fight to the death. The dark-haired man said that this fight must be held, otherwise, in the future, any ignoramus may come here. Su Mei asked Hongling if she was worried about the guy. Xiao Hongling replied that they need not worry about the white-haired guy. Her student should become incomparable and conquer everyone present with his abilities. The guy with brown hair told the main character not to worry. After he kills him, he will take care of his master and sisters. The main character thought that he should have expected such words from this guy. Here he still needs to figure out which of them is the villain. The white-haired guy replied so that Yi Chen would not think that after being provoked towards Phoenix Peak, he would leave here safe. He thought that Lin Xiao would not lose in acting. After that, he took out his sword and ran towards the green-eyed guy. Some stranger said that this fencing technique was worthy of a senior student of Phoenix Peak. The dark-haired girl thought that the master put in so much effort yesterday, and the main character decided to succumb to him. The elder asked why the guy allows himself to fight not at full strength. Yi Chen said that he heard how lazy Lin Xiao is. His strength is even lower than that of his younger mentor sisters. He wanted to see what the main character is capable of and finish him off with one blow. Lin Xiao thought that he only put 10% of the sword's aspirations into this blow. The guy would be able to repel it. Suddenly the system reported that a special ability would now be activated. The yellow-eyed guy was shocked. At such a moment, the system decided to mock him. He did not want to harm Yi Chen. The main character resisted, but could no longer do anything. He did not want to hit the green-eyed guy with this ability. The mentor sisters thought that their elder mentor brother was very powerful. The strangers said that Lin Zhao's attack caused the divine thunder of the ninth heaven to descend. The elder said that the white-haired guy is very unusual. This is the terrible aspiration of a sword without color and shape. This is the essence of a shapeless sword. Su Mei thought that the guy did not have such power in the past. Someone made an attempt to change all the causes and effects, and then endowed him with such power, after which she looked at Hongling. The girl with purple eyes thought that the main character created his first technique using the formless essence of the sword. He has all the makings to become a god. After that, they looked at the fight. Xiao Hongling thought that the green-eyed guy had died and her disciple had already won, but Yi Chen was still standing. The white-haired guy thought, it's good that he restrained the power in time, otherwise Yi Chen would already be dead. He should be given credit. At the decisive moment, he is always able to avert trouble. Lin Xiao was already ready to lose to the green-eyed guy. He held himself with dignity, so he waited for an attack from him. Yi Chen knelt down and said that he admits defeat and is ready to keep his promise. The guy apologizes to the respected school and asks the heads present to save him. The main character was shocked. He was able to reduce the attack power with great difficulty, and he simply decided to give up. The elder came to his aid and told the white-haired guy to stop. If Yi Chen admitted defeat, he suggested ending it there, after which the old man used the ability. The guy with brown hair was very scared. There was no way he could repel another such attack, after which the elder announced that he had defeated Lin Xiao. The yellow-eyed guy did not understand why the green-eyed guy, who defeated all the heavenly leaders and won the hearts of many beauties, turned out to be so weak. Suddenly, Sabalek attacked the main character and the white-haired guy thought that in the original this pet was able to discover silk stockings. This proves that the plot scene can still be saved. The white-haired guy did not want to defend himself. He needed to show all his cards. He is an incorrigible pervert who stole stockings from his master. But someone hit Sabalek with his ability and he fell to the ground. The yellow-eyed guy was surprised. The main character was angry that he was unable to recreate the scene from the novel. Yi Chen was very worried about his spiritual pet. The one who hit Sobolek with her ability was Xiao Hongling. She said that the winner had already been determined, but Yi Chen allowed his pet to attack her student. It was a very rude act. The green-eyed guy said that he didn't do it. The unknown people thought that the guy was very vile. Resorting to such dirty tricks after defeat is very shameful. Lin Xiao asked the system to explain to him how several characters were ignoring the script, how he could single-handedly preserve the original plot, after which he threw the sword into the arena. The system warned the main character that a decline in the carrier's mental state had been detected. Failure of the task could happen at any moment. All the people paid attention to the white-haired guy. The girls did not understand why their brother mentor behaved this way and looked very sad. Xiao Hongling looked at her student and began to worry. An elder approached her and asked that he had heard the announcement of the result of the fight. The main character was very scared that now his level of hardening has increased significantly and the sisters and the master treat him well. Staying in this world would also be a good idea. But the white-haired guy remembered his family, which was waiting for his return, so he could not do this. There is no place for him in this world. He cannot discard the system tasks, so the guy wanted to find out why the plot of the story had changed since Yi Chen climbed the mountains. To successfully complete the system's tasks, he must live the life of the villain Lin Xiao to the end. The girls ran up to the main character. Guo Yurong said that she congratulated him on winning the duel. Sister Mentor hugged Lin Xiao. Xiao Hongling looked at them and thought that her student was the best and he did not disappoint his master's expectations. Guo Yurong and Chu Yaoi's attitude towards the main character is not the same as usual. According to the predictions, these girls should fall in love with Yi Chen and begin to be disgusted with Lin Xiao. Xiao Hongling thought that now there was harmony in her relationship with her sisters and boyfriend. As a master she should be happy about this, but the girl felt lost. The yellow-eyed guy thought that tonight the disciple would come to the Sky Maiden Peak to ensure his master had a visit, and then he would inspect her body. At this time, Yi Chen hit the tree and said that it should have been him originally. The guy should have become a hero and earned the respect of people. Shi replied that the person who stole his abilities was on the premises of the Qinglan school. Now they need to focus on accumulating strength. The guy replied that he would not give up. After these words, the green-eyed guy fell and said that during the battle, the shine of Lin Xiao's sword damaged his eyes. The old man replied that he would give him spiritual guidance that would help him recover. The guy with brown hair said that he was grateful to Shi that the old man was with him, because he would not have recovered from such a blow from the scoundrel. The green-eyed guy said that he could not even think that Lin Xiao would be so strong. Yi Chen tasted the bitterness of defeat for the first time and he would remember it. The main character suddenly appeared and scared the guy. Yi Chen said that he had already fulfilled his promise and admitted defeat, and also apologized for what else he needed. The white-haired guy approached and told him to guess. The main character needed to check if the person's character had changed. The green-eyed guy thought that Lin Xiao had come to confess his love to him. Yuan Yi suddenly appeared and said that whenever possible, people should be lenient. The man added that the young man had already admitted defeat and kept his promise. Qinglan School is a well-known righteous place. He cannot treat him mercilessly. The yellow-eyed guy wondered what kind of intrigue this old fox was weaving. He didn't remember that in the original the man cared about Yi Chengguo. Lin Xiao replied that he was not worth it for the senior disciple to get his hands dirty. Elder Yuan rated him very highly. The protagonist decided to give him to the man. The white-haired guy thought that he didn't need to rush. First he needed to play with him a little and see what they decided to do. The main character thought that the ceremony for accepting students was completely different from what it was in the novel, but everything ended well. Suddenly someone shouted the guy's name. It was Lu Ying who came out of the forest. The white-haired guy didn't understand why she only came now. After that Lin Xiao saw the Tamer's dark pearls. Tamer's pearls, this is an artifact of very great power. This is the family treasure of the Lu clan. This artifact can take control of all magical beasts, as well as hide their presence and aura. The guy thought that this girl had brought a horde of magical beasts with her to destroy everything here. Lu Ying said that she would protect the best mentor brother in the world. The yellow-eyed guy asked what the girl was up to. Lu Ying replied that she was going to protect her mentor brother. The blue-eyed girl wanted to kill Yi Chen and elevate Lin Xiao to an unprecedented height, so that the mentor brother would only be with her. And if anyone tries to stop her, she will destroy him. Guo Yurong and Chu Yaowei suddenly came. The green-eyed girl asked where she was, after which the main character touched Lu Ying's hair. Lu Ying was beaming with joy. the white-haired guy told his mentor sisters that he needed to talk to the blue-eyed girl. The white-haired guy thought that in the past month, Lu Ying had become completely hostile towards everything. He needed to figure out how to keep her in line. The main character smiled and asked what the beauty was up to when she came here just now. The girl said his name. Lin Xiao told her not to worry and told her everything calmly. The blue-eyed girl replied that she wanted to help out the mentor's brother and not allow Yi Chen to harm him. The girl wanted to take Lin Xiao with her and always be with her mentor brother. The white-haired guy was embarrassed and thought that he was not ready for this. The yellow-eyed guy thought that she was a young girl, only recently she had reached marriageable age. He did not understand when and where the mistake was made, how such changes occurred. He began to suspect that the guy had made a mistake in recreating his character and this had caused her to change her impression of him, or that someone had possessed Lu Ying and taken over her body. The white-haired guy thought that the author of the original had found himself an assistant who began to work for him and changed the character of all the characters in the short story. His thoughts were interrupted by the girl. Lu Ying said that she understood everything. The main character wondered what the mentor sister could understand. The blue-eyed girl hugged Lin Xiao and said that she would always be by his side, even if her mentor brother did something bad. The mentor sister thought that the guy would not be able to bear parting with the Qinglan school. He is the kind of person who deeply values friendships. The main character grabbed the girl by the underwear. Lu Ying screamed, after which the guy thought that he got used to the role of the villain so well that he could not resist. Lin Xiao asked what happened. He shouldn't do this. The beauty replied that that's not the point, it was too sudden. At this time the system reported that he had successfully reproduced his character. The white-haired guy was shocked that the system reacted this way. Why does it reward him with gifts for such actions? The system reported that he received the Qinglan ceremonial sword. It was a top-rank sword that contained the power of immortals. The guy thought that this item belonged to Yi Chen. At this time, the green-eyed guy bowed and said that he was very grateful for his help. Yuan Yi smiled and replied that the guy didn't need to thank him. Yi Chen said that he was depressed now. Normally his character would never allow him to bow to another person and it was all Lin Xiao's fault, in front of whom he had disgraced himself. Shi replied that everything in life is for the better. Yuan Yi asked if the guy would like to join the Tiandan Peak family tree and become his disciple. Yi Chen was interested in this proposal. The green-eyed guy knelt down and agreed, after which he greeted his master. The man laughed and told him to get up. Yuan Yi said that during his speech, he felt the guy had the talent to become a great man. Yi Chen replied that from now on he will support his master. The brown-haired boy thought that when he entered the Qinglan school, he would have a chance to take revenge on Lin Xiao, and after that, find the person who stole his opportunities. The old man said that he provided the guy with martial arts and knowledge, and today Yi Chen bows to the cultivator from the lower world and recognizes him as a mentor. Yi Chen replied that the old man is just an ordinary parasite. No matter how deep his origins are, he still has to rely on the guy's existence. Shi went into a large space and thought that it was not for nothing that they say that you cannot make a wall out of mud. He did not understand why his predictions turned out to be wrong. When he tried to predict the future, the old man was surprised that the true chosen one of fate was the mysterious man who stole Yi Chen's opportunities. Next, the action takes place at Qinglan School, where the main character was tasked with looking at candidates who could become new students. The guy said that it would be a difficult choice. The white-haired guy said that he believed that this group of young girls with outstanding talents were suitable for the Phoenix Peak. Therefore, Lin Xiao wanted to bring them to Qinglan School and conduct basic training. Chu Yaowei replied not to worry, the mentor sisters would do everything themselves. The girls took the sheet with new students from the main character and the guy got upset. Huaizhen said that he is always overloaded with work, and he also has a planned meeting with the master. The yellow-eyed guy thought that he forgot about it, but if he was not allowed to train students, then he should go and take care of the master. The main character came to the master's house and thought that he had the impression that the deviations from the original plot were related to Xiao Hongling, because her actions could not be called unconscious. Lin Xiao went to the master's house. Xiao Hongling said that the guy showed himself well and did not disappoint her expectations, so she decided to reward him and allow him to show respect. Xiao Hongling told Lin to help his master wash his feet. The main character thought that the girl was calling this a reward, but he liked the beauty's feet. The dark-haired girl said that the guy was going to hesitate for a long time. She decided to take care of him. Lin Xiao replied that the student would not allow himself to be so rude. The girl with violet eyes said that the guy is always looking for excuses, after which she asked the question why Lin Xiao stole the stockings that belonged to the master. The white-haired guy thought that it was not surprising that she considered this a reward. The main character was very ashamed, after which he asked the question of how the girl found out about this. Yellow-eyed the guy needed to find a way to get away from this uncomfortable conversation, so he said that as compensation, the student would show respect to his master. After this, the main character said that the student was familiar with the art of washing feet. He mastered 18 techniques. They would make the girl plunge into a sea of pleasure. He took the master's leg and began to work. The master was very pleased. The girl said that he had masterful handwork and had decent technique. The main character was embarrassed by the sounds of Xiao Hongling's pleasure and thought that he should not raise his head. All people are characters in the novel. He should not sink even deeper. Suddenly the system appeared and reported that he had perfectly reproduced the character and received a massage technique for this, at which time the master said that that was enough. She was satisfied. The beauty asked that if the master wanted the main character to look after her all his life and wash her feet every day, he would agree. The guy was shocked by this proposal. After these words, silence formed. The girl with violet eyes said that the time was already late and Lin Xiao should go to bed early. Even if the guy had mastered the essence of the formless sword, but during his fight with Yi Chen, it was clear that the main character still had too little developed degree of control over the aspirations of the sword. The master said that next month the students of all 5 bloodlines will go to the dungeon of the sword. Now the time has come for the guy to take possession of the sword of fate. The white-haired guy agreed and left. Xiao Hongling looked at him and thought that there were quite a lot of unclear points in the course of events. The master wanted to make every effort to raise the main character as the god of fencing of their time, so that the guy would destroy the gate to understanding the sacred and change the future. Suddenly, Xiao Hongling's thoughts were interrupted by a stranger. She did not expect that their always free head of Phoenix Peak would one day be captured by feelings. This stranger was Yuji's elder sister. The yellow-eyed girl said that her student looked very handsome. Xiao Hongling was embarrassed. The dark-haired girl replied that Yuji is now a wandering spirit and of the upper world. Even if her sister restores her bodily shell and returns, she will still be able to control her. The yellow-eyed girl said that she did not come to gloat, but she is not sure that Xiao Hongling did the right thing. If she gave Lin Xiao the desire of the sword, her whole life will be connected with this disciple. If she falls in love, then she only needs to love this guy, otherwise the flame will burn the girl's soul. But the main character in this regard is a fickle person and he has female attention. When she asked him if he wanted to look after her all his life, he began to doubt. Xiao Hongling took the sword in her hands and shouted at her to shut up. The relationship between her and the student was pure. She did not want to tolerate slander against her. Yuji dodged the dark-haired girl's blow and told her to stop being angry, and she understood everything a long time ago. After this, the yellow-eyed girl asked how she knew that her soul was sealed and how she managed to break the seal so easily and free Yuji. The dark-haired girl replied that she saw the future. The girl with violet eyes said that Yi Chen would receive Ji's legacy in the future and gain influence, after which Qinglan was doomed to death. She had to get ahead of him. The blonde replied that she would lend her a helping hand because Qinglan's school was founded by her husband, so she should help protect his cause. Next, the action takes place in the dormitory of high-ranking students, where Chu Yaowei thought that it was already very late, and her mentor brother had still not returned. The green-eyed girl entered the main character's room and thought that she should meet him today. The mentor sister walked up to Lin Zhao's bed and became embarrassed. Chu Yaowei looked at the white-haired guy's bed and thought that he was not here now. She couldn't help herself and began to inhale the scent of the main character. She found it very pleasant. When the white-haired guy entered his room, he was shocked by what was happening. Lin Xiao wondered what the third mentor sister was doing on his bed. The main character thought that the girl's entertainment was very depraved, and this was no longer hiding the character, but a real obsession. Today, a man with the surname Lin will bring complete clarity to this issue. The yellow-eyed guy decided to grab the girl at the crime scene, and there will be no fear that she will tell the truth. When the beauty was on the bed, she discovered some solid object, after which the recording of the memory stone turned on, which showed how Lin spied on the girls. The guy was shocked. The white-haired guy thought that this was the end. now he would definitely disgrace himself in front of society and his reputation would perish, after which the main character wondered why he cared about his reputation. The yellow-eyed guy decided to act. He shouted what the third mentor sister was doing here, who allowed her to break into his home. The beauty turned around and looked at the guy in embarrassment. The main character thought that she would not be able to forgive him now, so he expected her to hit him and run away. But Chu Yaowei broke the memory stone and said that if the mentor brother had similar hobbies, what prevented him from looking at her when she was at the hot springs? Lin Xiao replied that he was an adult, so it was natural that the guy would not limit himself, and he used the memory stone to see their tempering and how tall they had reached. He added that the girl burst into her mentor brother's room in the middle of the night and jumped on the bed. The guy approached Chu Yaowei and asked what the purpose of such actions was. The green-eyed girl replied that she was worried that Yi Chen had injured her mentor brother during the day and that's why she came to him. The guy replied that it was very nice of her. The main character thought that in the plot of the novel, after Chen defeated Lin Xiao, the third mentor sister took the fourth sister with her and went to visit the green-eyed guy. The white-haired guy decided to move closer to Chu Yaowei and thought that she would now dodge and fight back, but the girl put her hand on his chest. Lin Xiao thought that now the girl would push him away and everything would go according to the script, because feelings could not form between the villain and Chu Yaowei. But the girl kissed the white-haired guy. He did not expect such an act from the beauty, so he stood still and thought that this was his first kiss. He thought that it didn't matter now, after which he took the girl by the shoulders and pushed Chu Yaowei. The guy asked why she did this. He didn't like that everything was not going according to the plot of the novel. The green-eyed girl apologized and started crying. Yellow-eyed the guy felt sorry for her and he put his hand on her head, after which he said that he simply did not expect this from her and thought that nothing could be done. The beauty hugged the main character and said that she knew that her brother mentor would not blame her for this. Meanwhile the guy thought about his sister mentors. Lu Ying went from being a crybaby who cried at the sight of spirit beasts to an outstanding mentor who could freely control spirit beasts. From a fragile and weak baby, Chu Yaowei turned into the goddess of Qin, and her fame was known throughout the Qinglan school. Gui Yurong has thrown off the burden of the past and become the best of the best sword cultivators. Her fighting skills and chest girth are a significant reason for pride. When he did nothing and was lazy, and Xiao Hongling constantly went off to travel around the world, the perseverance and will of the three sister mentors became the support for this family. After 10 years spent with them, he could no longer perceive them as fictional characters in a novel. The guy played the role of a villain, but secretly did a lot for them. The main character didn't understand why Chu Yaowei told him that he treats her well. Today he needs to find out why she treats him like that. The white-haired guy said that now he would ask her 3 questions, to which he was waiting for honest answers. The green-eyed girl replied that she would answer honestly. Brother Mentor asked, before the heir of the Beichuan prince came to the Qinglan school, she had once met him. The green-eyed girl replied that she had never met this guy before, after which the guy thought that the third mentor sister never lies. Chu Yaowei thought that she only knew about this person through Dao's memories, so in reality she had not met him before, so she did not lie. Yellow-eyed the guy thought it was strange. At the moment when Yi Chen began to provoke him, the girl's gaze was filled with hatred. This expression on her face was impossible to hide. Lin Xiao asked a second question when she saw Yi Chen, what feelings and emotions he evoked in the girl. The beauty replied that despite the fact that she did not know him, at today's meeting his behavior and manners disgusted the girl. After these words, Chu Yaowei thought that if she continued like this, then the mentor brother would definitely suspect something, so she said that she was waiting for the third question. The main character was a little scared by the girl's answer. He thought that she was just a cute monster. Such anger indicated that she already knew what Yi Chen really was like. The white-haired guy thought that the third mentor sister was not completely honest with him. If she really met Yi Chen for the first time, why would she have such a thirst for blood? The guy asked the third question. The girl can help him with one thing. The sister mentor asked what he needed help with. The yellow-eyed guy replied that the girl should visit Tiandan Peak and lure Yi Chen into a trap. The main character wanted to find out her relationship with the green-eyed guy. Chu Yaowei smiled and asked that the mentor brother wanted her to help him kill Yi Chen. The girl wanted to know when they would begin this plan. Next, the action takes place in the dormitory of Tundun students. A green-eyed guy was sitting in his room and meditating. He had already advanced a little and mastered the basics. Yi Chen was sure that he would not stay at this stage for long, and in a year he would be able to achieve the golden elixir, after which Shi asked the question that the guy would continue to claim that he was lying to him. The guy with brown hair replied that he would never say that again, in the future he would only listen to Shi. The old man said that today he ignored his advice. Suddenly, a stranger came into their room and said that Sister Mentor Chu from Phoenix Peak had come to him. She said that she wanted to apologize to the guy. The green-eyed guy said that he would come to her now, but Shi was against it. The old man warned the young man that the representatives of Phoenix Peak hated him, they needed to be careful. Yi Chen replied that the old man should not worry, he is not afraid of this girl. The guy wanted to know what she was up to. Shi said that his youth had gone to his head again. Next, the action takes place on Tiandan Peak, where a green-eyed guy came and saw a girl standing next to him. The guy walked up to her and asked what now. He can call the girl elder sister mentor. Yi Chen wanted to know what brought her here in the dead of night. Chu Yaowei replied that she had come to express regret for the action of her elder mentor brother. She was very sorry that everything ended like this. Today, during the battle, Lin Xiao did not even think about calculating his strength. He harmed him. After these words the girl became embarrassed. The older mentor brother treated the younger disciple unfairly. At this moment Yi Chen was embarrassed and thought that Chu Yaowei liked the guy because her face turned pink. The beauty thought that when she lies, her face turns red. She needs to hold on and the girl is obliged to complete the task that Lin Xiao entrusted to her. The green-eyed girl said that she realized that all the blame lay with the mentor brother. When the white-haired guy saw that Luing fell in love with Yi Chen, envy appeared in his heart. Therefore, the youngest disciple Yi is not to blame for anything. Chu Yaowei thought that this is all a lie. The mentor brother only likes her and only Yi Chen is to blame for everything. When the guy with brown hair heard this, he cried with happiness. He told the old man that this girl understands him because his aura came back again. He decided to hug her, but the beauty dodged and said that it was too fast for her, after which the girl thought that she would not allow such a person to touch her. Yi Chen replied that he understood everything, she was just shy. Chu Yaowei smiled and invited the guy to just take a walk. She wanted to show him a beautiful place. Because the green-eyed guy entered Qinglan recently, and there are so many beautiful sceneries in the mountains, she wants to give him a tour as an apology for Lin Zhao's actions. After these words, she flew up on her weapon and told Yi Chen not to lag behind. The guy thought that she decided to play with him, and he likes such games. Chu Yaowei looked at the young man and thought that he was an ordinary warrior who had just entered the school of immortals, but owned an immortal movement technique. The green-eyed guy thought that when she saw him, her heart definitely trembled. He used all his true strength for this technique. The beauty thought that this scoundrel believed that for him everything was the same as in the script, about his unique destiny and charisma, and all the girls, when they see the guy, love him. They stopped in the forest and the beauty said that Yi Chen should wait here for a while because there was a spiritual spring ahead. She would take a bath in the spring and return. Shi said that she left him here alone for a reason. The green-eyed guy replied that the old man doesn't know how to read the atmosphere at all. He has no doubt that the girl wants to get ready for the night. The old man told his friend to listen to his advice. They are now in an unusual place. He is afraid that the guy was deceived. Yi Chen asked why Shi was saying that. The spirit said that this place is saturated with qi of the highest quality. This is one of the rarest places of spiritual energy. Such places for cultivation are provided only to the best students. Sometimes elders train in these lands, and judging by the properties of this place, yin predominates here, and the presence of yang is very weak, so it is better for them to leave here. The green-eyed guy answered why the old man underestimated his luck so much. From the moment he fled the Zhou kingdom in battle, there was not a single case when he failed to escape from danger. A whole hour passed, but the guy stood and waited for the girl. He did not understand why she had not returned yet. The old man replied that if Chu Yaowei had not returned, then they did not need to wait for her. Yi Chen said that the beauty went to the springs that were located a little further, so it was time for him to go and greet the girl. When the brown-haired guy went to the hot springs, he saw students training in the sky, so he thought that this was the territory of Fengming Peak. He walked further and saw the inscription Heavenly Maiden Pond. Yi Chen thought that Chu Yaowei decided to swim here. The guy decided to take the initiative first towards the girl. A guy with brown hair saw someone bathing and thought that it was Sister Mentor Chu. He shouted that he had come to her and fell. After that, he saw a girl standing in front of him, who asked him what kind of scoundrel had entered the forbidden bath of Fengming Peak. The green-eyed guy was embarrassed and couldn't even think that in the bloodline of Fengming Peak, there was such a beautiful girl. Sure shouted for him to run away quickly. Because this girl is the owner of the innate martial essence of Azura, a heavy murderous aura was flying around her. Yi Chen replied to watch him defeat this beauty. Yi Chen approached her and thought that the guy from birth had a special aura that no beauty could resist. This girl was defenseless before his charm. The young man greeted the girl and said that her beauty was incomparable. The stranger replied that this scoundrel was smiling, after which she used the ability. With this blow, the girl hit Yi Chen's hand. He was surprised that such a fragile beauty had such strong abilities. He fell to the ground and thought that this girl was determined to kill him, at which time Shi replied that the guy was not like that at all when he first met him. From the moment the green-eyed guy met Lin Xiao, his personality gradually began to deform. After the old man's words, the guy lost consciousness. The red-eyed girl said that this man is a disciple of Yuan Yi from Tiandan Peak, so the girls need to tell the master everything, and then let her decide what to do with him. Chu Yaowei was delighted and thought that her brother mentor was a real seer. Now she can return and tell her about the completion of the task. The green-eyed girl thought that Zhu was a very beautiful and desirable target for any man. The mentor brother asked her for this mission because he knew this girl and perhaps he has feelings for her. Further actions take place in the main character's room. The system reported that Yi Chen was seriously injured, and his luck indicator decreased by 100. The guy was glad that everything worked out for him. The yellow-eyed guy thought that Yi Chen did the same as the original story, but he should not have been seriously injured by Zhu Wanning. Lin Xiao sighed and thought that despite the fact that Yi Chen had a huge harem in the novel, he didn't use it for its intended purpose, and the current scoundrel doesn't even dream about it. But this young man successfully entered the School of Immortals, so the main plot of the story remained untouched, and now, the guy managed to find out that the image of the third mentor sister was destroyed. And now the turn of the second major storyline is approaching. After its completion, there is very little time left until the finale. The white-haired guy decided to see if the system gave him anything useful. The system reported that the total number of special abilities was 87 pages. He was shocked. The main character said that this is a real kit for exterminating immortals. It's already very difficult for him to maintain the integrity of the plot. The system needs to stop giving him abilities. He decided to throw away the experience set, but he had a feeling that at a key moment, this system would still want him to use it. The guy clicked on the experience set and the system reported that it had been successfully activated and now he would receive it. The main character shouted that she should not do this, and after that all his clothes were torn. The yellow-eyed guy looked at himself and said that now he has become much stronger and tougher. The system reported that the guy had become twice as strong and awarded him many abilities. The main character was shocked. He had never seen such an unscrupulous system. At this moment, the joyful Chu Yaowei came and saw the white-haired guy completely naked and was horrified. The green-eyed girl was embarrassed and screamed why her mentor brother was naked. The guy replied that if she was shy, why didn't she just turn away instead of continuing to look? Suddenly the system reported that a risk of character destruction had been detected, after which the guy thought that something needed to be done, after which he told the girl not to take her eyes off him. After which the main character came up and hugged the girl and said that today he would show Chu Yaowei something very big. A little time passed. The white-haired guy covered the girl's eyes with his hands, got dressed, took her to the cliff of Phoenix Peak and removed his hands, after which he said that she could open her eyes. Chu Yaowei asked, when the guy talked about big, he meant the starry sky. The main character asked that he was wrong, then thought that while they were walking, he groped the girl a couple of times. The yellow-eyed guy added that over his many years of observation, he found that there was no better place than this to look at the moon and stars. Always when he couldn't sleep, the guy came here. The beauty said that she was wondering why he decided to deal with Yi Cheng with the wrong hands and was sure that the scoundrel would be made a fool, and Zhu would hurt him. The white-haired guy admits that this plan was based on luck. He wondered that Lin Xiao knew Yi Chen too well and what Zhu Wanning's character was like. In the novel, Zhu had strong talents, as well as the ancient warrior essence of Azura. She is cold as snow, and her character allowed the girl to clearly define her attitude towards people. But during the events of the plot, the girl will suffer an unexpected defeat from Yi Chen, after which changes will occur in her soul. gradually she will begin to pay attention to this guy. And during the episode in the Sword Realm, she and Yi Chen will be locked in a secret kingdom. In order to survive, they will have to master the art of Qinglan twin swords. At this moment, the green-eyed girl asked what the guy was thinking about. The main character thought that this time Zhu injured Yi Chen and she definitely developed hatred towards him. The main character stroked Chu Yaowei and replied that he was just remembering old times, after which the guy praised the girl for helping him frame Yi Chen and extinguish the hatred in his heart. The green-eyed girl was embarrassed, grabbed the white-haired guy by the clothes and whispered that if he had no more hatred left in his heart, in return he could do her a lot of pleasure. The white-haired guy was very embarrassed and wondered how he could please her, after which Lin Xiao asked what she meant by this. The beauty replied that everything was as she said. She really liked her brother mentor, so she wanted to become his Taoist partner and always warm the guy with her hugs. The girl can only entrust such shameful thoughts to him, and in the future only to the main character she will be able to pour out her soul, after which she asked a question. He will agree to this. Lin Xiao grabbed the girl and said that first she needs to tell him why she likes him so much. At this moment, the guy calmed himself in his thoughts so that happiness would not go to his head. He knows that at Phoenix Peak there are no people who have sympathy for him because he is disgusting. The girl covered Lin Xiao's mouth with her finger and replied that he should not talk about himself like that. Chu Yaowei said that when she was a child, she would never forget how the guy carefully made her meat porridge. When she broke the chain string and was afraid that she would be punished, he secretly repaired it. And much more. Her brother mentor was the kindest and gentlest man in this world for her. The main character wondered how she knew about this, after which he understood everything. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the girls discovered what he was doing in secret and that is why their characters changed. In other words, she fell in love not with the book villain, but with the soul of a guy who arrived here from Earth, after which the girl hugged the main character and asked if he agreed to accept her feelings. The guy thought that he was a villain who could leave this world at any moment, after which he said that they were like sisters to him, but the girl did not let him finish and kissed him. Suddenly, Guo Yurong came to them and said that she was looking for elder brother mentor and wanted to talk about the battle meeting, but when she saw the guy and girl together, she became silent. Guo Yurong was embarrassed and said that she had come at the wrong time. At this time the system informed the guy to reproduce his character. Lin Xiao grabbed the girl in a dark dress by the hand. The white-haired guy hugged the girls and said that she was just in time. The system reported that he had successfully recreated his character and a reward would be received for this. The main character thought that he had pressed them to himself, but what to do next? He needed to make sure that his actions did not affect the plot. The yellow-eyed guy decided to offer the girls a drink. Lin Xiao thought that once they drank a lot of alcohol, he could do whatever he wanted with them. The girls were embarrassed and agreed to have a drink with the main character. At that moment the guy had a bad feeling. Further actions take place in the distant past, where Guo Yurong was 10 years old. She sat and cried, and a house was burning near her, after which a girl approached her. This girl was Xiao Hongling, who said that the child should go with her. If she becomes stronger, she can avenge her parents. Guo Yurong agreed. Guo Yurong started training at Qinglan school. She wanted to become stronger and gain strength quickly, so every day, she practiced fencing. Suddenly, Lin Xiao took the sword from the girl and said that first, she needs to catch up with him, and then he will give her the sword. The girl ran and screamed for him to stop and return the sword to her, but the boy wanted to fool around, after which the woman caught the main character and told him not to offend his sister mentor. The boy gave the sword and said that he did not need it, after which the woman looked at Guo Yurong's hand and said that all her hands were calloused from training with this sword. When the white-haired guy was walking around the house, he heard Chu Yaowei crying, who said that her chin broke down because she did not take care of him. The yellow-eyed boy came into Chu's room and said that it was he who broke him. In the evenings he could not sleep because of her annoying training. The green-eyed girl began to cry and said that the elder mentor brother was a scoundrel. Lin Xiao took the book of music and gave it to her so that she would not cry. Chu always wanted to get this book. The white-haired boy left and said that he could sleep peacefully today. At that moment the girl opened the book, but it was empty and began to cry again. When night fell, Lin Xiao came to his younger mentor sister's room and heard Chu Yaowei say in her sleep that her mentor brother was a scoundrel and she would tell the master everything. Lin Xiao thought that he had to maintain the image of a villain. He had no other choice, so he asked for their forgiveness. When the green-eyed girl woke up, she saw that her chin was completely intact. Chu was very happy and hugged Chin. After this, the main character woke up, his head hurt very much and he thought that he had not dreamed of the past for a long time, but when he began to look around, the guy found himself tied up. Guo Yurong lay down on the guy and asked that he had already woken up. Lin Xiao did not understand what his mentor sister was doing. The main character was embarrassed and thought that he drank too much and fell asleep. He only remembers that the guy was admiring the night sky with two sisters, teachers. The girl in the dark dress told him to watch Chu Yaowei sleep. She was drunk after just a few jugs, so only Guo Yurong could keep him company. The sister mentor sat down on the guy and said that her kind brother mentor over all these years was tired of playing someone who he really is not. The white-haired guy began to worry and did not understand what the girl was talking about. The beauty said that he no longer needs to pretend, she has already grown up and today will allow him to see how grown up she has become. The main character was embarrassed. Suddenly the system appeared and told him to recreate the character. The white-haired guy thought that the system had chosen the wrong moment to appear. The yellow-eyed guy said that the second mentor sister acted very brazenly, so he can defame her, and she should know that when he loses control, the main character goes crazy. Guo Yurong replied that the mentor brother was kind and gentle at heart, but was diligently trying to pretend to be a libertine and it was very cute, after which the girl grabbed the guy by the cheeks. She leaned over and kissed the main character. The guy was shocked and thought that the plum flowers had bloomed again. The girl thought that this would not be enough. The main character did not understand what the girl wanted to do. The mentor sister took off the stocking and threw it on the guy's face and said that Lin Xiao stole the master's stockings, so this is her gift to him as a sign of love. Lin Xiao wondered what she was talking about and how she knew that he stole the master's stockings. Even if the master knew about it, given her character, she would not tell anyone about it. The guy didn't know how or why. In a certain period of time, the original plot was completely destroyed. The girl asked. Lin Xiao was well prepared. The white-haired guy thought, if we assume that this is really the case, that he is an insignificant villain, Lin can't do anything about it. At that moment the beauty sneezed. Guo Yurong was embarrassed, apologized and said that she was a little dizzy from drinking and it was too much of her. The yellow-eyed guy was upset that it was all over. At that moment the beauty said that she would untie him now, after which she put on the stocking. The girl in the dark dress said that next month there would be a battle meeting of the 5 bloodlines, which takes place every 5 years, and Yurong wanted to ask Lin Xiao not to take part in it. If Yi Chen has the courage to provoke him again, the protagonist should let Guo Yurong teach him a lesson so as not to jeopardize Lin Xiao's position. But the main character was against it. Because he is an honorary senior student, the guy cannot hide behind the backs of his mentor sisters. He added that if this scoundrel dared to do this again, the protagonist would go up to the arena and do such a thing to him, after which Yi Chen would not even dare to look into the eyes of the people from Phoenix Peak. After these words, he stood on his sword, flew up and said that if Yi Chen dared to go against him, he would make him no true horror, so that everyone would understand that no one could resist them. The white-haired guy thought that the battle meeting would be an important event. If he did not miss this opportunity, then it would be a matter of time before he became immortal. When the protagonist was flying on the sword, he thought that the system should have originally been Yi Chen, but in the end it chose the protagonist. Beauty yellow-eyed, it seemed impossible to the guy. With such an entity as the heavenly Tao, there could be no mistake. He realized that there was no point in thinking about it. He needed to finish the storyline. Guo Yurong thought that the mentor brother refused, but used different words. In Dao's memories, he must fight against Yi Chen and take the road of no return. But this prediction can be changed, because at the disciple reception ceremony, the mentor brother changed the direction of his destiny and defeated Yi Chen with one blow. In this case, if during the battle meeting, the mentor brother starts to fight against Yi Chen and he can rewrite his fate again. She walked up to Chu Yaowei, touched her face and said that Guo would love her very much if the girl did not compete with her for her mentor brother. The girl in the dark dress hoped that the day they would become enemies would never come. Further actions take place in an underground prison, where a green-eyed guy sat and said that he could no longer see anything. The old man replied that he had received burns to his eyes and now it was better to treat the wounds. Yi Chen slammed his hand on the ground and said that it was Lin Xiao. He was the one who lured him into a trap. The guy will not rest until he takes revenge on this man. Shi told the guy to stop talking because someone is coming towards them and this person is very strong. The old man doubts that this is the chief elder of the punishment hall. Suddenly, Su Mei destroyed the lattice and said that the guy had finally fallen into her hands, after which she asked how he wished to die. The green-eyed guy told Shi to save him because this woman really wants to kill him, and the old man is a spirit that is parasitizing on him. If he dies, then he will also be finished. He added that if the old man saved him today, he would always listen to him, but the old man was silent. The guy thought that the venerable Shi had renounced him. Su Mei thought that the chosen one of fate turned out to be an ordinary coward, trembling for his own life, after which she told the guy not to worry, his death would not be in vain. The girl grabbed Yi Chen by the neck and said that she would dry him dry. The guy said that the fallen girl did not use a righteous technique, but the insidious abilities of dark cultivators. The white-haired girl laughed and said that the memory of the heavenly Tao and the tragic ending would never happen. Today she would destroy the source of all disasters. Yi Chen thought that in this life he was an invincible Yi, who would never have time to truly rise, but would die at the hands of this girl, after which he began to lose consciousness. The head of Fengming Peak discovered that the green-eyed guy had disappeared. She did not expect that he would be able to escape by breaking through the barrier of this prison. She thought that the memories mentioned that there was a mysterious powerful patron behind Yi Cheng, the main reason for his extraordinary luck. Mei judged from the memories that Lin Zhao's disciple was originally supposed to be an insignificant person, but he somehow rewrote his future, so this person is a key figure. After that, she said that Su has always been inferior to Hongling, but this time, the girl must get Lin Zhao and with the help of memories of the future, she will help change his fate. Next, the action takes place in the forest, from where Yi Chen quickly ran away, at which time Shi said that he had to use all his spiritual energy, so they need to escape from this school. The guy was the chosen one of fate with extraordinary luck. If he left Qinglan school, the number of his fateful opportunities would not decrease. Yi Chen told the old man to remain silent, after which the guy replied that anyone who becomes his enemy must die, otherwise this title of the chosen one is not worth a penny. The green-eyed guy said that Shi used all his spiritual energy to pull him out, but where could he get this energy from? Shi said that when the guy surpassed new limits, he each time appropriated part of the spiritual energy and used it to strengthen his own soul. The old man asked what the guy was going to do next. Yi Chen said that he would complain to Yuan Yi. He was going to accuse Lin Zhao and Chu Yaowei of colluding together. The wandering spirit replied that Yuan Yi was a spy of the great dark sects, who infiltrated the ranks of the supporters of the righteous path. He managed to fool the head of the school and the elders. Therefore, the green-eyed guy had better stay away from this villain, so as not to tarnish his reputation. Yi Chen said that Yuan Yi is a dark cultivator. The guy with brown hair laughed and said that this was just great. He could team up with this man and destroy Qinglan school together. All he has to do is send a letter to Yi Xian and she will come here and bring 800,000 soldiers with her, and if they join forces with the cultists, they will raise Qinglan to the ground. The old man thought that the guy did not see the difference between good and evil. This was no longer the unbending princely heir Yi Chen that he knew. Shi sighed and realized that this guy could not be saved, so he needed to start thinking about a backup plan. He thought about the person who was at Qinglan school. Next, the action takes place near the secret kingdom of the Sword Abode. The old man said that this was the place that the Qinglan School of Immortals uses to make spiritual swords of fate. The green-eyed guy said that there are a lot of strong weapons here and this kingdom is opened once every 10 years, but he doubts that now is the time for opening. The spirit replied that the weapon is not only strong, but also capable of increasing the quality of a cultivator's strength indicators, which is why so many people try to enter Qinglan every year. The old man added that he had discovered an accumulation of mysterious pure energy. If his assumptions were correct, this would be a major life-changing opportunity for him. The guy with brown hair said that a second earlier he was fleeing persecution, and now he was suddenly faced with an opportunity of this magnitude. Shi blocked Yi Cheng's path and said that he shouldn't go there. The Sword Abode is very dangerous. With his current abilities he shouldn't go there. The guy didn't want to listen to the old man. Yi Chen said that this is his opportunity, so there is no need to lecture him. The old man replied that he is still too young, so he does not know what insidious traps may be hiding on the way. The young man walked forward and asked if Sure was sure that the aura he felt was ahead. The spirit replied that he could not be mistaken, but this place was very strange. The guy replied that instead of making him afraid, it would be better to help him find the specific place of his major life-changing opportunity. The old man turned around and saw that there was a source of mysterious energy nearby. He pointed his finger at this place. The green-eyed guy ran and started laughing. He shouted that he could finally gain strength. At that moment Sure tried to stop him and warn him of the danger. He ran towards the dark demonic abyss sword stuck in a wooden box. The spirit of the old man asked how there could be demon weapons in the School of Immortals. Yi-Chen said that the name of the sword sounded good, it would suit him perfectly. Sure warned that he had an unusual ominous suppressive seal placed on him. There might be a serious secret hidden behind his presence in this place, so he could not take him. Yi-Chen turned around and asked that if he couldn't do it, then the old man believed that the person who arrogated his abilities would be able to do it. The old man replied that if you compare the current situation with fate, perhaps that person really can do it. The green-eyed guy asked why he can, but Yi-Chen can't. The guy with brown hair said that since Sure decided to praise the stranger, it would be better for him to understand who his master is. The green-eyed guy grabbed the sword, pulled it out and said that today he will make the old man realize who the true chosen one of fate is here. Red lightning burst out from the mysterious box. The young man said that this was a great life-changing opportunity that was prepared especially for him, and this is the moment when the situation will change. Suddenly Xiao Hongling appeared. The guy was surprised and asked what teacher Lin Xiao was doing here. The girl smiled and replied that he managed to destroy this seal. It was not in vain that she lured him here. At this time, at Lin Xiao's house, the white-haired guy saw the cup break and suddenly had a bad feeling. Further actions take place shortly before Yi-Chen entered the abode of the sword. The dark-haired girl thought that this was the sword that was mentioned in the memories of the heavenly Tao. She did not understand who sealed Elder Yu Ji here and for what purpose, and Tao's memories did not say this. Since she knows everything in advance, she can never allow things to go according to Yi-Chen's wishes, because in the future, this dark sword will become his weapon. Therefore, the girl decided to take it away so that Yi-Chen's life would end here. She grabbed the sword with her hand and wanted to pull it out. But the beauty could not pull out the sword and remove the seal. She was very tired and thought that only a true child of fate could pull out this sword. Xiao Hongling looked at the sword and she only had one thing left to do, which was to bring the secondary plan into use. She needed to lure Yi-Chen to the sword abode and rob him when he pulled out the dark sword. Further actions take place when Yi-Chen had already pulled out the sword. The old man told the guy that this girl was not pursuing a simple goal, they needed to figure out a way to get out of here. The green-eyed guy said that the immortal mentor Xiao herself decided to prepare this fateful opportunity for him. The old man said that the guy is very stubborn. Violet-eyed the girl walked up to Yi-Chen and touched his chin. At this moment the guy became embarrassed and thought, no wonder this was a big opportunity. After that, Xiao Hongling hit the green-eyed guy and said that he was not worthy of her. Yi-Chen hit the ceiling and got stuck there. The beauty said that the princely heir does not know his place at all. The only person who can draw her attention is her student. After these words the guy fell to the ground. Yi-Chen got angry and everything was clear to him. He thought that he was the chosen one of fate here and all the girls in heaven should love him. But it all went to Lin Xiao. The guy shouted that he was a child of fate. He couldn't die. At that moment the old man wanted them to run away as quickly as possible. After that, the dark-haired girl hit the brown-haired guy with her ability and Yi-Chen wanted to block it. The green-eyed guy blocked the ability, but he was thrown back and fell. At that moment the beauty said that she would kill him and the fate of Qinglan school would be rewritten. When Xiao Hongling approached the young guy, she was struck by lightning and screamed. The guy with brown hair laughed and said that he was a child of fate. Anyone who goes against him will face dire consequences. Sure said that this was their chance. They could take advantage of the fact that she was immobilized and run away. The guy replied that he would not do that. He wanted to take revenge for the humiliation. Xiao Hongling stood up and thought that Yi-Chen should die here, but when she raised her sword, she was struck by lightning and dropped it. Yi-Chen walked up to the girl and told her to give up. Before Xiao Hongling died, he would let her take care of him for a while, after which the guy wanted to touch the girl's chest. The dark-haired girl thought that in the end, she would not be able to protect Lin Xiao, but suddenly a green stone began to glow. The old man told the green-eyed guy to be careful. the heavenly thunder that struck the girl was scattered. The beauty hit Yi Chen with her ability, but it did not cause him any harm. The guy said that if she wanted to kill him, she would receive a second blow from heavenly thunder. The girl very quickly moved behind the guy and hit him on the neck, after which she said that she would not kill him, but would simply beat him. The green-eyed guy fell unconscious and the girl began to beat him. She asked the question that how dare he show such impudence towards her. The beauty thought that if she cannot kill him, then the girl must make him forget about everything that happened today, after which she erased his memory. Sure thought that the girl had not noticed him and he was very lucky, but at that moment Xiao Hongling came up and said that she had almost forgotten about him. After which the beauty struck the ring with her magic and the old man fell unconscious. The girl turned around and walked up to the wooden box and opened it. Yu Ji came out of the wooden box. A girl with blonde hair said that their plan to lure Yi Chen here and kill him secretly failed because Dao was protecting him. Xiao Hongling said that she had this stone with her that was given to Lin Xiao. It protected her from thunder. Yu Ji said that the only one who can stop Yi Chen is the main character. The dark-haired girl agreed with Ji's words and said that before it comes to that, they must pave a smooth path for him. Further actions take place in the dormitory, where the main character was taking a bath. He did not know that Sister Mentor Go could handle ropes so well. The white-haired guy saw that it was just dawn, so he decided to go to bed. He decided to skip morning classes because he is a villain. Suddenly, Luing burst into his room and said that the master ordered her to tell the guy to go to Longzhou Peak because Yi Chen had filed a complaint against him and Chu. When the girl looked at Lin Xiao, she saw him completely naked and silence reigned in the room. The main character was confused and thought that the first time was unusual, and the second was already familiar, so when faced with uncertain situations, he needed to act like a villain. Lin Xiao approached the girl and asked what she was trying to achieve by bursting into his room. Perhaps the beauty wanted her mentor brother to teach her adult affairs. At this moment, the system reported that he had successfully recreated his character and the guy would receive a new technique of a stainless golden spear. The blue-eyed girl replied that she did not understand anything, after which she asked a question. Her mentor brother wants to teach her something. The guy thought that Luing was too innocent. If Yao Wei and Yurong were in her place, their faces would already be burning with embarrassment, but this girl understands nothing at all. Luing is the purest and most innocent angel from the novel. The white-haired guy was very ashamed that in order to recreate his character he had to say something so shameless to the girl. The brother mentor told her to wait for him outside. He would quickly get dressed and go out. The beauty understood the guy and closed the doors. The girl was embarrassed, started laughing and thought that the main character had a wonderful body. She would really like to spend even more time with him only in bed. Beauty needs to put in a lot of effort because the upcoming meeting of the 5 bloodlines was the last chance. She wanted to get Lin Xiao no matter what the cost. At this moment, the dark-haired girl was sleeping in the Fengming Peak dormitory and dreamed that the Qinglan school was engulfed in fire. She ran up to her mentor sister and began to cry. At that moment Yi Chen said that she was already dead. The most important thing now is to save the master and her students. The red-eyed girl thought that if it weren't for Yi Chen, who constantly delayed their arrival at Qinglang school, this would never have happened. The girl stood up and saw Master Xiao and the mentor sisters from Phoenix Peak, after which they used their ability and drove away all the enemies. Yi Chen extended his hand to Luing and said that he was late. The dark-haired girl thought that his mentor sisters had survived, but her master and disciples from Fengming Peak were dead. The guy with brown hair told them to return to his side and together they would avenge Qinglan. Xiao Hongling stood and looked at the guy, after which she said the name Lin Xiao and a tear rolled down her cheek, and at that moment the red-eyed girl woke up. A student came to the girl and said that the master ordered Zhu to go to Longzhou Peak because Yi Chen went to the professors, filing a complaint against her and the third mentor sister. Zhu thought that if all the memories were true, she would never let this scoundrel go. The beauty remembered Xiao Hongling, who said the name of the main character, but the girl did not understand what kind of guy he was. Further actions take place in the vicinity of the High Heaven Palace. The main character and Luing arrived at the place. The girl said that they need to quickly go to the palace, because Yi Chen will distort the facts about what happened. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the meeting of the 5 bloodlines was very soon. He hoped that Yi Chen would not do anything until then. Zhu suddenly approached them. The dark-haired girl introduced herself and said that she had heard about the fame of her brother mentor and had long wanted to meet him. The white-haired guy was embarrassed and thought that Zhu was a concubine from Yi Chen's harem. In the novel, the guy had to spend a lot of time and effort to win her heart. Lin Xiao smiled and said that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. She was a real treat for the eyes. When the guy saw her, he was intoxicated by her beauty. After which the main character said that the professors had already held a meeting at Longzhou Peak and demanded his presence, but did they really send Zhu to meet him? The main character thought that based on the feelings that Zhu had for Yi Chen in the novel, this girl wants to discuss with him a strategy to save the green-eyed guy from this situation. The red-eyed girl replied that Yi Chen was a real scoundrel who snuck into the Heavenly Maiden's pond, and as senior disciples, they should give him a severe punishment. Lin Xiao thought that the girl did not understand what she was talking about, after which the guy said that at yesterday's ceremony there were differences between him and Yi Chen. But he, in his actions, adheres to honesty and openness. Whether Yi Chen is guilty or not, everything must be decided in accordance with the laws of the school, so he asked Zhu to give up his intentions. Lu Ying didn't understand when the mentor brother became so fair. It seemed to her that it was only because he saw Zhu in front of him. The yellow-eyed guy grabbed Lu Ying's hand and started to walk away, because if this discussion continues, this scene will go even further beyond the plot. Zhu did not expect that brother mentor Lin would be so firm and principled. The guy is completely different from what the girl imagined him to be. Next, the action takes place in the palace. The main character approached the elders and said that the eldest disciple of Phoenix Peak, Lin Xiao, had arrived. The white-haired guy heard Yi Chen telling Yuan Yi to get justice for him. At this moment, the main character thought that it was a pitiful sight. The main character needed to make a plan so that Yi Chen could live to see the meeting of the 5 bloodlines in order to publicly defeat Lin Xiao and thereby help him complete the plot scene. Yi Chen looked at the white-haired guy, after which Lin Xiao showed his middle finger and thought, if not for the task, with his current strength, he would have defeated him with one blow. The elder asked Lin Xiao why his mentor sister Chu Yaowei was not present here. He would like to see her. The yellow-eyed guy replied that last night she was injured during training and damaged her meridians, so today the master ordered her to rest. The old man replied that in this case he expects that the student will tell everything himself. The main character thought that he cannot take Chu with him because she does not know how to lie. The old man asked that Lin Xiao was the one who had entrusted his mentor sister Chu with tricking Yi Chen to the Heavenly Maiden Pond of Fengming Peak last night. Lin Xiao wondered what arguments could prove his innocence and at the same time not lead to Yi Chen's death. This was a very difficult test for him. At this time, Yuan Yi told the green-eyed guy not to worry. If he couldn't prove his innocence soon, the man would have thousands of ways for the punishment hall to sentence him. Therefore, if no one stands up for Lin Xiao today, he will be doomed, because over all this time, Yuan Yi managed to bribe a lot of people and establish relations with all the factions of the school. Su Mei stood up and said that Hong Ling did not come today, so she would take the liberty to represent the interests of the mentor sister and interrogate Lin Xiao. The main character was surprised. Since a very long time Su and his master had not gotten along, he could not even think that she herself would decide to take the first step and support him. Yi Chen got angry and said that he was simply torn with hatred, a little more and today this scoundrel would have been doomed to death. The green-eyed guy thought that this man was the same guy who stole his life-changing opportunities that Sher was talking about. The elder said that the head of Phoenix Peak was missing, so according to the law, the girl has the right to do so. Su thanked the elders. Su Mei asked Lin Xiao that last night he was the one who told Chu to go visit the disciple. The guy confirmed the girl's words. The girl asked if he remembers when it was. The main character replied that if we take into account the time it takes to get to Tundun Peak, then it was between 1 and 3 in the morning. The beauty said that she asked him to remember whether he really instructed his mentor sister to visit Tan Dan Peak. The girl wondered why he was not lying. The main character replied that last night he actually sent the third mentor sister to see Yi Chen, and also asked the girl to apologize to him on his behalf. Because during the afternoon at the ceremony for accepting students, certain disagreements arose between them, so the guy decided to sort out all the grievances and make peace. The guy's original plan was to use Chu Yaowei as a mediator who could smooth over the feud, but he couldn't even imagine how things would turn out. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the mentor's sister suddenly came to him and said that she had carelessly lost Yi Chen. The girl looked for him everywhere, but could not find him. The guy with brown hair shouted that it was all a lie. Lin Xiao originally just decided to frame him by using Chu Yaowei. Su Mei got angry and screamed at the guy to shut his mouth. No one was allowed to interrupt her in the middle of the interrogation. The girl told Yuan Yi to keep an eye on his student. The man apologized for his student, after which Su asked whether Chu Yaowei had met anyone who could confirm his words. The beauty said that even if the main character is telling the truth, how does he intend to prove his words to those present? The white-haired guy began to worry, but heard the girl's words behind him. Zhu stood up and said that she could confirm that everything brother mentor said was true. The dark-haired girl said that when she took Yi Chen into custody when he made his way to the Heavenly Maiden Pond, she saw Sister Tutor Chu asking the other disciples about the guy. And now she realized that Chu was then looking for Yi Chen, whom she had lost at some point, and the fact that the younger disciple had illegally entered the Forbidden Lands was a misunderstanding. The red-eyed girl thought that she had never sought a meeting with Lin Xiao, but in the memories of the Heavenly Tao, he had amazing insight and was the first to expose Yi Chen. There weren't many people that Zhu respected, but Lin Xiao was at the top of that list, so she wanted to fight side by side with him and send Chen to hell together. The white-haired guy smiled and thought that Zhu was much more open to cooperation than other female characters, even if she was among those who wanted Yi Chen dead. The brown-haired guy shouted that this girl was originally in league with Lin Xiao because Chu Yaowei hoped that he would be captured at the Heavenly Maiden Pond. Yi Chen knelt down and said that this time someone was trying to frame him. He hoped that the respected elders would get justice for him. The main character looked at the guy and thought that Chen was ready to give up his pride and begin to curry favor with his elders, but he was still a beginner, so Lin wanted to teach him manners. The yellow-eyed guy stood up and said that he understood that Chen had suffered unfairly from the Fengming Peak disciples and therefore he did not choose expressions. But the green-eyed guy cannot blame innocent people for his grievances, ignoring the facts, because such a course of action does not allow forging the pure open nature of the great Tao. The disciples were blinded by the energy of justice. Lin Xiao was like a heavenly man who was banished to their world. He was no longer the same lazy and ignorant disciple. The guy with brown hair said that Xiao was a real hypocrite, but Yuan Yi covered his mouth with his hand and replied that after Zhu acted as a witness, no one would believe him. Yuan Yi added that the guy should not worry, he should believe him and one day the man will help him take revenge on these people, so it is better for the guy to listen to him. The man said that he thanked everyone for coming here today and helping improve his student's reputation. The bearded man added that even if the situation was a misunderstanding, he blamed it on disciple Lin, so they should shake hands and the guy should apologize. The green-eyed guy thought that he was the only casualty here who had received many injuries, but in the end, he had to apologize to Lin Xiao. Yi Chen walked up to the white-haired guy, bowed to him and apologized for his slander. The main character smiled, extended his hand and said that everything was okay. He saw his sincerity and as a senior student, he would leave the grudges behind. The white-haired guy added that Yi Chen should try to focus more on developing character and moral values in the future, and also be careful. Xiao Hongling suddenly came running and slapped Yi Chen in the face. She asked how such a person dared to hurt Lin Xiao. The girl with purple eyes apologized to the white-haired guy and said that she drank a lot yesterday, but now the girl is here, so no one will harm him. Yuan Yi ran up to his disciple and said that he was very sorry. Just yesterday Yi Chen suffered from unfair accusations and today he was beaten. The yellow-eyed guy told his master that she had understood everything wrong. She and Yi Chen now just wanted to shake hands and make peace. After these words the girl felt awkward. Xiao Hongling told the main character to remain silent because Yi Chen was hostile to him. She grabbed the guy's hand and decided to leave with her student. Lu Ying saw them leave. The people around the girl said that the rumors about the head of Phoenix Peak were not exaggerations at all. They wondered why Xiao Hongling abandoned her disciple here. The blue-eyed girl wondered why when the master came, she immediately ceased to exist in the eyes of her brother mentor. One of the elders asked everyone why Xiao Hongling increasingly despises order and it is possible that tomorrow she will sit on top of the main peak of Longsho, their mountain system. The old man replied that his fears made sense, so he needed to go and talk to Hongling. Qi Sung said that he was just joking. Suddenly, someone said that they should leave it to her, the girl would deal with it, after which the elders were surprised. Su Mei said that she really liked the natural qualities of disciple Lin Xiao, and the girl knew best what Hongling's character was. The elders liked this idea, so they entrusted this matter to Su Mei because the meeting of the 5 bloodlines was about to begin. The beauty thought that if she continued to do nothing, her mentor sister would kidnap Lin Xiao from her, and she could not miss her prey. Next, the action takes place at Phoenix Peak near the Celestial Maiden Rock. Xiao Hongling said that now they have returned to their home and now he doesn't have to worry that someone will harm him. The girl asked why the guy was not happy. The white-haired guy replied that he had just begun to realize that the problems had gone away, so he had not yet had time to start rejoicing. The dark-haired beauty said that she could see that he was dissatisfied with something, so she wanted to listen to him. The yellow-eyed guy replied that the girl behaved badly in that situation with Yi Cheng. The white-haired guy said that the master went somewhat overboard today, even if Yi Chen is not a good person, but he had absolutely no intentions of harming him in that situation. Lin Xiao shouted that the master did not understand the situation and struck Cheng in the face in the presence of the elders, so he hopes that in the future she will stop interfering in the affairs of the school. The main character thought that he had said everything, because petty villains also have character. Even if the master hits him after that, he does not regret anything. The guy prepared for the blow and closed his eyes, but nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, Lin Xiao saw that Xiao Hongling was crying. Xiao Hongling said that throughout her life, she had never cared about other people's opinions, but how could a guy treat her so badly? After these words, the main character felt embarrassed. The beauty said that today she just wanted to protect Lin Xiao, after which she asked that it was a mistake. The girl added that the guy should leave, she doesn't want to see him anymore. The dark-haired girl remembered the words of Yu Ji, who said that when Xiao Hongling showed his true feelings, the guy began to doubt. The girl knew that the fate between them boiled down solely to the relationship between teacher and student, so she needed to stop creating illusions, because they only bring suffering. After that, the white-haired guy approached the girl from behind and hugged her. The beauty did not expect the main character to do this. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the villainous system, ascension and the integrity of the plot, now it doesn't matter, the teacher's kindness was limitless for him. He wondered what kind of person he would be if he couldn't repay her kindness and how he would be different from a worthless parasite. The main character grabbed Xiao Hongling by the shoulders and said that her student was ready to be with her all his life, until the very moment he leaves this world. Xiao Hongling was shocked by what she heard and ran away from the guy. She wondered how Lin Xiao could say such a thing. The main character asked that the master heard his words. The beauty turned to the guy, she was glowing with joy, after which she said that she heard him. The guy thought that the master's smile was very beautiful, so he would not allow her to cry anymore. Next, the action takes place in the mountain abode of Lotus. A dark-haired girl was sitting at the table. She said that Lin Xiao needs to win and become famous throughout the region. After which Xiao Hongling drank a glass of alcohol. At this moment the main character thought that this girl wanted to change the original plot again. A girl with purple eyes asked the main character if he wanted to achieve true power. The guy replied that he didn't want that. The white-haired boy explained that he realized that his talents were mediocre and he would not be able to achieve success in this life, so he wanted to spend the rest of his life with the master and the sisters. The dark-haired girl said that she understood his point of view and the master was touched that he thought so, after which he touched the guy's chin with his finger. She said that she had a way to allow the main character to become stronger and have the opportunity to spend much more time in the company of the master and the mentor sisters. But for this opportunity, the master will have to pay a very tiny price. The guy thought that her student had very little time left before becoming immortal. The yellow-eyed guy said that why don't they discuss this issue some other time, now her student is worried about only one thing. The beauty told him not to evade the words of the master. The main character took out the wine and said that this wine is one of the 10 great and rare drinks. The guy would be honored if the girl allowed her to appreciate its taste. Xiao Hongling took the wine in her hands and said that the efforts that the master had put into it over the years were not in vain. The white-haired guy thought that the disaster had passed. Further actions take place in the memories of Dao, in the testing arena, where Yi Chen and the white-haired guy were fighting. The main character took out a dark lotus and wanted to hit his opponent. But Xiao Hongling hit the artifact with her ability and took it away, after which she said how dare Lin Xiao steal and use the black lotus. The guy disappointed her very much. The white-haired guy said that Yi Chen could not be trusted, after which Yi Chen came up and said that Lin Xiao suggested trusting the person who stole the artifact and wanted to destroy the student. After that, Xiao Hongling told the students to take the main character under arrest to the Rock of Reinvention. The yellow-eyed guy shouted at the master and he was taken away. The violet-eyed girl decided to go and look at Lin Xiao. When she walked into the Rock of Rethinking, the beauty wondered if the guy had time to think about his actions. But when the girl saw her student, she was shocked that the main character was already dead, after which Xiao Hongling began shouting his name. Then the beauty wakes up and sees Lin Xiao in front of her. She touched the guy's face with her hands and said that this time the master would save him, after which she fell asleep again. The yellow-eyed guy thought that he should give the master a drink, as she would forget about everything else. The wine, which became one of the system rewards, worked perfectly. The white-haired guy thought that the master had already fallen asleep, which means he needed to play the villain, because the system would start to irritate him again. The main character went and stole the Black Lotus for his further plot mission. The guy thought that at this stage the plot had stabilized, but he did not think that it would be so easy. Lin Xiao wanted to leave but decided to approach Xiao Hongling. The guy thought that he had wanted to try this for a long time, so he didn't want to miss this chance. He touched the girl's cheeks with his hands and began to touch them, after which he thought that Xiao Hongling was very cute and this feeling was incomparable. After that, the main character looked at the girl, kissed her on the cheek and wished the beauty sweet dreams. The guy turned around and started to leave. At that moment Xiao Hongling opened her eyes and wondered why he was so experienced. Yu Ji suddenly came and said that her assumptions were too accurate. Lin Xiao stole the artifact and left here. Xiao Hongling asked Yu Ji. She coped with the matter. The yellow-eyed girl replied that she completely got rid of the dark energy in the artifact, so now the guy can use it. The blonde girl asked whether Hongling's consciousness possessed the predictions left by the heavenly Tao, or that she managed to pass through the space-time flow and see the future. The dark-haired girl replied that she had only seen part of the memories and that was not enough, but if they wanted to get rid of Yi Chen, they needed to destroy the blessing. Yu Ji replied that there have been some positive changes, so they won't have to go that far. Xiao Hongling asked what she meant by this. The yellow-eyed girl said that this was about Lin Xiao. When he came to this cave recently, she saw a golden blessing from the upper world. The girl with violet eyes asked what Yu Ji wanted to say, that the white-haired guy was also the chosen one of fate from the upper world. The blonde girl replied that Lin Xiao was an ordinary person, but thanks to the efforts of his master, he began to change his destiny and was able to rebel against Yi Chen. Further actions take place in the distant past. Some unfamiliar man told her to activate a spell and tame the wolf. Lu Ying cried and read spells. But the wolf attacked the girl. She was very scared and started screaming. Suddenly the main character came, hit the wolf with a sword and saved Lu Ying. The white-haired boy said that the mentor sister is useless. She is in no condition to fight such a strong beast right now. The elder said that Lu Ying has the courage of a hare. Lu Ying shouted for Mr. Elder not to leave, because she must avenge her parents. The girl wanted to kill the beast that killed her mother and father. It was evening outside. The girl was lying in her bed and thinking about her parents, after which she heard strange sounds. She left the house to see what was happening. In front of Lu Ying's house lay the magical beast that killed her parents. She did not understand who could kill it. At that moment the main character was watching this from the bushes. He smiled and quietly went home. These were all the memories of the blue-eyed girl, who thought that she was weak before, but now she is already capable of taming very high-level beasts. And all this thanks to the older brother mentor. Suddenly someone approached the girl from behind and put his hand on her waist. The beauty said that the mentor brother had already arrived. The yellow-eyed guy asked how she knew. The girl turned to him and answered because she knew Lin Zhao's smell well. The main character smiled and thought that everything was as it should be. It was his sweet innocent sister mentor. At that moment the girl said that she had a great gift for Lin Xiao. After which Lu Ying blindfolded the white-haired guy and took him away. The guy asked how long they still had to go. The girl replied that they were already there. The main character untied the blindfold, and he saw in the sky 7 colored fiery phoenixes that flew around them. The yellow-eyed guy was surprised that in all the lands that can be seen, they are the rarest ancient spirit beasts. In the novel there were constantly hints that the person capable of causing a true apocalypse on Earth was Lu Ying. The blue-eyed girl asked if the guy liked the gift. The white-haired guy asked why she decided to give the guy such a gift. Luing replied that she once asked which spirit beast he liked the most. And at that moment the main character replied that he liked the most valuable and hard-to-get things in the world, so the beauty thought about 7 colored fire phoenixes. Lin Xiao thought, when he said this, he meant his desire to return to Earth, but the guy could not even think that for many years, she would continue to remember these words. The blue-eyed girl asked why her brother mentor was silent, after which she asked a question. He didn't like her gift. The sister mentor apologized for her stupidity and she wanted to cry. But the main character hugged Luing and told her not to say anything stupid. How could he not like such a gift? The guy thanked the beauty for this. The girl was embarrassed and hugged the guy back. Luing jumped on the white-haired guy and said that she really liked him, after which they fell and the girl looked into the eyes of the main character. The beauty kissed Lin Xiao and the guy thought, since when did this girl become so assertive? He felt ashamed that he was inferior to her. The yellow-eyed guy pressed the blue-eyed girl to the ground and said that the mentor sister knew how to work with her tongue, but he was still far away. The main character wanted her to leave everything to him. The pink-haired girl smiled and answered what to leave him. All these years she had constantly heard fierce speeches from the guy. She wanted to know if Lin Xiao was tired. The main character thought that, as if he himself wanted it, the original Lin Xiao was a stereotypical character whose role would make him hate himself. The girl said that it doesn't matter what kind of guy he is, Luing will always like him. The white-haired guy looked at her and said the name of his mentor sister. After that, Lin Xiao turned around and saw many bright stars in the sky that were flying somewhere. He did not understand what it was. The yellow-eyed guy began to follow the stars. They flew towards the mountain and crashed into it, after which a big explosion occurred. The blue-eyed girl said that this was Taicang Mountain, where the 6 Qinglan saints live. The white-haired guy was shocked. Further actions take place on the high peak of Mount Taicang, where the holy sword of the Qinglan school of immortals, the perfect Lord Tai, sat on the sword and meditated. Suddenly, the elder came and said that the heavenly Tao did not answer their prayers. The activation of the 7 stars prayer formation had completely failed. Tai replied that it means this is the will of the sky. Tai added that the battle meeting will begin very soon and the young talent who will take first place in this tournament will be the chosen one of heaven. When the winner is identified, they need to order him to meet him on Mount Taicang and the old man will give him the secret of the greatest treasure so that he can help them resist the dark sect. The disciples agreed to do this, after which the old man asked what Xiao Hongling was doing. The elder replied that she was busy teaching her disciple Lin Xiao and had no desire to go on a trip. The old man replied that this is very good news, but when Tai closes his eyes forever and if the sealed demon breaks the shackles, everyone needs to listen to Xiao Hongling and carry out her orders. The gray-haired old man said that Xiao Hongling was sent to them by heaven and therefore she is their most important trump card. At this moment, the main character looked at the mountain and thought that it was a prayer formation of 7 stars, but he almost forgot about this episode. In the novel, on the eve of the battle meeting, a general gathering of elders was held, who gathered all their strength to use the ancient forbidden technique in order to prolong Tai's life. Lord Tai is the only leader of the path of the sword and possesses exceptional talent in swordsmanship. He is the only person who holds back the reincarnation of the sword god that is Honglin. The reason why this Dao fusion stage cultivator died earlier than expected was because every year he had to expend vitality to hold off the demon. The yellow-eyed guy didn't expect that with so many deviations in the plot, this episode would not change at all. The 7 stars prayer formation failed. If everything goes as it was in the novel, the perfect lord will call upon him, the champion of the battle gathering, in the person of Yi Chen, and then lead him to the Forbidden Lands, and there they will find the Qinglan sword. And also in the Forbidden Lands, Yi Chen will find the incomparable beauty of their upper world named Yu Ji. But for inexplicable reasons, the system gave him the Qinglan sword, so the guy didn't know how Yi Chen would defeat the dark sect, which meant that Qinglan would be helpless before their attack. Luing asked what happened to the mentor brother. He looked very worried. The girl walked up to the guy and said that he didn't need to worry, she would protect him. The main character thought that only he knew everything well, so only he could protect them and easily destroy the demons, after which the guy stroked the girl and said that Lin Xiao would protect her. Further actions take place in Yi Chen's room. He said that Xiao Hongling humiliated him. After his rise, he will take revenge on her and Lin Xiao. The green-eyed guy said that everything is constantly changing, Suddenly Shi replied that even before he climbed these mountains, the old man advised him to leave. If Yi Chen had listened to his advice that time and bypassed Qinglan, this would not have happened. The old man added that all the girls want to kill the green-eyed guy, and Lin Xiao wanted to protect him. The guy with brown hair said that it's too late to retreat, so there's no point in talking about it now. Shi just wants to laugh at him. The old man replied that he knew what the green-eyed guy was thinking about, so Shi decided to help him achieve good results at the battle training for the last time. Shi added that Lin Xiao possesses the rare essence of a shapeless sword. This indicates that his mentor cares about him, but for him this is nothing. The guy was delighted and replied that it was wonderful. Yi Chen heard a knock on the door. At that moment Shi said that he advised the guy to take a better look at himself and that the guy should then rely only on himself. The young man began to cry and said that he realized his mistake. When he climbed to the top, the guy would make everyone pay and ensure that Shi regained his flesh and soul. The spirit replied that every time the guy promises to listen to him, he does not do this. In all the time there has not been such a thing that he did not give free rein to his character. How can the old man trust Yi Cheng again? The green-eyed guy said that this time everything is different. If the old man helps heal the wounds, and then tramples Lin Xiao into the ground at the battle gathering, achieving retribution, he will leave this place. The guy with brown hair added that whether the old man with such amazing abilities would be able to overcome his injuries and find a way to fulfill his wishes. Yuan Yi suddenly came and said that he was very worried about him, that he specifically decided to come to him and inspect his injuries. Yi Chen thought that he was pretending to be good again. Yi Chen said that the master should not blame himself for this. Everything is the will of fate and his student is always ready to withstand the hardships that she sends. The man replied that his heart hurts for the guy. Yuan Yi said that in the future he wants to do something big and for this he will need the help of Yi Chen's sister. The guy thought how he knew that he had a sister. The man added that if Yi Chen wants to stay on his side, after the successful completion of the case, a large amount of resources will be waiting for the guy that will change his life. Now he will ask to provide the guy with medicinal potions for his wounds, and the details will be discussed later. Yi Chen thanked the man and said that he did not need it. He wanted the master to fulfill one request. He wanted Yuan to allow him to become a representative who would speak at the battle gathering. The master replied that he had many wounds. The guy replied that the man should not worry. He only needs half a month to recover, during which time he will achieve a rapid increase in his hardening. The man began to think that he had some kind of trump card up his sleeve. The master said that at the moment he has already invited disciple Chen Feng to become the representative of their bloodline at the gathering. The man is afraid that the disciples will not like it. Yi Chen stood up and said that the man should not worry about such a small thing. He asks him to arrange a meeting with Chen Feng at the fencing site to exchange experiences and find out which of them is better. Further actions take place in the dormitory of high-ranking students. The main character thought that when he left, Luing was dissuading him from participating in the battle training. In previous meetings, he hid his head like a cowardly turtle. Lin Xiao wondered why the girls were sure that the guy would attend this meeting. The guy began to feel a strange pain below his stomach. He was embarrassed and couldn't believe it was because he hugged Luing. The main character could no longer stand it, and his thoughts about this confused the guy even more. When this happened, the system rewarded the white-haired guy. Now he had achieved a breakthrough in hardening in the high-speed, conflict-free cultivation mode was activated. The yellow-eyed guy began to beat the system and is angry that it made him a full-fledged golden elixir cultivator and now it will be very difficult for him to lose against Yi Chen. The white-haired guy decided that he couldn't allow the system to manipulate him as it wanted, so he went to a place where spiritual energy accumulated, to the Huangling Mountain Monastery. He lay down on a stone and said that no one would find him here, so the time had come for him to become a hermit and now the system could not do anything to him. 10 days have passed since then, and the main character was shocked that even without doing anything, he had entered the middle stage of the golden elixir. Even if he was breathing, he would still be able to level up. Suddenly Huaizhen came running and called his mentor brother. The main character said that he told no one to bother him while he was lying here. Huaizhen reported that the master ordered all the disciples to gather in the square where the meeting would be held because candidates would be selected to participate. The guy was surprised that he had already reached this episode. The yellow-eyed guy asked if the candidates and representatives had already been decided. Huaizhen told him who would fight. The main character was surprised that Jiang Yuan was not on this list. Because in the original story, at this battle gathering, Longsho Peak must exhibit their secret weapon. This weapon was supposed to be Jian Yuan. From birth he had the heart of an enlightened swordsman and talent. This man was Zi Yun's best student. Many years ago, he was accused of having an illegal relationship with a woman from a dark sect, so he was sentenced to 60 years of imprisonment on Longsho Peak Mountain. In the original he would defeat everyone and fight Yi Cheng. After Jiang Yuan's strength is shown in the novel, the green-eyed guy will defeat him, and at the same time win the favor of many beauties. Huaizhen said that the strong disciple of Longsho Peak has always been and remains Xiao. The main character asked who leads Tiandan and Fengming. The student replied that Fengming would represent Zhu, and Tiandan Peak would represent Yi Chen, who defeated Chen Feng. The main character was glad that the old man in the ring made sure that Yi Chen could participate in the battle training. The white-haired guy said that they need to hurry because the master will be unhappy. Lin Xiao looked at Huaizhen and said that he would give him spirit stones and a low-rank qi tempering stage soaring sword. The young guy was delighted and said that he did not deserve such a reward, so he refused. The main character replied that he should stop behaving like that and accept his gift. But Huaizhen had to promise Lin Xiao that he should not interfere at the battle training, no matter what happened, and after that, he would come down from the mountains, find a good place for himself and live a free life. The white-haired guy thought that in the original, after Lin Xiao's death, young Huaizhen attempted to take revenge on Yi Chen, but ultimately lost and died. What's even sadder is that until his death, this young guy could not realize that the original Lin Xiao considered him a convenient tool, but the main character wants to hope that he will change the student's fate. The yellow-eyed guy said that Huai was not equipped to try to achieve immortality. In his entire life he would only achieve the basics, so it was better for him to find a place among the common people. The disciple began to cry and thanked him for Lin Xiao telling him this, but he himself knew about it, because all the people from Phoenix Peak looked down on him, and only the mentor brother agreed to talk to him and tried to help him, so he will never forget this kindness. After which Huaizhen promised the main character that he would leave this place. The main character patted him on the head and said that this was the best decision, because a wife, children and the simple joys of life are much better than hardening and tireless attempts to become stronger. Huaizhen thought that Lin Xiao is the most kind and worthy person in this world, so for his sake, he will sacrifice his life to protect him. Next, the actions take place in Tai Square, where a white-haired guy came. All the students greeted their older brother mentor. The disciples thought that Lin Xiao had very elevated manners. They were suitable for an honorary disciple from Phoenix Peak. They had a feeling that he was completely different from before. The white-haired guy thought that during his self-isolation, the system continued to increase his level, so he was not at all the same as before. Suddenly his mentor sisters approached him. It was Guo Yurong and Chu Yaowei. They hugged the main character and said that they missed him very much. The yellow-eyed guy told them to stop hugging him because he was having trouble breathing. One of the mentor sisters was surprised that Lin Xiao had ascended to the golden elixir stage. Chu Yaowei said that for more than 10 years, Master Brother had been half a step towards the initial stage, and then asked how he had risen to such a stage so quickly. The main character replied that they looked down on their brother mentor. Didn't they really understand how cool he was? The guy thought that he was just showing his cards. The girls began to cry and Guo Yurong thought that now everything was clear to her. In fact, Lin Xiao did not spare himself to protect them all. He decided to fight Yi Cheng to the end. The green-eyed girl thought that he had reached the golden elixir in 10 days, so one could only imagine what kind of stress he had to endure. The guy did not understand what was happening. They hugged the main character and Guo Yurong said that she understood everything. Everything in this world is a lie and the only ideal among people is Lin Xiao. The guy thought that he had not done anything for these 10 days. Suddenly the head of Phoenix arrived. She looked at the white-haired guy and smiled, then sat down on a chair, and the students greeted her. Xiao Hongling said that their Phoenix Peak had always been without an official introduction, and as for the disciples who would lead the battles, she would choose them right now. A student approached the dark-haired girl and said that Luing had instructed her to convey a request for time off, and she also said that she had already thoroughly prepared for the combat training. The violet-eyed girl said that she had decided everything, so the Phoenix Peak would be represented by Guo Yurong, Chu Yaowei, and Luing. At this time, the mentor sisters told the white-haired guy to be calm. They would teach Yi Chen a lesson instead. the main character thought that they would help him the most by doing nothing. The head of Phoenix Peak clenched her hand into a fist and thought how they could behave like this in public, but she, as a master, should be happy that there is a warm relationship between the girls and Lin Xiao. But this made Xiao Hongling very angry, after which she took the vase of liquor in her hand and began to drink. All the students began to feel embarrassed when they saw the girl drinking liquor. Suddenly, a man flew in on a sword and said that he had arrived on behalf of the newly elected honorary disciple of Tiandan Peak, Yi Chen, to hand Phoenix Peak's honorary disciple Lin Xiao a letter challenging him to a duel. Xiao Hongling became angry and thought that everything had gone as described in the script. The main character thought that the plot scene had already happened, so Yi Chen did not disappoint him. Such a perfect start to the plot scene had never happened before. The system reported that the guy had received a large set of experience, so it decided to automatically activate him. The white-haired guy got angry and said that now the system decided not to even ask him, but immediately activated the experience gain. The disciples said that it had not been the case for several decades that someone had challenged before the competition began. They were sure that Yi Chen just wanted to take revenge for the humiliation. Even if they accepted the challenge or not, they would still be a loser, but all the pressure was focused on Lin Xiao. The students wanted to know how he would do. The yellow-eyed guy walked up to the man and put his hand on his shoulder, after which he asked that they had not seen each other for a very long time. How did he come to this? So easily he gave way to Yi Chen. And now he decided to come to Phoenix Peak and arrange a provocation, after which the white-haired guy asked if he knew what honor was. These words angered the man. Suddenly the system appeared and announced that he had received a reward. The main character became angry and wondered what the system was after. At this moment, the man said that he saw no point in arguing with people like Lin Xiao and he could no longer defeat Yi Chen, after which he decided to go. He came to Xiao Hongling and said that this time he came here to, instead of Yi Chen, give the honorary student Lin Xiao a letter challenging him to a duel. The main character approached the man and said that he needed to give this letter to him. Why bother the master? He liked this challenge and he accepted it. The mentor sisters ran up to the gray-haired guy and said that nothing would happen if Lin Xiao didn't accept him. The main character thought that he needed to advance in the plot. Xiao Hongling said that Guo and Chu should step aside. She will accept this letter challenging him to fight personally, because in this world Lin Xiao has no equal. He should not be afraid of Yi Chen. Therefore, the man must inform Yi Chen that at the martial meeting, the honorary disciple of Phoenix Peak will once again beat him and force him to his knees, forcing him to beg for mercy. The stranger said that he heard everyone and so that Xiao Hongling would not worry, he would convey these words to the guy. The yellow-eyed guy thought that she was the only master for him, after which he blew a kiss to her. At that moment Chu Yaowei told the master not to do this. The dark-haired girl asked. Chu decided to disrespect her. Guo Yurong said that this provocation was a setup. It would be better if she accepted this challenge instead of Lin Xiao. The white-haired guy asked what the girls were doing now, after which he added that Yi Chen publicly provoked him into a fight, so the guy needs to put all his strength into this battle. The main character asked the question, if he behaved like a coward, what would happen to the centuries-old reputation of Phoenix Peak and the authority of the master, after which he took out his sword and jumped on the house. Lin Xiao stood against the backdrop of the moon, turned to the girls and said that a warrior should not run away from battle. All the disciples of Phoenix Peak were delighted with the words of the white-haired guy, and the girls thought that the guy had made his choice, as in the memories of the heavenly Tao, and intended to fight Yi Chen. The master thought that the guy shouldn't worry. She approved of this challenge because she wants to help him crush the previous causes of the Wheel of Fate with his own hands. All the disciples were shouting that Master Brother Lin was going to cut off Yi Chen's head and had ascended to the Dharma manifestation stage. They wanted everyone to spread the news. The yellow-eyed guy jumped off the house. The mentor sisters ran to him and said that they would support him. At that moment Xiao Hongling announced that the meeting was over. The white-haired guy hugged the girls and thought, no matter what he did, the system would give him a reward in any case, so this time, nothing would surprise him. The system reported that a reward was received. 3-pointed a spear of dark thirst. It has an effect against the opposite sex, capable of bringing pleasure to a target on the verge of death. The main character wondered what this spear of dark thirst was. He could not believe that such a thing existed. Lin Xiao thought that he doesn't go out at all and doesn't communicate with anyone. How could he have an enemy of the opposite sex? and he didn't want to use it against his mentor sisters. Xiao Hongling approached them and started coughing, after which the mentor sisters stopped hugging the main character. The dark-haired girl said that the battle will take place soon, so it's not time to relax, it's time for the master to convey something significant to the guy. Lin asked what she meant. The master took the main character by the hand and said that they did not need to waste time, they needed to return to the mountain abode of Lotus. The girls were surprised that the master and brother mentor were holding hands. Xiao Hongling said that it would take too long to get there on the floating sword, and they didn't have time, so she would help him get there faster, after which they approached the phoenix. They sat down on Phoenix and the main character felt as if he now looked like a young lover who was supported by a wealthy girl. The mentor sisters thought that they needed to become stronger. Once they achieved strength similar to the master's, they could take on a mentor brother. After that, the yellow-eyed guy and the master landed on the phoenix in the garden. Xiao Hongling sat on the swing and asked what he was looking at. Lin Xiao replied that the master decided not to remove the swing. The girl with violet eyes took off her shoes and began to swing on the swing, after which she said that Lin Xiao made this swing for her. Further actions take place several years ago. The girl came out of the cave and was thinking where she should drink today, but found a swing in the garden. When she approached her, she found a note that said that the master should try to drink less, and if he decides to do this, then it is better to do it at home. After that, she did not drink outside the house. The main character was confused and said that the most important thing she liked, the duty of a student is to respect his master, but he wanted to know for what purpose she brought him here. Xiao Hongling grabbed Lin Xiao with her legs and pressed her to her. The guy asked what she was doing and why. The dark-haired girl smiled and asked why the sister's teachers you can touch him, but she can't. The white-haired guy replied that this is too strange a way of touching. The beauty told the yellow-eyed guy to get ready. The main character asked a question what he needed to prepare for, and then closed his eyes. The violet-eyed girl said that he was now in the secret realm of the sword path, which the master had created to strengthen his connections with the essence of the sword. If the white-haired guy wants to defeat Yi Chen, he needs practice to hone his skills, so Lin Xiao needs to use the sword essence that the master gave him. After these words, the girl struck with her ability. The guy shouted that the master should stop because the girl would kill him, after which Lin Xiao blocked the master's attack. The white-haired guy thought that this was the pressure of the sword of the greatest living swordsman in the Middle Continent. Xiao Hongling attacked Lin Xiao again and said that he didn't even have the strength to resist, and the guy still had the audacity to call himself her disciple. The dark-haired girl said that in this secret realm, all her special fencing abilities were sealed, and the tempering and aspirations of the sword were lowered, and instead of a sword, she used a tree branch. The yellow-eyed guy said that the outcome of a battle between swordsmen is decided in an instant. No special fencing skill can compare with the experience of wielding a sword. The master uses his sensitivity, which only geniuses possessed, to discover the weak points in his system of sword power and thus wins. The beauty replied that this was not the first time she was convinced that she was not mistaken in pairs. Her student had a talent that the world had not yet seen. She took the protagonist's hand and said that if he understood everything, it would be appropriate if the master gave him the ultimate technique again today to take his knowledge of the path of the sword to new heights. Therefore, master wanted Lin Xiao to attack her with his strongest skill. Xiao Hongling discovered that she was wrapped in tree roots. She didn't understand what it was. At this moment the white-haired guy smiled and replied that this was the disciple's strongest skill. This skill was obtained from the tree spirit root. Its name is Almighty Forest Network. At this moment the girl asked when Lin Xiao learned such a vicious technique. The white-haired guy replied that he had no desire to continue playing with her, so he had to resort to this method to win. When the girl started moaning, the main character began to feel embarrassed because this innate ability synchronizes with his senses, after which the guy cancelled the ability. The beauty admitted defeat, after which she asked how he dared to do this to her. The guy was scared and replied that he understood everything and would go train, after which he ran away. The girl with violet eyes was very embarrassed. She could not get to her feet and thought that she was very ashamed. The beauty was glad that Lin Xiao did not see her like this now. The master was sitting on a swing and saw a white-haired guy. He ran to her and joyfully said that he managed to learn fencing techniques. The yellow-eyed guy smiled and asked that these techniques could really crush Yi Chen's 5-element swordsmanship. Xiao Hongling replied that she had been at the Celestial Maiden Rock for 10 years and had been honing ways to counter the five-element swordsmanship. The main character asked that Yi Chen had just climbed their mountains, and she had been researching this for 10 whole years. The beauty replied that he should not think about it. The white-haired guy sat down next to the girl and asked what the name of this set of fencing techniques was. The dark-haired girl poured alcohol into her glass and said that she suddenly understood this technique. It happened when the guy decided to brag about how good he was at gardening. Lin Xiao replied that if she understood this when he was arranging the flowers, why not call this sword technique flower contemplation? The beauty said that this sounds very strange and very mundane. It is completely inconsistent with the divine power of the master's fencing technique. The girl with purple eyes added that she came up with the name of this technique. It will be called the divine fencing technique of great power and beauty. The guy was shocked. The yellow-eyed guy began to laugh. Xiao Hongling asked why Lin Xiao was laughing. He had some complaints about the title of master. Lin Xiao showed his thumb and replied that in fact, this name was even too good. He expected nothing less from the master. Xiao Hongling replied that he was a petty scoundrel. Someday he himself, of his own free will, would proudly pronounce the name of this technique in front of her. The main character began to laugh again. Yu Ji looked at Xiao Hongling and thought that she didn't even understand that she had fallen into a trap. The one who falls in love first dooms himself to suffering. Further actions take place in the dormitory of high-ranking students, where the system informed the white-haired guy that the plot scene had successfully started. The main character thought that all he had to do now was lose to Yi Chen at the battle meeting, then use the stolen Dark Lotus and the filming of the supporting villain would come to an end. Huaizhen suddenly came running and said that the fourth mentor sister went alone to Tiandan Peak to fight Yi Cheng. After these words the guy ran to save her. Further actions take place in the plains of Tandanf Peak. The blue-eyed girl cried and apologized to Merzik, who was wounded. Yi Chen suggested ending their fight there and advised Luing not to challenge her to a fight to the death so recklessly. The green-eyed guy added that when he first met the girl, he had the feeling that he had known her for years. Luing told him to shut his mouth. After that, the girl used her ability, but the guy with brown hair easily dodged her and said that it was children's tricks. The young man said that in the past, he would not have stood a chance against her spiritual beast, but now the guy is completely different from before, so Yi Chen gave the girl one last chance to apologize. Luing smiled and replied that Yi Chen believed that his fate and fortune were incomparable, and his position was unattainable, but in fact, if not for Shi's patronage, a scoundrel like him would not be worth a penny. The guy with brown hair was shocked. He didn't understand how this girl knew about this, so Yi Chen decided to kill Luing because Shi's existence was his great secret. He walked up to the girl and clutched the sword in his hand. He couldn't let anyone find out about this. The students began to calm the green-eyed guy so that he would not do this, because Luing was Xiao Hongling's student, but Yi Chen replied that this duel ends in death. Yi Chen raised his sword and said that anyone who dares to stop him will follow her. The girl closed her eyes and waited for the blow. Suddenly Lin Xiao appeared and said that the guy can only bully girls. Yi Chen looked up and the main character fell from the sky. He was very angry at the guy with brown hair. The white-haired guy said that he would not put it off until later and would blow his head off today. The blue-eyed girl cried and thought that Lin Xiao always arrives on time. The yellow-eyed guy looked at Luing and saw that she was injured. Lin Xiao thought that Yi Chen dared to harm the girl. The green-eyed guy was surprised because since the open court hearing, his sword aspirations had become even stronger and his tempering had reached the peak of the golden elixir. The guy with brown hair thought that Xiao Hongling paid special attention to this guy, so he shouldn't be left alive, and then attacked the main character. If Lin Xiao was left alone and allowed to continue to grow under Hongling's guidance, he would not be able to live up to the old man's expectations. At this moment, the white-haired guy was dodging all of Yi Chen's attacks. But suddenly the green-eyed guy discovered that the roots of a tree began to envelop him. He did not understand what kind of technique this was. Yi Chen could not approach the white-haired guy and was completely immobilized, after which he said that this was an insidious technique. He began to chop down the roots of the tree with his sword. The green-eyed guy thought that at this rate he would soon suffocate, so he asked Shi to help him. The old man replied that he needed to retreat. The brown-haired guy was in terrible pain and said that he didn't want to lose. Shi replied that he would help Yi Chen this time. After which the young man used the sword art of the 5 elements. Lu Ying saw this and shouted out the name of her mentor brother. But the main character did not receive any damage. The green-eyed guy was very angry that he could not hurt Lin Xiao. Lu Ying thought that Lin Xiao's strength was no longer comparable to what it was before. She wondered how he achieved such strength. In the memories of the heavenly Tao everything was different. The white-haired guy said that he would not kill Yi Chen. The main character wanted to wait for the battle meeting and then he would destroy him. The yellow-eyed guy thought that this scoundrel didn't even know how much willpower it took for him to restrain himself and not fail the task by killing Yi Chen on the spot. The green-eyed guy said that he wanted to use this attack at the battle meeting and destroy Lin Xiao there, but now, there is a reason to use it ahead of time. The students began to say that this moment had come. Yi Chen was going to use a very strong technique with which he defeated Chen Feng. They needed to move away so as not to get hurt. The guy with brown hair thought that whoever entered into mortal combat with him would be destroyed by the power of the 5 elements. Lin Xiao thanked his master for devoting many years to his upbringing and training, so now the student will listen to Xiao Hongling and use this technique to its fullest. Shi was surprised and said that the green-eyed guy was seriously injured, and his vitality was running out. His condition was not suitable for using the 5-element catastrophe sword. A wise man knows when to retreat, so the old man asked for another half-month to train him, and then, almost certainly, he would defeat this man. Yi Chen replied that he defeated the Tiandan disciple with just one move. Why then should he be afraid of Lin Xiao? The old man shouted that the green-eyed guy was too stupid, he couldn't defeat him now. Every time he fights with him, Yi Chen receives serious damage and now the white-haired guy has even appropriated part of the golden blessing. The old man's spirit explained that Lin Xiao was the person who had been hiding in the Qinglan school, and had been stealing the green-eyed guy's life-changing opportunities all along, so this guy would not be struck by lightning. Shi had never sensed the killing intent in Lin Xiao before, but now if he wins, it will end in death for Yi Chen. If the guy continues to fight, it is better to throw away the ring immediately. Because the old man had already admitted defeat, at this moment all the disciples were shouting for the brown-haired guy to destroy the white-haired guy, but Yi Chen escaped. All the students shouted that the student Yi Chen had run away, afraid of the battle. They were sure that Lin Xiao was much stronger. At that moment the main character was shocked by the guy's actions. The white-haired guy approached Lu Ying and asked how she was feeling. The beauty apologized and replied that she was useless, even she could not kill Yi Chen and save him. The blue-eyed girl said that she liked the way the yellow-eyed guy acted now. He was the same as when he was a child. She didn't want him to take on the appearance of a villain, because she was afraid of never seeing her childhood mentor brother again. At that moment, the white-haired guy took Lu Ying into his arms. The main character said that they needed to leave here. The guy decided to carry her home in his arms. Lu Ying hugged Lin Xiao and closed her eyes. Next, the actions take place in the Lotus Mountain Monastery, where the white-haired guy brought Lu Ying and laid her on a stone bed. Xiao Hongling said that the guy brought her on time. If he had brought her later, her wounds would have healed on their own. The guy was a little nervous, but when he looked at Lu Ying, he calmed down. Xiao Hongling asked why the blue-eyed girl hated Yi Chen so much. The white-haired guy replied that one glance was enough for him to understand what kind of person he was. He was sure that Lu Ying felt the same. The girl with purple eyes said that the main character is very insightful. Suddenly the blue-eyed girl woke up and started calling for her brother mentor. The yellow-eyed guy was happy and asked how she was feeling. The mentor sister replied that she was just dizzy because she had slept for a long time. Lu Ying said that she wanted to hug her mentor brother. The white-haired guy thought that the girl had chosen the wrong time to say such words. Xiao Hongling replied that his sister mentor had a hard time. She simply did not have time to return to normal, so he, as the eldest disciple, needed to hug her. The guy listened to the master and hugged Lu Ying. The blue-eyed girl said that when her brother mentor hugs her, she feels very pleased. When Lu Ying hugged the guy, she watched Xiao Hongling's reactions, and the main character was embarrassed by the girl's words and replied that if she was pleased, then that was good. The white-haired guy asked if she felt any discomfort. The blue-eyed beauty took Lin Xiao's hand and placed it on her chest, and then said that there was a slight tingling sensation. The main character was confused and wondered what the girl was doing and how the master would take it. Xiao Hongling watched all this and said that she was not angry. The pink-haired girl told the master that it was very difficult for her. She would like to tell what was on her soul, but she wanted to do it alone with Lin Xiao, so she asked Honglin to leave them for a while. The girl with purple eyes asked a question. She just sat and drank alcohol. How did Master interfere with Lu Ying? After these words the pink-haired girl began to cry because Master was angry with her. Lin Xiao hugged the blue-eyed girl and said that Master was not angry with her, she was just acting as usual. The dark-haired girl said that she had a meeting with Su Mei tonight. If they have something to say to each other, then let them say it, after which Xiao Hongling left. Lu Ying said that now they are alone and no one will interfere with them, after which the girl kissed the main character and added that now his soul and body belong only to her. The yellow-eyed guy thought that Lu Ying had good skills, so Lin Xiao couldn't lose. He touched her shoulder, but the beauty was shocked by this, after which she pushed the guy away. The blue-eyed girl was scared and asked why her mentor brother was so good at this. The beauty began to beat the white-haired guy and said that she didn't get the first kiss. The girl didn't want Lin Xiao, who was desecrated by two mentor sisters. The main character didn't understand how she found out. The pink-haired girl began to cry and said that the other girls and even the mentor sister Zhu, the yellow-eyed guy did not understand what she was talking about, after which the system announced a new reward. The main character looked carefully at the reward from the system and thought that he might need 5 pairs of stockings. He took 1 pair of stockings and said that Lin Xiao had a gift for the girl. The beauty replied that she did not want it. The guy was dirty because he had been defiled by his mentor sisters. The white-haired guy said that these socks that he made with his own hands for the blue-eyed girl are called stockings. Lu Ying has beautiful legs. The guy was sure that they would look beautiful. Lu Ying took the stockings in her hands and said that they looked good, after which she asked the question that he also gave such gifts to Chu and Gua. The main character replied that he did not give them because she was his favorite. The blue-eyed girl said that then, she wants the mentor brother to help her put them on, and the beauty stretched out her leg to the guy. Lin Xiao thought that this was not a good idea. The beauty said that she was seriously injured just recently, so it was difficult for her to move, so she wants him to help her. Lin Xiao agreed and replied that he would pamper the girl, after which he thought that the guy would not be a lustful villain if he refused such an offer. The yellow-eyed guy put stockings on the girl, and the blue-eyed beauty said that it looked wonderful. No wonder the master praised Lin Xiao for his golden hands. After that, Lu Ying lightly pushed the guy with her foot and said that it seems that there are some threads left on the soles of these stockings. He should look at it. He lifted the beauty's leg and began to inspect the stockings. But the girl deceived him and touched the main character's forehead with her foot. The guy quickly walked away and asked what she was doing. The pink-haired girl replied that not only the master had stockings, but why did he decide to steal Xiao Hongling's stockings? The white-haired guy wondered how she knew about this. The main character decided to kiss the girl's foot. The system reported that the guy had recreated the image of the villain, so he would receive a reward called the Immortal Absorption Technique. The blue-eyed girl was very embarrassed by this guy's act, and Lin Xiao was angry that the system decided to give him a new technique again. The white-haired guy told the girl that he had important things to do and would leave, and the girl needed rest, after which he ran away and hit the wall with his hand. The guy thought that now, with very little time left before his immortality, the system stubbornly continues to increase his level of difficulty. The system reported that the guy had successfully recreated the image of the villain, so he would receive a reward. The main character got angry and asked what the system wanted from him. The yellow-eyed guy shouted, "What's the point?" He wanted to know whether immortality is even possible to achieve or not. The system said that immortality can be achieved, you just need to get on your feet. The white-haired guy replied that this was too mysterious an answer. Lin Xiao thought that he had to sacrifice a lot over these 10 years in order to play the role of a villain well, and now all that remains is to make the final push. The main character came to his home, sat on the bed and thought that he had not participated in the trials of the secret kingdom of the sword at all, so in order to save time, the guy decided to skip this episode. But after the test of the secret kingdom comes the second episode. This is the morning alchemy lesson, which will take place in 3 days. Elder Gu will go to the forest, Yao Wei will be guarding the Tower of Elixirs. After Lin Xiao from the original stole the Black Lotus, he decided to ensure himself if this was not enough. As a result, the guy decided to steal the rank 1 elixir. That evening when he stole the elixir, Yi Chen was in the elixir tower and secretly installed a memory stone there, on which he recorded Lin's crimes. He was caught and everyone looked at him with disgust. Among the sister mentors, the third was the most pliable, so the main character decided to rest for 2 days and then deal with her. Further action takes place on the Mountain of Knowledge. Jiang Yuan came out of the cave. As his 60-year imprisonment came to an end, the old man asked him if he would participate in the battle gathering. The elder said that while his punishment lasted, many talents had appeared among the youth of the Qinglan school, for example Zhu Wanning and Gui Yurong. The man said that he had already said many times that even if he took part in this gathering, he would not be able to take first place, so he did not want to become a springboard for Yi Chen's ascension. Moreover, he had already confirmed his intention to spend his life cultivating on this mountain, and until he achieved immortality, man would not leave it. The old man replied that he had already told him many times that Yi Chen was just a newcomer. 1 month had passed since he joined. Jiang Yuan replied that whatever life-changing abilities Yi Chen had acquired, he was too far from fighting the old man, after which the man threw his ability into the waterfall. The dark-haired man said that he had already become quite strong, but he and all the disciples were just a springboard that would help Yi Chen reach new heights and become famous throughout the world. The elder said that Yi Chen, whom the man had been paying so much attention to all the time, had just recently been defeated by Lin Shao of Phoenix Peak. He was surprised and thought that the invincible Yi Chen, to whom fate was favorable, lost to a minor character, but this did not happen in the novel. The man told his master that he had one request. The elder began to cry and replied that he had finally called the old man his master. Yuan knelt down and said that all these years the student had not seen anyone, but the man could not do otherwise, so when the thing he was talking about was done, he would tell everything. The master said that Yuan was sincere by nature. He knew him well and therefore would not question him, but the old man wanted to know what the man wanted to ask him. The dark-haired man asked that the 10-year period had passed again and the time for the opening of the Panlong sword abode had arrived again. The elder replied that the man was right. When they consulted with the highest elders, they came to the decision to send there in advance the students who would take part in the gathering. This will allow outstanding students to forge swords of fate and demonstrate a new level at the training camp, and will also help students better understand the innermost content of the Qinglan school. The student said that the request he wanted to make to the elder was to open the sword monastery after the gathering. The man wanted to visit it. The old man thought about it. The elder said that 60 years ago he had already defended him without taking into account the opinions of others, so for him it was nothing. The man began to cry, thanked his master and said that he would protect their school as long as life flowed in him. Jiang Yuan took his sword and waved it, after which a system appeared, which reported that the bearer had worked 100,000 blows and received a reward, the sacred sword technique. He said that he did not think that the reward for the 100,000th training would again be the fencing technique to destroy the dark sect. That would not be enough for him. The dark-haired guy sat on a stone and thought that it would be much better if the reward was hardening. This system does not take into account the feelings of strangers at all. 80 years ago, a man came into this novel as a young man, and this world turned out to be exactly the one he had read about in his past life. He didn't like this novel, so he could only read the first volume, but Yuan lived a happy life at Qinglan school. For the dark-haired man, the outcome in which the dark sects mercilessly exterminate people in the Qinglan school is absolutely unacceptable. The blame for this will rest entirely with Yi Chen. In the past, he tried to do something and made efforts, but all his attempts ended in failure. The man began to think that in this life he was powerless to repel Yi Chen and change his fate. Yuan did not expect that there would be deviations in the events described in the novella. He wondered what kind of unforeseen trouble befell Yi Chen. Further actions took place in Phoenix Peak, where the main character was very happy about life in the mountains. Huai approached him and wished him good morning, after which he said that morning classes would be held today in Longsho. Because today, Elder Longsho notified all the bloodlines that the opening of the sword abode was postponed and would only take place after the battle meeting of the 5 bloodlines. The white-haired guy was surprised and thought that this indicated new deviations in the plot. Huaizhen said that he went to the morning lesson and recommended that Lin Shao hurry up. The main character agreed and thought that everything should work out, it wouldn't interfere with his progress in the plot. At the Purple Elixir Tower, the elder announced that today they would be introduced to the widely available rank for elixirs. The teacher said that the honorary disciple of Phoenix Peak had to show the students the true elixir of perfect comprehension, and then return it to its place. Lin Shao agreed with the teacher. The main character approached the elixir, at which point the elder explained to the students that this was a first-rank elixir, which was provided by the highest elders. Lin Xiao thought that the plot scene remained the same. The elder was busy making elixirs, so this was a convenient opportunity to steal the elixir. When the white-haired guy looked at the students, he didn't see Chen. If he doesn't keep an eye on Lin Xiao, no one will discover his theft. The main character wondered how he should play the scene. The system informed him that he needed to reproduce the storyline of his character. The guy didn't have to worry about everything else. Lin Xiao replied that then he would continue. The green-eyed girl thought that her mentor brother was planning to steal the elixir, but this time, she wanted to prevent the fall of his reputation. Next, the action takes place in the dormitory of high-ranking students. The main character was worried and walked around his room, thinking that he had instructed Jin to find out how things were going with Yi Chen. Suddenly, Jin opened the doors of the house and said that he found out everything. Yesterday the green-eyed guy went to cultivate in the mountain abode of the first days, owned by Yuan, and still hasn't come out. The white-haired guy was shocked that Yuan agreed to give Cheng his place for cultivation, which means that the man accepts the guy as an ally. The system said that the main plot direction of Lin Xiao's character did not deviate. The white-haired guy grabbed his head and was shocked. He thought that he decided to stand up for Lu Ying and caused damage to Chen. He could not be awarded a failure of the task for this, but the guy needs to stick to the plan and prepare to steal the elixir. The main character thanked Huaizhen and sent him to rest, after which the guy decided to prepare for a night attack on the third mentor sister, who was guarding the Tower of Elixirs. On the floor, the guy discovered a jade amulet. He completely forgot about it. Then he was still a child. More than 10 years have passed since it was given to him. The yellow-eyed guy remembered the little girl who was holding the amulet in her hands. She thanked Lin Xiao for saving her. Lin Xiao thought that this was a shameful and unforgettable memory. He would soon ascend and would not be able to meet her. He wondered if her dream of usurping the wasteland had come true. Next, the action takes place in Tiandan, where a guy with brown hair and a medal was sitting. At that moment Shi appeared and said that something was wrong. The old man felt an unclean energy in the depths of this mountain monastery, suppressing countless innocent souls who died, so Yuan is hiding some terrible secret. The green-eyed guy replied that he was not interested because Yuan gave him a very good place, so he only cares about one thing, which is to become stronger. The guy doesn't have much time left. At the battle gathering of the 5 bloodlines, he intends to beat Lin Xiao like a scoundrel and settle all scores. The old man wanted to object, but Chen smiled and said that Shi should not worry. He would not repeat the previous mistake of entering the battle unprepared. After the battle meeting of the 5 bloodlines, the green-eyed guy wanted to write a letter and send it to the northern region. His sister had idolized Chen since childhood, so she would come to his aid. When the queen kneels before Cheng, and his sister's army is in battle formation, Lin Xiao will run away, after which the guy was embarrassed and thought that Xian had grown up to be a beauty. In the mid-continent of the northern region, Xian was sitting on a throne and looking intently somewhere. An unfamiliar man said that news had arrived from the air. He was in perfect health and wanted her to go to Qinglan school in 7 days, taking her army with her. The girl replied that she was not just the commander-in-chief of the Beichuan army. In these lands, a man should respectfully address her as Your Majesty. Xian said that 7 days is too long. The northern region completely submitted to her, and this time the invitation came from her brother. They will immediately begin preparations for departure. All the warriors were happy about this news. The beauty wondered if Brother Lin could see that her old dream had been fully realized and now it was time to go to Qinglan school and find him to fulfill his last promise. After 12 whole years, the girl managed to really miss the white-haired guy. Next, the action takes place at Lin Zhao's house. He changed into a dark suit and decided to steal the elixir. Suddenly, Huaizhen came running, grabbed the guy and said that the 4th mentor sister said that her wounds had worsened. She was in terrible pain and asked him to come to her. The yellow-eyed guy wondered if, under the influence of his ointment, her external damage should not have been restored last evening. He thought that the girl just wanted to deceive him. Therefore, the main character told Jin to go to his sister mentor and inform him that he had gone to the Rock of the Heavenly Maiden to pay respects to the master and would stay there until the end of the day. A friend asked the question that Lin Xiao was going to meet the master in this form. A couple of minutes passed and the young guy understood everything. Meanwhile the main character began to worry, but Jin asked that the mentor brother decided to make a detour along the way to detain the hooligans. The main character replied that his friend knew him well, so he would better leave. the student wished good luck to Lin Xiao and he flew away on his sword. As the white-haired guy flew on his sword, he discovered a girl who was heading somewhere. The white-haired guy pointed his finger at the stranger and said that this is a speeding violation. He is an honorary disciple of Phoenix Peak Lin Xiao, so she needs to get out of the way. But the girl in the mask continued to fly on the sword. The yellow-eyed guy thought that she had not listened to him, so he decided to see what the stranger was capable of. The yellow-eyed guy used his ability and threw 3 swords at the stranger, but she dodged, after which he used the tree roots technique. The hooligan was surprised by this technique. The roots of the tree tied the girl. She could not move. At that moment the main character asked the question who she was. The stranger was confused and wondered why this guy had such a strange ability, as if Lin Xiao was hugging her with his own arms. After that, the white-haired guy dispelled his technique when she lost consciousness. He wanted to take off the mask to see who was hiding under it. When he took off the mask, Yuzhong was under it. He did not understand why she stood in his way. How did they know that today he decided to commit theft? The main character discovered that his head began to hurt very badly, but he wanted to find out what secret the mentor sisters were hiding. After that, he saw the beaten Yuzhong, who told the guy to run away. This feeling seemed very familiar to him. The yellow-eyed guy began to see strange memories. He was very scared and shocked. The main character wondered whose memories these were. The system reported that his condition was unstable. The system decided to forcefully restore the guy's mental state, at which point Lin Xiao began to cough up blood. After which the carrier's condition was stabilized. The white-haired guy wondered what he was doing here. He forgot about what he saw and remembered that he needed to steal the elixir. Lin Xiao decided to deliver his mentor sister to the girl's dormitory and then complete his task. At this time, the green-eyed beauty was looking at the stars, standing on the tower of the purple elixir. She discovered that a white-haired guy had come to her. The girl hugged him and wanted to kiss him. The main character was a little embarrassed and asked how the girl found out that it was him and immediately started kissing him. Chu Yaowei was embarrassed and replied that she would not forget the smell of her mentor brother until her death. Yellow-eyed the guy was a little embarrassed in front of the beauty, after which the green-eyed girl asked what he was doing here in this form. The white-haired guy thought that despite the recent nervous breakdown, thanks to the intervention of the system, his condition had stabilized. And the system did not award him a failure of the task, so the guy can only continue to play his role. The mentor brother smiled and replied to Chu Yaowei that the reason was that he wanted to see her. It was cold today and he was worried that the girl might catch a cold, and then put a cape on her. The green-eyed girl closed her eyes, grabbed her dark cape with her hands and said that Lin Xiao was very kind to her, after which she became embarrassed and opened her eyes. She saw that the main character had disappeared somewhere. The girl jumped from the tower and thought that today she should not lose sight of her mentor brother and allow him to steal the elixir. At this moment, the yellow-eyed guy smiled and stole the elixir. Thanks to the substitute puppet talisman, he was able to easily trick Chu Yaowei around his finger. After that, the main character left the tower and thought that now he had to leave, because it wouldn't take much time for the mentor sister to reveal the deception. Xiao Hongling was watching the guy. The master wondered why there was any need to risk so much trying to steal this junk when Lin Xiao had her protection. The dark-haired girl smiled and thought that she had already ordered the elixir of insight to be returned to Mount Taicang, and what the guy took was the elixir of spiritual formation. It is enough to carry this elixir with you just one night to completely absorb its quintessence and raise spiritual energy to new heights. At the battle meeting of the 5 bloodlines, Lin Xiao was supposed to gain the upper hand. At that moment the protagonist was glad that he had succeeded, unaware that he had been deceived. The next day, the elder walked up to Xiao Hongling and said that he was busy yesterday, so they relied on Disciple Chu and Disciple Lin for yesterday's lecture. During his absence, things in the Elixir Tower went without a single problem. He was very impressed. The mentor sisters felt a little awkward. The main character smiled and asked that Elder Gu had not forgotten anything. The old man did not understand what the guy meant. The yellow-eyed guy was shocked. He didn't understand what was happening. Lin Xiao stole a very important elixir, but the old man didn't discover it. In this case, the white-haired guy decided to resort to self-exposure and take the plot in the right direction, after which he began to look for the elixir in his pocket. But he didn't find it. The guy was shocked that he had lost the elixir of perfect comprehension, which was very important for the plot. The master smiled and began to ask Lin Xiao questions about what was wrong with him. he didn't have time to wake up, he hadn't slept well lately. When the main character turned and looked at the girl, he immediately suspected her. The white-haired guy always wondered if Xiao Hongling had foreseen Yi Chen's arrival using the immortal prediction technique, whether the disappearance of the elixir could be related to her. Lin Xiao asked the dark-haired girl if he could come to her at the Lotus Mountain abode after a while. Further actions take place in the mountain monastery of Lotus, where the master asked the main character what he wanted to talk about. The yellow-eyed guy answered why the beauty wanted to endow him with the aspirations of the sword. The guy wanted to know not only this, but also about Yi Cheng's provocation and Gu's arrival today, after which Lin Xiao asked another question, whether the master foresaw the future. The girl was shocked. The yellow-eyed guy did not want to be manipulated and considered a fool. Today he must find out the truth. The dark-haired girl sighed and said that the more a person knows, the more this knowledge becomes a heavy burden, depriving him of happiness, so it is better to remain ignorant as in childhood. The main character did not understand what the master was talking about. The girl with violet eyes added that before meeting Lin Xiao, she had never had students, because she was afraid that she would not cope with her role. This does not at all correspond to the image that the guy might have about his master, after which the beauty asked a question. Now knowing this, he will probably consider her a shameful laughingstock. The white-haired guy thought that she sincerely wished him well, but did not understand why. He was nothing more than a villain from a novel. Lin touched his chest and again these strange feelings disturbed him. Xiao Hongling said that she tried to convey to him that the guy should trust his master and refrain from asking questions for now. Suddenly, the yellow-eyed guy kissed the dark-haired beauty on the forehead. She was very surprised by the action of her student. They were embarrassed and the main character wondered why he just kissed the master like that. The guy seemed to have lost control of his feelings. Violet-eyed the girl walked away from Lin Xiao and said that he was too arrogant and every time his arrogance goes further and further. The yellow-eyed guy replied that in his area, a kiss on the forehead is a way for members of the younger generation to express respect for the older generation. The girl said that she cannot be deceived, she has traveled all over the world. Lin Xiao realized that she didn't believe him, so he needed to change the topic of conversation, after which the guy said that he had prepared a gift for her. He took out the stockings and said that they would highlight the shape of the beauty's legs, and also have a special effect of increasing energy levels, and when combined with the stockings, she would become even more incomparable. The dark-haired girl took them in her hand and replied that they were of good quality and elasticity. They could even compare with her ice silk stockings, but it seemed to her that they were a little transparent, and besides, the length only reached the base of the hips. She looked at the main character and saw that he was in anticipation. These stockings seemed too strange to her. Being a master, she couldn't wear something like that and do it in his presence. The white-haired guy was upset. Xiao Hongling said that she would accept his gift, and as for their conversation, after the guy defeats Chen and the battle meeting comes to an end, she will tell him everything, after which Lin said goodbye. The beauty looked at the stockings and said that all this young man knows is to mess around and collect such strange things. And yet, judging by his appearance, he really hoped that she would wear them, so if the guy defeated Chen at the battle meeting and rewrote his fate, the master would not mind letting him see it. 3 days passed, the yellow-eyed guy lay on the street, the wind refreshed him, and the moon was serene. The days dragged on like years, because his life was wonderful. At that moment Huai came running and said that he had brought food. The main character sat down to eat food and asked, over the past 3 days, Mastre and the sisters did not try to find him. The friend replied that they tried, especially Yuzhong. These 2 days she was looking for him. But the white-haired guy need not worry. No matter how bribes and threats they tried to loosen Huaizhen's tongue, he did not utter a word. Lin thanked his friend. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the system gave him a break during the theft of the elixir, but in the upcoming episode, which will begin in 3 days, he cannot make mistakes. Huaizhen looked at the tablets and asked what they were. Every time he came here, he saw Brother Mentor watching them. These were tablets of fate, each of them is tied to the life of a student. The students of the school go outside to eradicate evil. Thanks to these tablets, the school can easily stay in touch with the students. The green-haired guy asked what if the person died. Lin Xiao replied that his sign would break. Suddenly one of the tables broke and the main character said that it would be something like this. Huai was surprised that this happened. He did not understand how this was possible. This student was very strong. Lin Xiao said that this proves that something serious has happened in Qinglang. This city has been invaded by dark forces, so a group of disciples led by Yurong will go to the city to strike back. Outside, the professor announced that all the heads of the peaks should urgently gather at the Supreme Heaven Palace, taking with them the respected 1 and 3 personal disciples. The main character asked Huai Chen if he had forgotten about their conversation. His friend replied that after the end of the battle meeting, he would leave the mountains and live an ordinary life. The white-haired guy said that in the future, endless troubles will fall on Qinglan School. His friend will not have a chance to survive in such conditions, so escape is his only option. Huaizhen began to cry and thought that this time the incident is really dangerous. Then it is not strange that his mentor brother is persuading him to leave Qinglan. This means that Lin Xiao has already calculated everything, and if the school faces difficulties, then they will affect him too. Precisely because of this, green-haired the guy didn't want to leave. Further actions take place in the Palace of the Highest Sky, where Zi Yuan said that if the 4 heads of peaks have no objections left, we will do as we just agreed. The honorary disciple of Longzhou Peak has arrived, the honorable disciple of Fengming Peak has also arrived, and the honorable disciple of Scarlet Cloud Peak has arrived. At that moment, Chen came and said that the true path will live forever. Its supporters will not know peace until they eradicate the false path. All the students began to praise the guy with brown hair, causing his self-esteem to grow, after which the Taoist asked where the honor student of Phoenix Peak was. The main character laughed and replied that he was here. The green-eyed guy immediately fell in spirit when he saw Lin Xiao. The white-haired guy smiled, greeted the heads and elders. All the students when they looked at the guy were embarrassed and said that he was a real handsome guy. Chen got angry and asked Lin Xiao what kind of impudence, the situation is so serious, and he dares to be late, after which the young guy thought that this scoundrel had stolen all the attention with just his appearance. The yellow-eyed guy asked who he thought he was. If the elders decided to ask him for being late, they would ask him, and Chen should remain silent. The system reported that he had successfully played out his image. Xiao Hongling apologized for her student and said that her student was temperamental and was not used to holding back his emotions. After the meeting ended, she would have a serious talk with him. The green-eyed guy thought, who is the chosen one of fate here, since when did Lin Xiao have the protection of a powerful master? Sure tried to calm the guy down so that he wouldn't spoil anything. Su Mei said that they will not be distracted by such trifles, the matter is not waiting, so it's time for them to start drawing lots. Lin Xiao walked up and pulled out a ticket with the Dao character, and students Su Jingqing and Chen also pulled out a ticket with the same character. The main character was upset that the plot scene had changed again. While the white-haired guy was thinking about how to restore the integrity of the plot, Zhu approached the elders and reported that the incident in Kanglan had resulted in huge losses for them. Li Haoyang from Longzhou Peak and also several dozen inner circle disciples laid down their lives for this cause. She wanted to go to Qinglang instead of Xiu and expose the plans of the sectarians. The Taoist replied that if disciple Zhu insists, then so be it. Then on a campaign to the city of Canglang, representatives of Fengming Peak will replace Longzhou and eradicate the evil that has settled there. Xiao Hongling said that on this trip, in addition to their representative, Phoenix Peak will also send 2 of its main disciples. These are Yurong and Yaowei. The 2 of them with their mentor brother will go to Kanglan. Yurong and Yaowei were very happy about this news, but Lu Ying's thoughts were very confused. The main character was glad that the plot would return to the right path and now everything had begun to stabilize. Zhu thought that Lin, in order to save the Qinglan school, had already confronted Chen alone twice, but this time she would definitely join the battle with him. The next day, the action takes place in Phoenix Peak, near the main gate. Guo Yurong told them to always remember, justice and evil are not capable of coexistence. Their task is to eradicate darkness. They are warriors. They do not need to be afraid of battle. The white-haired guy approached his sister mentor and said that it was time for them to go. The girl replied that the brother mentor should also say something before leaving. Suddenly Xiao Hongling came. When the main character and the mentor sisters saw her in black stockings, they were embarrassed and surprised. The dark-haired girl approached yellow-eyed the guy and said that this time he would have to lead his sister mentors, so Lin must be careful. Preserving life is the most important thing. The yellow-eyed guy understood everything and now they can leave. At that moment they were watched by Lu Ying, who was very upset that the master's new stockings were also a gift from Lin. The blue-eyed beauty began to cry. She spent a lot of time and collected more than 200 types of spiritual herbs to weave this ring. She wanted to give it to her mentor brother before leaving. Further actions take place in Longzhou Peak, where a dark-haired man sat and asked why he was so persistent. He asked many times to bypass Kanglin. The man drank alcohol and said that all the blame lay with him. He could not contain it and indirectly caused the death of his friend. For Jiang Yuan, both Chen and the main female characters are the chosen ones of fate who cannot be messed with, which is why he spent 60 years at the peak of knowledge. He considered himself a disgrace to all the people who came to this world, but there were many changes in the plot. For the sake of Haoyang he decided to act earlier than expected. At the same time, he could make another attempt to deprive Chen of a fateful opportunity, which this time is the Pearl of Concentration. Even if he faces certain death, the man will still do his best to save the school and protect all the brothers and sisters, after which he lifted the stones into the air with his ability. Jiang grabbed his sword and thought that he had spent 60 years perfecting the art of the sword and now it was time to unsheath the Tai Heavenly Sword. Further actions take place in the city of the setting moon, where Huaizhen stood and said that they had arrived, which meant that they were not far from Qinglang. The green-eyed girl watched the main character and asked that her brother mentor had an unhealthy complexion. He was very tired. The guy replied that he was a little. Chu Yaowei said that there was an inn ahead. Why don't they stop there and continue on their way again tomorrow? Yurong was also not against such a proposal. Lin Xiao didn't understand what was happening here. According to the original, he should beg them to stop for the night. The guy wondered why everything was happening the other way around. The white-haired guy answered the girls that they could stop for the night, after which he thought that the final route had not changed. The mentor sisters were very happy. A friend of the yellow-eyed guy went and told the owner of the inn that there were 33 of them, so they needed to book their entire establishment. The owner agreed and went to prepare the rooms. The main character thought that according to the original plot, the next day early in the morning, they will set off, but two roads will appear in front of them. One road will be densely strewn with thorny bushes, the air on it will be filled with negative energy and traces of a dark sixth will be seen, while the second road will be well-trodden and illuminated. Being a cowardly villain, he will follow the second mentor sister, convincing her to take the second road. As for Yaowei, she will take the first road. But in the end it turns out that the terrible thorny path was just a fake created by dark sects, and on the wide illuminated road there will be a clash with the boss. He will push Yuzhong forward and run away, but the girl will not yield to the boss and the battle will be on equal terms, after which Chen will come and save the beauty. When the guy figured out the plot, he wanted to sleep. Suddenly a green-haired guy came and said that the soup with pork ribs was ready. After being on the road all day, the mentor sisters were already hungry. The white-haired guy wondered why his friend began to demonstrate his skills at night. All the mentor sisters were very happy that mentor brother Huai was so caring. Huaizhen replied that they praised him, and besides, the ingredients for the soup were obtained by mentor sister Chu Yaowei. The green-eyed girl said that everyone was tired from the road. For her it was the norm to reward everyone for their efforts. She wanted everyone to eat well. The protagonist's friend said that he couldn't do this. The ingredients of this soup are very expensive. Someone like him is not allowed to eat this. Yurong said that she would like this green tea, so the green-haired guy had to pour tea for master sister Yaowei. Chu smiled and said that if she was not mistaken, Guo also likes tea. The girl in the dark dress smiled and replied that she never liked green tea. One of the students fell to the floor and spilled a bowl of soup. They asked her what was wrong with her. The girl replied that the soup was poisoned. All the students began to worry. They approached the long-haired guy and demanded an explanation. The main character was shocked. Everyone began to feel dizzy. Lin Xiao grabbed Zhen and asked, he had completely lost his mind, why he poisoned the soup. His friend was very scared and replied that it was not him. After which the green-haired guy drank a bowl of soup and fell unconscious to prove that he did not poison the soup. All the students were scared. They thought that a dark sect had infiltrated their ranks. The yellow-eyed guy thought that this poison was very strong, after which he lost consciousness and all the students lay on the floor. Chu Yaowei approached the white-haired guy and said that tonight, he would finally belong only to her. Today it was time to continue where they left off that evening, but suddenly someone shouted her name from behind the girl. It was Guo Yurong who told the third mentor sister to take her dirty hands off him. The green-eyed girl asked her older sister mentor why she was okay. The girl in the dark dress smiled and said that the poison had no effect on her. She had been watching Chu since childhood. After telling a lie, her expression turns red. When Jin mentioned that the third sister was in charge of purchasing the ingredients for the soup, she noticed that the girl was trying to look away, so she did not touch the soup. Chu Yaowei said that for the sake of her mentor brother, she has fully studied Soul Eater Qin. She believes that she can handle it. The beauty smiled and replied that they did not need to fight. She should have known the expression, hit the enemy with his own weapon. Now she can sleep. The green-eyed girl was shocked. She fell to her knees and asked that the tea that Huai handed her had something she put in it. Guo Yurong touched the girl's face and said that the mentor sister was under the influence of ordinary intoxicating powder. Judging by her conversations, Chu had been making plans for a long time for this moment. In that case, she should know, since when she fell in love with her mentor brother, for his sake Guo also thought and planned a lot. Since the third mentor sister wholeheartedly wants to appropriate the mentor brother and everything connected with him, the girl in the dark dress needs to get ahead of her, after which she kissed Yaowei. The older mentor sister thought that she had taken the first kiss from the green-eyed girl, after which she wanted to take her mentor brother to the room. She put Lin Shao on the bed and kissed him. Guo Yurong thought that she only needed 1 hour. The girl would kill the demon and upon returning they would go far with him and never come back. After which the beauty was embarrassed and thought that she had kissed her mentor sister and then the guy, which meant that she had contributed to their indirect kiss. The girl in the dark dress flew on her sword and said it didn't matter. Further actions take place in the city of Sanglan, where a man with girls came out of the establishment and said that they don't have to accompany him. Next time they will have a good time again. Guo Yurong came to them and asked that she had the honor of speaking with the patron of the faith of the doctrine of the afterlife. The man smiled and said that all those who know him do not live long. The beauty used her skill and killed Zhang Dao with one blow. The red-haired girl did not expect more from a dark cultivator at the elixir completion stage. She could not allow Chen to ascend by killing this weakling. The elder sister mentor picked up the concentration pearl that the green-eyed guy was supposed to get in the memories of the heavenly Tao. Now this pearl will be a gift to her mentor brother as a sign of her feelings. She was wondering if he would like the gift. She smiled and was embarrassed. But suddenly the girl heard an unfamiliar voice behind her, who said that the Qinglan school had managed to surprise him, sending an insignificant warrior to kill Zhang, a truly brave act. The girl in the dark dress turned around and saw a man in front of her. He said that she should know that before he kills someone, he has a habit. Guo Yurong thought about it when he found himself behind her. This man was very strong, after which the beauty found that she could not move. The man with long hair told her not to worry. He was not trash like Zhang, and besides, he was not interested in women. While the girl was alive and feeling terrified, he decided to let her find out his name. The man's name was Ji Outyan. He belonged to the late heaven sect. After that, the guy opened his palm and there was a mouth with a long tongue. He wanted the beauty to become his food. The red-haired girl was scared and thought that she had played enough. Her arrogance and confidence in her strength did not allow her to realize that in front of the demons, she was still just a fragile girl. She remembered how earlier, on a day that was like a nightmare, a weak orphan of the Guo clan disappeared. Lin stood covered in blood in front of her, and the girl said that they had avenged the death of her parents. And in the place of the cowardly orphan, the invincible, who had once won a battle meeting, appeared, the second personal disciple of Phoenix Peak. Guo Yurong began to cry. She was very sorry that she had not yet had time to say so much to her mentor brother. Suddenly the main character came and told the demon to stop. The beauty was very happy to see him. Ji asked who he was. At that moment the white-haired guy became very angry and accumulated strength to strike. The man realized that this was a unique person. An unusual talent of the sword path stood in front of him, after which the yellow-eyed guy struck and incinerated Ji. Further actions take place shortly before Guo Yurong left. When the girl left, the main character woke up and thought that it was dangerous. If not for the protection of true Qi, he would have lost consciousness. The guy asked the system. She heard a conversation between two mentor sisters. For more than 10 years he played the role of a villain and could not even think that he would be the most naive and simple-minded here. Lin Shao was shocked that the girl went to Kanglan alone to show off her skills. At this moment the big bosses are still in the city. The main character was afraid for the girl, because she was now in very great danger. Further actions take place in the present tense. where the yellow-eyed guy looked at Ji and said that he doesn't even know how to laugh evilly. The beauty hugged the white-haired guy and apologized. Lin replied that they would talk later, because in Qinglang the sects have eyes and ears everywhere, they need to get out of here, but someone was already watching them. Guiyurong noticed that someone was flying towards them, after which she told the guy to be careful, there was an enemy behind. The yellow-eyed guy grabbed the girl and dodged the blow. The red-haired girl was very excited, and Lin thought that this enemy was using paper figures and black magic. And this meant only one thing, that it was the son of the dark sky. At that moment the enemy said that at the sight of fresh bags of flesh that had reached the tempering of the golden elixir, he was already drooling. His feet have not set foot on the middle plane for a long time, and today a rich feast awaits the man. The white-haired guy smiled and told his sister mentor to step back a little, now he will demonstrate true skill. In the original story, the boss of medium difficulty is the son of the dark sky. Given the strength of this boss who has achieved Dharma, defeating him now is an impossible task. But the son of the dark sky has one deadly weakness. A man interrupted his thoughts and said that having felt its power, the white-haired guy decided to meet him halfway. The mentor's sister was surprised that the main character told her that he would allow her to see his skill. She thought that the mentor brother was hiding some powerful ability. The yellow-eyed guy pointed his finger at the boss and asked, "What other son of the dark sky? How can such a man be the patron of the dark sect? He is just lying to everyone." Guiyurong and the man did not understand what it was, after which the boss shouted that the white-haired guy had really angered him. In 100 years no one had allowed themselves to talk to him like that. The son of the dark sky attacks the main character with paper figurines. The beauty screamed the guy's name, but the mentor brother told her to stand behind. If the mentor sister interferes with him, they will both die. She had to stand and calmly watch, after which the guy called on the roots of the tree and cut all the paper figures. The man said that the guy managed not only to cope with the power of the tree-type laws, but also to take advantage of such a powerful innate ability. He wanted to eat him even more. The main character was scared and thought that this boss had already begun to cause him physical weakening. He must deal him the final blow. The white-haired guy said that after the death of the man, the bloody demon of the dark sky turned him into a devilish puppet. Even his mother did not cared about him in childhood. The boss got angry and asked how the yellow-eyed guy knew about his past. After which he grabbed his head and thought that in fact he had already been told this. He was in great pain. The man was the most exemplary son. The son of the dark sky screamed why his mother decided to abandon him, and if the main character did not shut up, he would kill him. But Lin Xiao did not care about the man's words. He continued to anger the boss. The white-haired guy thought that now that the man is morally destroyed, he is no longer able to control the dark pearl. Soon he will be devoured by his own dark energy. After all, in the novel, this particular boss was killed by Lu Ying's scolding. During the great battle against evil, Lin Xiao didn't even need to finish him off, after which the son of the dark sky exploded. Yu Zhong ran up to the main character and said that it was for him. He saw the pearl of concentration. The one who has this pearl with him can cast spells with the power of thought and instantly activate techniques. The yellow-eyed guy picked up the pearl and thought that if he wants to reproduce the original, then this thing should fall into Chen's hand. Suddenly the guy heard a voice from behind. When he turned around, he saw Jiang Yuan, who asked him to give him this pearl. The main character wondered why this stranger looked so familiar. The guy said that they need to put off talking about the pearl. He wanted to ask if they had ever met before. At that moment, the man remembered him. The white-haired guy remembered the day when this kidnapper wanted to grab Chen's half-sister, and he tried to protect her. Jiang Yuan said that this world has very amazing coincidences. 14 years have passed like an instant, and he has already become an outstanding young swordsman. The white-haired guy asked that today the man intended to take revenge on him for that incident. At this moment Lin Xiao hid an escape artifact behind his back that could quickly teleport them. The dark-haired man waved his hand and said that he did not need to worry. Someone like him could not cope with Lin Xiao. For 60 years he had been honing his sword art every day. But in the aspect of hardening, he was one stage superior to the yellow-eyed guy. The man said that they need to leave old things in the past. No matter what, he should ask him a question. Under the subordination of which head of the peak the guy was, given his inclinations, by today he should have already risen. Why in all the years Yuan had never heard of him? The beauty said that this man is very strange. They should not mess with him. The dark-haired man asked girl, she called him brother mentor, then he is an honorary student. He thought for a while, pointed his finger at the main character and said that he was Hongling's most beloved disciple, the man who defeated Chen twice. The guy asked, "Now Yuan wants to take the pearl." Jiang Yuan was upset and replied that he did not deserve her. After all, the guy was capable of defeating Chen, so it would be better if he had her. Lin Xiao thought that the man had mental problems. The system reported that the carrier was not responsible for these actions. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the system was judging him too softly, after which he smiled and said that it was time for them to go. When the guy had already begun to leave, the dark-haired man stopped him. The main character asked a question. He changed his mind about letting them go. Yuan replied that he had 3 parting words. The first is that Lin Xiao is much stronger than he can imagine. If something serious happens in these parts, perhaps he will be the key to the solution. Secondly, he asks him to protect his loved ones with all his might. If he decides to love, he must not hesitate and love boldly. In no case should he give any scoundrels a chance. Guo Yurong grabbed the guy's hand and said that the man didn't have to worry about their wedding. The main character was shocked. He didn't understand when they got engaged. Thirdly, Yuan asked to remember that the strongest sword master among the contemporaries of the Qinglan school is Lin Xiao, and his fate is not inferior to others, so the greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. One day, dark currents will fall on the common people and he will have to do his part. Lin Xiao got angry and replied that he would accept his parting words. Suddenly, the white-haired guy felt very strong power. It was one of the 3 main bosses in Kanglan, the head of the witchcraft teachings of the Nanzhao kingdom, accompanied by his 3,000 warriors. His power has already reached the stage of the primordial spirit. With the help of his black magic he is able to establish a connection with the underworld, drawing unlimited power. Jiang Yuan told them to leave. He will deal with them himself. Today his Tai heavenly sword will taste the blood of demons. An honorary disciple of the Longzhou peak of the Qinglan school of the previous generation, Jiang Yuan, today he will not rest until he destroys all the evil in front of him, after which the man began to glow with a green glow. The main character looked at the man and thought that now everything was clear. Where did such confidence come from? The guy understood who he was. The yellow-eyed guy looked at the beauty, grabbed her hand and they ran away, but Lin Xiao dropped the sign with his name. At that moment, Chen was running around the city and the old man told him that they were almost there. He felt that aura approaching. If the guy destroys the demons, he will get the greatest treasure. The green-eyed guy replied that he understood everything. This time he would certainly live up to expectations and get this fateful opportunity into his own hands. When they arrived, they saw that everyone was already dead. Chen thought that Lin Xiao did it. He saw the tablet. It was a dead sorcerer. It was one of the 2 guardians of Li's witchcraft teachings. His power had reached the primordial spirit and he was lying dead in the middle of the street. Shi replied that now was not the time to pay attention to this. When the guy saw the jade tablet with the name of the main character, he understood everything and was very angry. Shi at that moment said that the aura of the pearl had completely disappeared. The guy with brown hair said that he had really gained some kind of incredible opportunity again. Because how else could one explain that Lin defeated the opponent with the power of the primordial spirit? This has already happened twice. Despite the fact that Chen is the chosen one of fate, he increasingly has the feeling that the guy is always in his shadow. Suddenly, the wounded Jiang Yuan approached him and said that he needed to leave Canglang. The 8 great dark sects had already made an alliance. Their reinforcements could come at any moment. The green-eyed guy said that they had already met many years ago. Judging by the way he held the sword, he was from the Qinglan school, and then asked the question. He also killed these supporters of the dark path. The dark-haired man replied that he should leave the questions for later. They need to leave the place, following Lin Xiao. When Chen heard this name he flew into a rage. The guy thought that he was from Phoenix Peak. After that, the green-eyed guy killed Jiang Yuan. At that moment Shi said what he was doing. Chen replied that everyone associated with Lin Xiao deserves to die. At this moment, Zhu was sitting in the magic circle. She was glad that the white-haired guy was unharmed. The main character asked what was happening here. The girl explained that when she went inside, the beauty saw the Phoenix Peak students who were unconscious, so she stood guard here. The yellow-eyed guy thanked her for this. He will go and look at his sister's mentors. The main character thought that before leaving, he put up a barrier, but her act touched him. Zhu said that she had already checked everything. all the students had simply fallen asleep, their lives were not in danger. She was embarrassed and wanted to talk to the white-haired guy, but this was not the right place for this. The main character replied that she needed to speak more clearly and not be shy. The dark-haired girl approached Gui Yurong and asked if she could lend her mentor brother, just for one evening. After these words the red-haired girl became embarrassed. Lin Xiao said that the girls from Fengming Peak have an amazing way when it comes to discussing important matters, they always like to do it on the rooftop. The guy's body was shaking from the cold. He said that if she had something to say, she shouldn't hesitate to say it. Zhu asked if her mentor brother hated her so much. The main character was already starting to worry, because he didn't understand why a beauty as cold as snow was saying such nonsense to a passing villain. The yellow-eyed guy replied that they were in a normal disciple relationship, which was no different from the relationship of other siblings' mentors. The red-eyed girl said that she was glad that he did not hate her. She looked at Lin Xiao and told him to withdraw from the battle meeting and leave it to her to defeat Chen. The white-haired guy replied that she should not try to convince him, he would not change his decision. The main character thought that no one would take this opportunity away from him. The dark-haired girl said that if he was determined, then all she could do was wish the guy good luck from the bottom of her heart. Lin Xiao replied that if that was all, then he needed to visit his mentor sisters. After these words, the yellow-eyed guy stood up. The girl asked, "He is already returning, they haven't reached Qinglan yet." The beauty thought that, according to the memories, they will meet Shimo tomorrow. Lin Xiao replied that everything was already over. Gui Yurong destroyed Shimo, who was responsible for the death of Hao Yang and the rest of the disciples. Moreover, they found out what kind of conspiracy the sectarians were planning. Zhu thought that she had not helped in any way. It is not surprising that in the eyes of her brother mentor she does not exist. At that moment the white-haired guy said that he forgot to tell her the most important thing. That she is truly beautiful, Master Sister Zhu, no less beautiful than the light of today's moon. These words made the red-eyed girl feel embarrassed and look at Lin Xiao. After that, the yellow-eyed guy flew away on his sword, and the dark-haired girl followed him with her gaze. The system reported that a significant increase in Zhu Wanning's attachment to the carrier was detected. The guy was a little embarrassed by this. Next, the action takes place in the protagonist's room, where Lin Xiao lay on the bed and thought that since Chen's entry, all sorts of situations have arisen endlessly, which prevented him from achieving immortality. The fact that the master and sister succeeded teachers, the guy accepted this, but even Jiang Yuan made his heart tremble. This time, if Yurong had not been injured, he would definitely have stayed to fight side by side with Jiang Yuan. Once again he sharply felt that they were all real people. If he had a fate like Chen and the old man in the ring, he would not mind staying, saving the Qinglan school, protecting the mentor sisters and the master, but the guy is just the owner of a strange system. The white-haired guy decided to continue to stick to the original plan. He wanted to make every effort to play his farewell episode well. Suddenly the system began to give rewards to the main character. The guy had now made a breakthrough in hardening to the Dharma and found that a strange glow appeared on his stomach and he was scared. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the feeling of how he became stronger and his life rose a step higher was wonderful. The main character decided to see what his Dharma was and began to meditate. He began to glow with yellow energy. After which he saw the sword. He realized that this was his Dharma, but in the Dharma of his master, the reincarnation of the lunar goddess of the sword, the great blue phoenix appeared, while he had a sword. After that, he went to bed and thought that this was a fitting Dharma for a supporting villain after all, after which his thoughts began to get confused. At that time, a girl stood outside the door and said that she felt anxious and her heart was uneasy. She wanted to sleep with him today. Lin Xiao was embarrassed and quickly stood up. He thought that as soon as this girl woke up, she wanted to do something strange again. After her last trick, the image of the kind and gentle Chu was destroyed for him. The white-haired guy replied that he didn't think it was a good idea. The mentor brother was now without clothes. The girl was embarrassed and opened the doors. The main character was shocked. He wanted to know what the mentor sister was up to. The green-eyed girl replied that she had thoughts in her soul that she wanted to share with her mentor brother. The beauty sat down on the bed and there was silence in the room. The guy thought that now was not the time when he could give himself free rein. Chu Yaowei extended her hand. She was sure that Gui Yurong told the guy everything, that she added a toxin to the soup, causing everyone to fall. Lin shouted for the girl to stop doing this. The green-eyed girl touched the guy with her hand and he became very embarrassed and screamed. The main character shouted for the girl to be a little easier. Chu Yaowei became embarrassed and replied that she was different from the other students. Even as a child, the green-eyed girl became acquainted with a lot of different literature, so she understands something. She hugged the white-haired guy and said that from childhood to adulthood she dreamed most of all about him. The beauty asked a question if he could answer her directly. The yellow-eyed guy pushed the girl away and said that Chu Yaowei had become infected with inner darkness, and even she didn't realize it. If this continued, all the efforts she had made would be a failure. Therefore, she needs to control herself. There are students everywhere outside. If anyone witnesses this situation, there will be no place for them and her anywhere in Qinglan school. The beauty was frightened by the guy's words, began to cry and asked to answer only one question. The guy felt awkward. Sister Mentor asked, between Guo Yurong and Chu Yaowei, to whom his heart is drawn more strongly. The second sister mentor suddenly came. The girl in the dark dress said that the third mentor sister was shameless, she should take her hands off her mentor brother. The green-eyed girl replied that she was following her. Chu Yaowei said that their war has been going on for many years. Lin Xiao is right here, so they have a great opportunity to find out everything. They will find out who has been creating illusions all this time. The green-eyed girl wanted to find out for the sake of caring for whom the white-haired guy committed acts of the heart, and who he recorded on memory stones. Guo Yurong got angry and replied that if she was so bold, then they would ask the guy to find out everything, then she could finally give up and rush to Chen. After these words Chu became very angry. A girl in a dark dress ran up to the main character, hugged him and said that a short pain is better than a long one. It's time to reveal the truth to Yaowei. The green-eyed girl took Lin Zhao's hand and said that this time he should not be soft and must tell the whole truth. The guy should not allow Yurong to flatter himself with hopes. A couple of minutes ago she saw with her own eyes and felt with her hands his unshakable firmness, because this is a sincere fruit of love that rose up because of her. The girls on both sides shouted who the brother mentor would choose. The main character was worried and did not know what to do. Then he went to the window and asked if the girls could see this night landscape outside the window. Now it's like a golden circle of the moon, peeping at them, which are like stars. Only the three of them, together, are able to form this complete night landscape, he asked. Now they understand his pain that his mentor brother is experiencing. The mentor sisters were embarrassed and hugged Lin Zile. They apologized and realized that they were wrong. They did not need to put pressure on him. In the future they will listen to him and will not allow themselves such childishness. The white-haired guy smiled and thought that for a naturally soft guy, the main duty was to melt the hearts of Yandra. That night, 3 people, without taking off their clothes, fell asleep on a large bed, huddled together, as it happened in their childhood, in a wonderful and quiet atmosphere. Despite the situation, the guy felt peace in his soul. After a long time, in this world he had the feeling that he was at home. If he had not been a villain, they could have created a happy family. The yellow-eyed guy asked the system why he had the feeling that if he continued to get attached, then everything would be lost for him. It was as if he had already experienced this countless times, after which the guy fell asleep, and the system did not give him an answer. Further actions take place during the day. The main character said that the girls lay on his shoulders all night, like on pillows. Zhu suddenly came running and reported that, according to the stories, more than 1,000 sectarians died last night, and after the death of the eldest leader, the troops of the dark sect retreated from the city. The main character asked if anyone had seen the bodies of the representatives of the righteous path. The guy hoped that Jiang Yuan managed to survive. The dark-haired girl replied that they had not seen anyone. However, according to eyewitnesses, at dawn they saw a man in Qinglan robes, covered from head to toe with blood, walk through the gate. Lin Xiao thought that the eldest head of the witchcraft doctrine was killed by a man at the peak of the manifestation of Dharma. He wondered if Jiang Yuan was too strong. Then he turned around and told the girls to tell the others that they needed to hurry up and continue on their way. According to the novel, the plan of the 8 great sects is to defile the side spiritual veins around the Qinglan school, thereby gradually reaching the main channels of the mountains. But now he can disrupt this plan in advance, at least slightly reducing Qinglan's losses. The guy devoted the next 2 days to solving this problem, and they managed to find the infected spiritual veins. By combining the magical powers of all the students, they managed to interrupt their connection with the spiritual channels of the mountains. without wasting time, Zhu was able to single-handedly burn down half of the sources of corruption. When the main character connected several previous events together, he was already making bold guesses, but since he now has no evidence, he decided to postpone it until later. After that, their two military groups, completely ignoring the Tandang Peak detachment under Chen's leadership, went back together, and after a whole day of marching, they finally returned home. Zhu said that she needed to return to Fengming Peak to report to Master, so she left. The yellow-eyed guy thanked the girl for her hard work. The white-haired guy turned to the sisters, teachers, and said that it was time for them to go to the Master too. Suddenly he heard Luing greeting her brother mentor while flying to Merzika. Lin Xiao thought that he had forgotten about her a little. He and the pink-haired girl did not say goodbye before leaving. Being a senior mentor brother, this is completely unacceptable. The blue-eyed girl jumped off her spirit pet and hugged the guy. The white-haired guy told her to stop doing that and calm Merzik down. When the yellow-eyed guy took Lu Ying's leg and realized that she was wearing the stockings he gave her, the guy was a little embarrassed. All the students were embarrassed, but Yurong and Yao Wei were angry with their mentor sister, and the girl in a dark dress suggested a temporary truce, because Lu Ying should not be allowed to let go. The main character said that the beauty could already let him go. The girl replied that she could not do this. Chu Yaowei said that Master Brother needs to immediately visit Longzhou Peak and Heavenly Maiden Rock to report the results to Master. She can't delay him now. The yellow-eyed guy told the pink-haired girl to go somewhere for a walk while he dealt with business, and then he would find her. Lu Ying replied that she didn't want him to leave now. The guy looked at his mentor sisters and thought that in a past life he had already seen similar scenes in anime. They usually end with the death of the character. Lu Ying asked how the sisters could say such things. She just wanted her mentor brother to stay with her longer. She asked a question. It's because she is a fool, so she doesn't deserve Lin Zhao's care. The blue-eyed girl cried and said that if she had not been injured in the battle with Chen, she could have gone on a hike with the guy, or she was not worthy of being called a younger sister. The girls were very ashamed of their behavior. Yuzhong thought that no matter what differences they had, they should not harm an innocent sister, and Chu wondered if she should be jealous at all. The beauty in the dark dress said that he didn't even say goodbye to Lu Ying, and she was very worried, so the guy can keep her company today. The green-eyed girl added that they will do everything themselves. The pink-haired girl thanked her mentor sisters for giving her a mentor brother. She loved them very much for this. When they heard this, they got a little angry. Further actions take place in a house that stood in the middle of the forest, where Lu Ying said that she really missed Lin Xiao and wanted to secretly escape, but the master caught her and brought her back. The yellow-eyed guy patted the blue-eyed beauty on the head and replied that he had returned and the trip was organized in a hurry, so the guy did not have time to say goodbye to her. Lin apologizes. The beauty sat on the protagonist's lap and said that she had been obediently waiting for him all this time, after which she asked whether her brother mentor would reward her for this. The white-haired guy was embarrassed and replied that he had just instructed Jin to buy special products from that area. The blue-eyed girl approached Lin Zhao's face and said that he understood perfectly well what she meant. The yellow-eyed guy pushed the beauty's face away and replied that he doesn't mind pampering her and takes care of her, but there is one line that cannot be crossed. For example, being the elder, he can kiss her on the forehead or cheek. These are manifestations of the love of the elder for the younger, but when kissing on the lips, the context changes and this is absolutely unacceptable. Lu Ying began to cry and said that last time, in the Lotus Mountain abode, she kissed him and he did not refuse her. The main character replied that that time, she suffered at the hands of Chen and he did not have the courage to refuse her, so she needs to control herself. Now is the time of her youth and she must study. Lin Xiao thought, before he ascends, the guy must return Lu Ying to the right path so that she does not go down the destructive path, and this is only one of the reasons. The main reason is that he can barely restrain himself simply from the fact that she is sitting on his feet. The pink-haired girl said that she did not want to listen to his arguments. The beauty did this for him. She wanted her mentor brother to look and perhaps understand her feelings. The white-haired guy looked and asked what kind of ring it was. The beauty replied that in her childhood, to help her destroy the darkness in her heart, the guy killed a kite and visited the lands of the Lu family with her. The yellow-eyed guy said that this is a long time ago. He wanted to know why she remembers this. Now the girl has become an outstanding mentor and he is very proud of her. The blue-eyed girl replied that in her native lands, girls who have reached marriageable age give young men rings of their own making as a sign of love that will not disappear until death. If the young man refuses, then the girl kills her lover, and then dies herself, so that in another world they can be together forever. The main character began to feel fear and wondered what this terrible concept of love was. The pink-haired girl added, "She loves him madly, she has no thoughts of harming him." Luing added that this is the heart of heaven ring. In order to weave it, the girl read many books and consulted with artisans, and also collected more than 300 types of spiritual herbs. Initially, she planned to give it as a gift before leaving for Qinglang, but the girl could not even think that her mentor brother would simply forget about her. The beauty began to cry again. Lin said that he really did something wrong, but the guy had already apologized, so the main character wanted her not to be angry. The girl replied, "If he says he's not angry, then he won't be." But the beauty wanted to know whether her brother mentor would accept this ring. The main character thought that accepting this ring meant accepting her. Sooner or later he would leave this world. The white-haired guy would be a bastard if he accepted this ring, after which Lin replied that he would like to return to this conversation after he defeats Chen at the battle meeting. The beauty said that he once thought about what he originally had. She decided not to talk further and thought that Chen has the protection of fate, he is destined to win Lin. They looked at each other and the pink-haired girl added that then she would wait for the end of the battle meeting and would wait for his answer. The yellow-eyed guy replied that they had agreed. The blue-eyed girl thought that it would be even better, if everything goes as it was in the memories, then in the combat duel Lin will use the artifact, for which the master will send him to the cliff, where he will suffer contempt from his older sisters, and when this happens, she will need to become the only source of light in his life, warm him with her warmth and everything will work out by itself. If they tie themselves together in unbreakable bonds and have a lot of cute children, so what if they have to spend their whole lives on the cliff of reinvention? The pink-haired girl stood up and said that before that, the guy must give her a straight answer. The beauty sat on the table and asked if he liked Luing. The yellow-eyed guy replied that of course he liked it, but he didn't understand what the girl was doing. Luing said that until they become Taoist partners, kissing on the lips is prohibited, but you can kiss on the forehead, cheek, and other places. The girl wanted the guy to kiss there. The white-haired guy was embarrassed and thought that, like the master, this girl's toenails were covered with some kind of pink pigment, which made them look even more seductive. The main character got a nosebleed and thought that the guy was an honorary student of Phoenix Peak. How could he go along with this girl? So he told the beauty to cool down. The blue-eyed girl answered what this means. In fact, the mentor brother never loved Luing. The guy began to get nervous and asked how one thing is related to the other. The beauty asked why the guy couldn't even kiss the girl's feet and still had the audacity to claim that he liked her. The white-haired guy was embarrassed. The yellow-eyed guy approached the girl, after which she said that she loved her brother mentor very much. Further actions take place in the forest, where the main character was near a stream and wondered what was generally wrong with the addictions of today's girls. Now he will have a lot of dark memories. This girl had just asked him if Chen was the person who killed Shimo, but the guy didn't understand how she knew about Shimo. Lin Xiao began to suspect that something was wrong here. This concerns not only Luing, but the rest of the mentor sisters. He had a feeling as if they already knew everything in advance. Therefore, there is a possibility that they are also reborn, or displaced people who are well aware of the course of the plot. Now the guy couldn't say for sure, but all the minor episodes have already been completed, so all that remains is to watch how they behave during the meeting. It had been quite some time since he had seen the master, so the main character decided to go to Xiaohongling. Next, the actions take place in the mountain monastery of Lotus. The dark-haired girl thought that 5 days had already passed. According to the memories, Yuzhou must kill Shimo and return with a report. But she was still worried about Lin Xiao. If even someone from the dark path harms the white-haired guy, then she will not leave a stone unturned from the city. Xiaohongling looked at the stockings and wondered how she could sit quietly. Why should she be afraid of breaking the predictions of the heavenly Tao? This is not the first time in this life that she has fought against the sky. She was embarrassed and wondered if the guy would be happy if the girl met him wearing stockings. When the beauty began to put on stockings, the main character came into her room and said that he had returned. The yellow-eyed guy was shocked, and the dark-haired girl was embarrassed. The white-haired guy was embarrassed and thought that while he was away, the master decided to put on black stockings. Did she really do this while thinking about him? which means that the girl did not like loneliness. The main character looked at the girl with purple eyes and said that he didn't see anything at all, after which his nose began to bleed. Hongling became very angry. When Lin Xiao blinked, he found himself in the middle of the desert and saw a girl in the sky who said that usually, she pays too little attention to his upbringing. Therefore, today let him allow the master to properly teach him what respect means. After these words, a little time passed and the guy fell and said that he could no longer do it and was squeezed out like a lemon. During their duel, he dodged 87 fencing moves using the full-fledged gait of a drunken immortal and activated the Wine God's mantra 60 times to neutralize its power. Lin Xiao wondered if it was possible that his swordsmanship level had increased again, or if it was due to the enhancement from the absorption technique that he began to fear for Chen's life in the duel. The dark-haired girl said that he was not bad, but going to Sanglan and practicing in combat conditions was enough for the guy to make a breakthrough to the stage of manifestation of the Dharma. The beauty grabbed the guy by the chin and looked into his eyes. She wanted the guy not to look away. The main character realized that the master had invaded his consciousness. After that, they teleported to the Rock of the Heavenly Maiden. The girl said that his Dharma, that frightening sword, she could not get rid of the feeling that she had already seen it somewhere. But she put it off for later. The guy has become very strong. Among the entire young generation of the Qinglan school, there are hardly 3 people who can defeat him. The main character thought that he would soon die, ascend and leave this world. If this was so, he still had words that he had to say, so the guy wanted to tell the master everything. Suddenly the guy was interrupted by an order. The dark sects made themselves known again. The situation in the eastern region worsened. For this reason, at the meeting it was decided to postpone the battle meeting. At an earlier date, noon tomorrow, the set time, the 2 remaining great righteous sects of the eastern region will send their representatives to observe the competition. The yellow-eyed guy was upset. The dark-haired girl said that tomorrow he will have a fight, which he and Chen agreed on. All that is required of him is to give his best. The dark-haired beauty asked what he wanted to tell her. Today the master will satisfy any of his requests. The white-haired guy replied that he hoped that she would not interrupt him. Lin Xiao thanked the girl for devoting more than 10 years to his upbringing and making him a man. She protected and took care of him, but he never said thank you for it. He bowed and added that here and now, she was obliged to accept his bow. Hongling felt a little awkward. That was not all. The guy wanted to tell her that if one day he was gone, he strongly asked her to take good care of herself. Stop ruining your health with alcohol. Don't forget to diligently care for the flowers, otherwise insects will infest them. He knew how fearless the master was, and at the same time she was afraid of these parasites. He also gave Van the recipe for her favorite cookies. He suddenly realized that while caring for her all these years, he had developed many skills. The girl with purple eyes said that she no longer wants to hear anything like that. She is his master. Hong Lin should receive care from him personally. Why is the guy talking about other people? She just needed the main character, at the battle meeting, to make a chop out of Chen, and then, he should return to her. She allowed him to court her forever. Yellow-eyed the guy felt sad. Never before had his reluctance to leave been so strong. In the vast Qinglan school, the most significant person for him was Xiao Hongling. The dark-haired girl said that she forbids the white-haired guy to lose tomorrow, but even if he doesn't win, Lin will always be her student. The beauty turned around and added that he should never start such conversations. She hated excessive sentimentality. The main character shouted that he would always love her. The master thought that in fact she would always love him too. Xiao Hongling was embarrassed and thought that how could she take the words of the main character in such a sense. He is also her student, whom she personally raised and raised. Further actions take place in the palace of the highest sky where Zhu said that they were able to discover and cut the spiritual veins defiled by demons, and Lin also defeated 3 masters of the dark sects. The elder replied that it seems that over the years, they have all made a mistaken opinion. It turns out that sister teacher Hongling has taken a responsible and capable student under her wing. Yuan said that the list of those killed during the Great Battle of Canglang is not limited to the son of the dark sky and those 2 mediocrities. The most terrible damage was suffered by the witchcraft doctrine. The old man replied that without his reminder, he had forgotten about it and asked the students that demon from the witchcraft teaching was also destroyed by the honorable disciple Lin. Suddenly, a green-eyed guy appeared and said that, as sister teacher Zhu had said, the son of the dark sky and other petty villains were destroyed by disciple Lin, which cost him desperate efforts. However, the senior head of the witchcraft doctrine, as well as 3,000 bronze warriors and 500 followers of the doctrine died from his sword. Zhen asked that Shi sees this, soon universal awe and admiration will again settle in the hearts of these insects. Shi replied that he did not know honor, he was ashamed that he was forced to keep company with such a person as him. That day, after killing the students, Chen destroyed Lin Zhao's tablet and appropriated other people's exploits. A few days later, the guy forced the old man to pass on the knowledge of the secret technique to him. The green-eyed guy said to keep the old man's spirit calm. Tomorrow at the battle training, he will definitely bring Lin Xiao to his knees. Spirit Shi replied that if he were in his place, he would not be such an optimist. As he told him earlier, the secret technique is very effective for improvement. But this is precisely why the foundation it lays at each stage is completely unstable, and during the hardening process, this technique burns out part of the blessed destiny and life origins. The guy with brown hair replied that he had already heard all this. Chen is the chosen one of fate, above whom no one on earth stands, for him it is nothing to sacrifice a little blessing. The old man was shocked by the green-eyed guy's answer and could not say anything more to him. Chen smiled and said, regarding life origins, later they will make a life-sustaining elixir, or they will find the night pleasure sect and make it a replenishment vessel. Further actions take place on the cliff of knowledge, where Jiang Yuan sat and said that he had returned from Canglang. He was sorry that he could not get ahead of Yurong and avenge him personally by killing Shimo. And yet, he did not come this way in vain. He managed to behead the elite of the witchcraft doctrine, which means that during the attack of the sects, the onslaught on Qinglan will be less, as will the number of deaths. However, he is no longer confident that he will be able to carry out his plan. When the blood demon breaks the seal, he will be weakened, and at this moment, he intended to achieve mutual destruction. But during a fierce battle with the terrible head of witchcraft teaching, he escaped with only a few fractures. However, Chen dealt him a vile blow, damaging his life stream. Jiang thrust the sword into the ground and said that he had already forgotten what Chen looked like, but the aspirations of the sword belonged to him. In this world only the chosen one of fate could deprive him of its source. But one must not lose heart until the man destroyed the dark sky blood demon, using the moon fang piercing technique. There was no way he could give up. Lin Xiao decided to check on Jiang, but the stranger said that he had only returned yesterday and was now busy restoring himself on the cliff of knowledge. The white-haired guy replied that then he would not bother him. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the eldest head of the witchcraft teaching was killed by Jiang Yuan. Why then this merit was assigned to Cheng? Everything went completely differently from the original. At that moment, Guiyurong was watching the white-haired guy and thought that if in the battle with Cheng he did not manage to change his fate, then let everything just go on as usual. The red-haired girl swore that if tomorrow Lin was defeated and the master sent him to the cliff to rethink, Yuzhuan would not stop him. No one in that place would disturb them. They can be together forever, without knowing any sadness or worries. Suddenly someone asked what the second sister mentor was doing here. The girl in the dark dress asked what the younger sister was doing here and why she was not sleeping yet. Chu Yaowei replied that she could ask her the same thing. The green-eyed girl said that judging by the standings, among the participants representing the Phoenix Peak, she was fighting in the first battle, but Guiyurong was given the most dangerous opponent. The second sister mentor replied, judging by her words, Chu is afraid that she will lose to Zhu Wanning. The girl advised not to worry about all sorts of trifles. Chu Yaowei said that overconfidence may not lead to good things. She thought that according to the memories, eldest sister would lose to Zhu by a small margin. Guiyurong said that in some other time and space, there is a chance that she will lose, but here in this world, she can swear that she will win over her tomorrow. The younger sister mentor replied, she came to her to offer to switch places and she would fight with Zhu. This way Yurong could save enough power and defeat Cheng. The girl in the dark dress was shocked by these words. She asked the question that Yao Wei really thought so. It seemed she misunderstood her. The green-eyed girl replied that it was not that important. The beauty said that tomorrow they would both fight without sparing their strength, and since they both did it for Lin's sake, she suggests that they forget their differences for a while. And if they have a common goal, they must embrace like sisters before they go into battle. After which they hugged, and Chu Yaowei replied that it seems to her that as long as someone outside does not try to take away the mentor's brother, sharing with the mentor's sister seems normal for her. The action takes place in the pond of the Heavenly Maiden, where the dark-haired girl was swimming. Su-mei approached her and asked what she was thinking about. Su-mei said that after returning from Tsanglang, she noticed that something was bothering her. Is it possible that the matter is tomorrow's meeting? The red-eyed girl replied that there is no problem with that. The girl in the red dress added that she was hiding something from others. Zhu was able to hide it from other people, but not from Mastria. If the reason is not due to battle training, then there is only one possibility. This is connected with feelings. The dark-haired girl was embarrassed and replied that the master was mistaken. Her only desire to achieve immortality, love, does not bother her at all. The master began to laugh and said that her face even turned red, but still continued to deny it. She decided to guess, after which she asked a question. This young man is from the neighboring peak. The dark-haired girl replied that the master invents a lot. This is absolutely not Lin. There is a pure relationship between her and her mentor brother, without any ulterior motives. Su-mei explained that the cultivation path of the Qinglan school is a path in which there is a place for feelings. A good understanding of love helps the development of a perfect nature and understanding of the great Tao. The red-eyed girl replied, even if we assume that she is interested in Lin, most likely he is indifferent to her. There have been 3 beautiful girls next to him since childhood. The girl in the red dress asked what these 3 sisters could understand in men. She was not able to try this herself, but the master liked classical literature of this type. Therefore, today the master will teach Zhu a lesson about what, apart from cultivation, all men like. She hugged the dark-haired girl and said that now she should relax and trust her master. It would be extremely useful when she and Lin were alone. Next, the action takes place on the day of the battle meeting of the 5 bloodlines. The main character was surprised that so many people came. Suddenly he heard some princess shouting that she was not a witch. The girl told them to let her go. She is a representative of the royal house of Nanzhao, who received an invitation to observe their battle gathering. She just lost her invitation jade disc. The white-haired guy thought that the appearance of a girl in this time period meant that it was the princess of the Nanzhao kingdom, Zhao Qingde. When the princess was on her way, the court master of the Nanzhao kingdom stole a jade disc from her, and the younger head also gave Zhao Qingde a pendant that was filled with dark energy. The true goal that Yuan pursued was to encourage the students to carry out the laws of the school by killing the princess. Thus the conflict that would follow would force Nanzhao to defect to the side of the dark sects. And the most ridiculous thing in this story is that the demon woman from the dark sect, whom Jiang released and was punished for, is actually the princess's older sister. He needed to get out of here. Now he is just a step away from witnessing his final outcome. He cannot be allowed to be disturbed by any surprises. Suddenly, the girl hugged the white-haired guy and said that brother was an important figure in Qinglan school. She was sure of it. Zhao Qingde added that she saw how those uncouth rude people were respectful to him. Big brother should believe her. She is truly the princess of the Nanzhao kingdom. The main character turned around. The girl saw his face and thought that he was very handsome, after which she became embarrassed. The guard said that this is a witch from a dark sect that contains devil chi. He needs to stay away from her. At this time the princess thought that he was very cute. The yellow-eyed guy raised his hand and stopped the guard. The dark-haired girl thought that he had decided to help her, and he was very kind, after which the guy said that he didn't know her. Lin Xiao said that further, if she continues to bother him, then don't complain if he loses his temper. At that moment the system congratulated the guy on successfully recreating the image of a villain. The man grabbed her hand. Zhao Qingde said that he grew up to be such a handsome man. Why can't he just believe her? The main character replied that the rules are the rules. She needs to get away from him. Chen suddenly appeared and asked why. Wherever he went, he saw Lin Xiao everywhere. The green-eyed guy asked sure if this was the noble girl with whom, according to him, a major life-changing opportunity was connected, after which the dark-haired girl hugged the white-haired guy. The guy with brown hair said that he didn't care about such opportunities. The old man told him not to make hasty conclusions. Chen added that today, he would crush Lin Xiao. The white-haired guy wondered that Chen would just leave. He was actually a man. The future princess would even neglect the people of her country, and all for the sake of this guy. Zhao Qingde began to cry and said that besides him, she had no one to count on. She wanted a kind guy to help her. The girl swore in the name of Manhwa that she was a princess. The main character used the ability and destroyed the cursed pendant. The yellow-eyed guy turned his back to her and replied that if no unexpected moments arise, she should now be able to pass the defensive formation check. The dark-haired girl thought that he was a very wonderful guy and fell in love with him. The white-haired guy began to leave. Shi told the guy to look at one of the saints of the Qinglan school. It was the Saint of Sounds with you. Her presence alone may indicate the importance of this collection. Chen said that today's stage was built entirely for his sake. He will add his name to the historical chronicles, and at the same time put Lin Xiang in his place. The white-haired guy thought that it was a bit of a shame that on such a grand stage he would have to lose to this Chen. If he had decided to use his full strength, he would have won today. The master winked at the main character and he thought it would be better if she behaved a little more decently. But for the sake of his mission, he endured all sorts of humiliation and played a clown for more than 10 years. But today, the day of the big denouement has come. There is only one battle left and he will become the star of this day. Next, the main character was seen by the mentor sisters in the participants' preparation area. They were delighted to see him. The guy smiled and said that they would soon go up to the arena. Their brother mentor would watch them closely. He thought that just before leaving, the guy would give them farewell letters. Lu Ying hugged the guy and asked what he wanted to tell them. Everyone wanted to hear words of support from him. Guo Yurong and Chu Yaowei looked at each other and thought that until the mentor brother makes the final choice, it is forbidden to impose too much on him. As for the pink-haired girl, at her age there cannot be any unclean motives. She is still a child who sees an adult in her mentor brother. The main character hugged his mentor sisters and said that he knows how long they have been preparing for this battle gathering. As cultivators, they must maintain a pure heart. The outcome is predetermined by the sky, so there is no need to try to jump over your head. The mentor sisters understood Lin Xiao and replied that he need not worry about anything. The green-eyed girl said that she would soon take the stage. If she could achieve victory in the first fight, Chu could count on a reward from the white-haired guy. Guo Yurong said that if the three of them could win the competition, the mentor brother should reward everyone. Only this would be fair, Lu Ying added, so that he would not try to be biased. The host began to announce the official start of the battle training. The first battle will take place between the disciple of the head of Phoenix Peak, Chu Yaowei, and the second disciple of Scarlet Cloud Peak, Chen Qiu. Chen Qiu jumped into the arena and all the people began to say that she showed unusual growth. Although she entered the school not long ago, it could very well become the winner of the tournament. One person from the crowd replied that it was too early to make such statements. They needed to remember that her opponent was the bearer of Qin's heart and sword spirit, Sister Master Chu. Sister Mentor Chu Yaowei entered the arena. All the people began to ask how a person with such gentle manners could fight with Chen's unbridled ferocity. The yellow-eyed guy thought that according to the original, in a fierce battle, after several dozen attacks, Yaowei would prevail over Chen Qiu. This would be one of the easiest fights of this gathering. A lot of people gathered near a man with a lot of money on the table. They were placing bets on who would win. Huaizhen also wanted to place a bet, so he walked towards the man. But Lin Xiao stopped him and asked how many spiritual stones he had brought. The friend replied that he had brought 500 stones. The yellow-eyed guy shouted that he was betting on the Phoenix Peak student to win within 50 rounds. Chen said that Lin was playing big. He even dared to bet on the number of rounds. Isn't he afraid of being left without his pants? The yellow-eyed guy showed his middle finger and asked what he cares about. The stranger who accepted the bets told Lin Xiao that he respected his determination, but his master played a much bigger guy. The white-haired guy looked at the paper and saw that Xiao Hongling had bet 50,000 spirit stones for Chu Yaowei to win within 10 rounds. The main character thought that this is not so important. Such a sum for his beautiful master is just a small, wealthy girl from the number 1 Qinglan school, living up to her reputation. Huaizhen asked what they would all bet. The yellow-eyed guy smiled and replied that his friend should not be afraid. They will soon raise their fortunes. The money won will be enough for him for the rest of his life. The green-eyed guy looked at the main character and said that he didn't care about this fight. Even if Shi was absolutely confident that Chu Yaowei would win, he still wouldn't bet on her. The guy with brown hair hit the table and said that he was betting 100,000 spiritual stones on Chen Qiu's victory. The host announced the start of the fight. Chen Qi told Sister Mentor Chu to forgive her for this. After which the girl quickly began to close the distance in order to hook the green-eyed girl with her sword. All the people looked at Chu and asked why she was still standing, whether the pressure had caught up with her, or why she was still trying to look elegant. The The green-eyed girl looked at Chen-Chi and decided to attack in earnest. She used her weapon and hit the opponent with her ability. The girl blocked the attack with her sword and tried to hold it back. But Chen-Chi was unable to do this and was thrown out of the arena, after which the girl crashed into the wall and was unconscious. The elder was shocked. For the sake of reviving the reputation of Scarlet Cloud Peak at the battle gathering, he and the crowd of elders of their bloodline gave their all to train her. If the third disciple was capable of this, how terrifying would the second one be? At this moment, Xiao Hongling screamed that she had hit the big jackpot. The main character was surprised that Chu Yaowei prematurely learned the last stage of Qin devouring souls. Further actions take place on the eve of the battle gathering, where Chu Yaowei thanked with you and said that today she achieved her cherished desire. The girl asked Chu why she needed this technique. She is the rarest owner of Qin's heart and sword soul. Practicing Qin's techniques, 10 years would be enough for her to achieve the highest limit. The green-eyed girl replied that she did it for the light of truth in her heart. She would pay any price. That was her wish. Further actions take place in the arena, where Huai Zhen was surprised and said that Sister Mentor Chu won with one blow, which means that the bet turned out to be a win. The white-haired guy was a little worried and said that due to the fact that his brother Mentor miscalculated a little, the bet did not work. The green-haired guy was upset and said that now they would no longer see those spiritual stones. The main character replied that theoretically yes, but the fourth Sister Mentor will perform in the next battle. The main character told his friend to carry spiritual stones. The green-haired guy said that the remaining stones were in the room. The yellow-eyed guy replied that by the time he waited for him, Lu Ying would have time to lose. A friend asked if Lin Xiao thought that Sister Mentor Lu Ying would lose. The white-haired guy replied that he saw who her opponent was. Lin Xiao walked up to Elder Qi and said that he doesn't have any spiritual stones right now. He can bet on credit. He doesn't have to worry. He will give everything away. The old man replied that he did not doubt his reputation, but since ancient times they had been conducting transactions in cash. If he made an exception for one person, others would also want it. His master, the head of the peak, Xiao Hongling, recently won a large amount. Perhaps Lin Xiao will turn to her. The main character thought that before he left, he wanted to leave a good impression. Chen approached the white-haired guy and started laughing that Lin couldn't afford to lose such a small amount. He had just lost 100,000 and didn't even bat an eyelid. Suddenly, Zhao Qingda approached the green-eyed guy and said that she had a lot of money. As a thank you for what had happened recently, she could lend him as much as he needed. The main character hit the table with his hand and said that he was betting 100,000 on the loss of Phoenix Peak disciple Lu Ying. 2 hours later, Lu Ying from Phoenix Peak won the second fight. At that moment the white-haired guy was shocked and defeated. The yellow-eyed guy never thought that Lu Ying would pretend to have a stomach ache and then take advantage of Zhengqing's indecisiveness and successfully catch him off guard. It seems that everything really is as the main character expected. Lu Ying, like him, knows the future development of the plot. Knowing that victory against such an opponent is impossible, she decided to deceive. His filming is coming to an end anyway, even if he confirmed his guess as to why it mattered. The white-haired guy saw how the princess was looking at him and asked why she was looking at him like that. If it was a bet, then he lost again. The dark-haired girl smiled and replied that she knew, but it was okay. She had enough spiritual stones. Besides, he saved her. This cannot be measured in spiritual stones. After which she said that he had grown up to be very handsome indeed. The main character thought, don't girls like handsome boys with graceful manners like Chen? The princess shouted that his second mentor sister was coming into the arena. Su Mei thought that among the younger generation, Qinglan Yurong is at the very top. She was born in the same era as her, similar to her Zhu Wanning, so nothing can be done here. Zhao Qingda said that if his brother wants to place a bet again, she can help him with this. The yellow-eyed guy replied that he no longer needs it. The main character said that if the girl really wants to thank him, then let her wait until he gets up to the arena, and bet 200,000 spiritual stones on his loss. He grabbed her hand and added so that she would not worry, the guy is sure that he is definitely not Chen's opponent. The beauty was embarrassed and thought that he dared to take her hand himself. He was the first young man who touched her hand. The duel between two girls had already begun in the arena. They were ready to fight against each other. All the people who watched the fight were very surprised. In order to fight with less restrictions, they mutually linked the aspirations of the sword, creating an incorporeal sword sphere. The white-haired guy watched this fight and thought that 300 attacks had already passed. According to the novel, at this moment Yuzhong would only be short of one attack and she would be defeated. Suddenly there was an explosion in the arena and both girls flew away from each other and fell to the ground. Zhu could not get up and therefore lay on the ground, but Guo Yurong found the strength to get up and the talent of the phoenix defeated the genius from Fengming Peak. The red-haired girl asked why, with that blow, she could have attacked earlier. The red-eyed girl replied that there was no reason here, she was worse, therefore the victory should go to Yuzhuan, after which she congratulated her mentor sister. She looked at the main character and thought, if she could switch places with Sister Master Gua and receive care similar to what Lin gives her, she would not need Azura's essence. The host announced that the winner of the third fight was determined, then they asked honorary disciple Chen, as well as senior honorary student Lin Xia, to go up to the arena. All the people said that the duel that everyone had been waiting for is now beginning. The first is the chosen one of heaven, and the second is rumored to be a lazy guy, disgracing the status of Qinglan's honorary disciple. The long-running feud can finally be resolved in the most fair and impartial way in one decisive battle. Xiao Hongling thought, no matter what happens, she will always believe in him, he was the man she admires, he is the chosen one of fate here. The green-eyed guy asked where Lin Xiao was, he should hurry up and shamefully admit defeat. The yellow-eyed guy entered the arena and said that Chen should not even dream of going crazy here with such bad power, today he will show where his place is, after which he began to laugh. The mentor sisters supported the main character and told him to defeat this scoundrel. Violet-eyed the girl bet 1,000,000 spiritual stones on her student's victory. Zhu thought that brother mentor should do everything in his power, if he fails this time, in the coming trials, she will definitely kill this Cheng. The guy with brown hair said that he had waited too long for this, from the very beginning he stuck to him like dirt to a shoe and thereby doomed himself to death. The white-haired guy realized that this scoundrel had reached the peak of Dharma manifestation, that old man tried his best, the stronger he is, the calmer he is. Lin Xiao said that the green-eyed guy was just very pitiful, after which he showed his middle finger, at which point the host announced that they should start the fight. Chen used the gung sword art technique. This blow contains the great power of the laws of the 5 elements, no one of flesh and blood can no longer reflect it. The main character suppressed his sword aspirations to 20% and took the guy's blow, after which I thought that the final episode of the villain's life goes very well, the moments for attacks that Chen chooses, as well as the techniques that he uses, are all the same as in the novel. If everything continues to develop so well, he will really leave this world. He will leave the sincere loving sisters of the mentors and the master. Because of this, the beautiful faces of the girls and the master's legs in dark stockings are already popping up in his head. The green-eyed guy smiled and said that he was just an ordinary trash, after which he asked sure what it was, the person whose position was not inferior to his. The guy with brown hair threw a very strong punch and split the arena. The people outside the arena thought it was simply incredible, but they didn't think they would see blood at the very beginning of the battle, they didn't even know how the elders present would react to it. They looked at the dark-haired beauty, but she was calmly sitting on her throne and drinking alcohol. Chen thought that the guy had died, after which he began to laugh and said that the energy of his sword turned this loser to ashes. He felt these feelings returning again. Before his fate, everything that exists bows its head, even the immortal swordsman will bow his head when meeting him. The white-haired guy got angry and said that Chen was just trash. He gave him a chance, but he didn't take advantage of it, after which he asked a question. The guy couldn't hit more accurately. When Chen's sword energy reached him, the essence of the formless sword formed a protective barrier and at the same moment, this technique automatically went off. Thus, his body passed through the gaps of his multi-layered sword energy, perfectly dodging this attack. The main character thought that, well, the mantra of the wine god had not yet worked. The guy with brown hair asked why there were no scratches on him. It was simply impossible. He thought that the yellow-eyed guy used an unholy technique. The green-eyed guy turned to the venerable Shur and asked what happened now and what he should do now. The old man replied that Lin used an advanced technique of the upper world. The knowledge of the sword path that this person possessed is truly terrifying when compared to Cheng, and what the white-haired guy said was true. If he had aimed better, he would have hit him. Chen said that Shur just needed to tell him what to do next in order to defeat him. he promised that he would win the battle gathering of the 5 bloodlines and would listen to him in everything. Shi replied that it was not difficult to defeat him, because from the very beginning he did not give even a hint that he wanted to kill the guy. He did not initially seek to defeat him. The old man did not know what the reason was, but in order to achieve his goal, the princely heir only needs to apply all his strength. The guy with brown hair said that Lin Xiao is a real coward. The heavens have given him such an unusual talent as a swordsman, but he can still only beg for defeat. The yellow-eyed guy thought that this scoundrel had regained his state of mind. That old man clearly tried to calm him down. After this, Chen said that in this case, he would send him to the next world. The main character hoped that this time he would succeed in his ability. The green-eyed guy said that since the Gen sword art didn't kill him, they would up the ante this time, and then use the Raging Flame Blade's ability. All the people in the arena were shocked. Such mastery of the power of the laws of flame, the deadliest among the 5 elements, they could not think that people like him existed. The Mentor sisters were shocked and they saw such strength, and the princess thought that there was no need to persist. He needed to admit defeat. His friend said that he would never lose. The main character began to worry that Chen decided to use the blades of raging flames, but in the novel he did not use this technique. He wondered if the course of the plot would change. The Mentor's sisters were very worried about the white-haired guy and told the master to stop this battle, because Chen would kill him with this technique. Yuan said that disciple Lin's defeat was difficult to deny, while the dark-haired girl said that the green-eyed guy was a swordsman genius. But standing in front of her student, even she is not sure that she is worthy of being called an outstanding swordsman, and Chen, in general, is not suitable for him as an opponent. The man got a little angry when he heard this. Xiao Hongling explained that the Mentor sisters initially did not understand their mentor brother, but with her it was different. Earlier when they were sparring, she noticed something. At this time, the yellow-eyed guy thought that he did not have time to think about this. He had to finish the performance, after which he began to laugh and said that all his opponents would die. The green-eyed guy waved his fiery sword and shouted for Lin to turn into dust. At that moment the main character thought that he would not be able to completely reflect this technique. All of Chen's fiery sword swings were dodged by the white-haired guy very easily because he used the ability, the full moon stride of a drunken immortal. The yellow-eyed guy was thinking that he needed to weaken some of his spiritual energy in order to open himself up to his attack. Suddenly a guy with brown hair appeared from behind. But as soon as the green-eyed guy wanted to hit the main character, he saw a golden statue in front of him. All the people who watched this said that as a cultivator at the Dharma manifestation stage, he used such a powerful ability in an instant. The main character began to worry and shouted for the statue to quickly leave here. After which the golden statue exploded and Chen fell on the ground. He asked what kind of ability it was and who he even was. A tear rolled down the white-haired guy's cheek and he wondered how he could continue to play his role if the system did not want to allow him to become immortal. He could just say so. Chen stood up and Lin thought that this bundle of blood-curdling sword aspirations, this person was preparing to use that technique. The green-eyed guy got angry and said that he admits that the white-haired guy can do something, so Lin deserves to die from his absolute technique. Tan Tai believed that now there would be no better candidate than disciple Chen from Tiandan Peak to take over Tai's legacy. Yuan replied that despite the fact that, according to Sister Mentor Hongling, his Chen's makings were not worth mentioning, this youth was now going to use all his strength. Su Mei said that the green-eyed guy was going to use a very unusual technique. Why was she silent? All the Mentor sisters began to cry and tell the master to help Lin. Xiao Hongling answered everyone that the same thing was starting again, after which she advised them to rub their eyes and wait. She believed in her student. The master decided to increase his bid by 20,000 spiritual stones. The man thought that this girl had definitely lost her mind, but the worse her state of mind was, the easier it would be for the sect. At this moment, the brown-haired guy told Lin to accept the fate of being a firefighter with his disaster sword aspiration, after which all the flames turned dark purple. The entire arena was engulfed in flames and a semicircle formed, which slowly moved towards the main character. But the white-haired guy decided to use his ability to counter Cheng's power. After which the yellow-eyed guy took out the lotus and also used the technique. The two forces collided with each other. The guy with brown hair got angry and shouted, "What kind of artifact is this, that even the technique of the 5 elements catastrophe sword combined with the dark sword from the wasteland of the upper world, he somehow dispelled. Lin Shao shouted back that he himself didn't know, the Supreme Heaven Black Lotus shouldn't be like this. Yuan said that this was a scam. This artifact was similar to the Black Lotus of the upper sky, a forbidden item that the school's founder had sealed at Qinglan Peak in the past. The elders looked and asked if this was definitely the Black Lotus of the upper sky. At this moment Hong Lin said that the man had lived so much, but still had such a limited outlook. The holy girl said that this artifact is no longer the Black Lotus of the upper sky. A certain master cleansed it of the devilish qi, after which it was reborn into the Tao Lotus. The man said that this cannot be, it is absolutely impossible, only the founder of the Qinglan school can cleanse this item, who else could be capable of this? At this moment, Shi asked Chen, he was tired of living, if he continued in the same spirit, his origins would reach complete exhaustion. The guy replied that he did not need advice, today he would defeat Lin. The guy with brown hair explained that the old man often told him that his position was at the same level as Chen's, today he would kill him and there would only be one chosen one of fate left in this world. I can no longer withstand the barrier. The main character thought that he needs to hold on, he must withstand it so as not to counterattack. He had to restore the original course of the plot, find himself backed into a corner and get the master to intervene, but he saw something very strange ahead. Huaizhen entered the arena with a sword. The white-haired guy shouted what he was doing, he doesn't need to come here, but he needs to get out of here. The green-haired guy stabbed Cheng in the back with a sword and said that he would help the main character kill him, after which he apologized because this time, he would not listen to his mentor brother. Chen looked at Huai, and he said that once this scoundrel dies, he will apologize and accept any punishment. The guy will not allow anyone to oppress the person he admired. The guy with brown hair said that he remembers him, he is the little worm who helped Lin Shao poison him on the day of the disciple acceptance ceremony. The main character shouted the name of his friend. After which Chen pierced Huaizhen's chest with a sword. The main character was shocked that his friend was killed before his eyes. Lin Shao flew into a rage and shouted that he would kill Chen, after which his sword burst into flames. The main character grabbed the sword as tightly as possible and struck with a very fast ability, and Chen's hand flew off along with the sword. The people watching all this were shocked, and the guy with brown hair screamed that he was in great pain and grabbed his shoulder. The white-haired guy walked up to his friend and thought that in the end he still couldn't change the fate of this young guy, he would still die because of him. Huai said that he was in a lot of pain. The yellow-eyed guy approached his friend and asked why he was such a fool and didn't listen to him. Huai replied that Lin had defeated Chen, he thought that his brother mentor was the coolest. The green-haired guy did not deceive the main character, he listened to him and bought a plot of land nearby, so he could visit Lin and the mentor sisters, cook something tasty for them. The white-haired guy began to cry. He knew that the mentor brother was not used to the dishes that their cook made, so he ultimately gave free rein to his temper. He hoped that Lin Shao could forgive Huaizhen. A friend said that he was dying, so he wanted the main character to fulfill his last wish. Today when he was cleaning his room, he saw the letters that he left for the master and sisters. Huaizhen extended his hand and told Lin Shao to stay. The master and the master sisters loved him very much, so he wanted him to fulfill this last request. The main character said that he gives his word that he will not go anywhere, but will stay here and protect them all, after which the green-haired guy smiled. After which Huaizhen closed his eyes. The white-haired guy stood up and told him not to worry, he would avenge him. The guy with brown hair asked what he was doing. He couldn't kill him, he wasn't trying to do that, it was enough to be crazy, this fight had to be stopped. The white-haired guy said that Chen should understand his head and look at him. From that moment the giveaway game was over. At that moment the system warned him about his desire to kill his chosen one. Chen shouted that he was admitting defeat. The guy asked the elders to help him, but Lin Shao came up from behind and struck Chen in the chest with a sword. The system asked that the carrier immediately put his mental state in order, otherwise the system would be on the verge of collapse. After which the system reported that the carrier's mental state indicator had dropped to 0, the lazy villain system was destroyed in the process. The lazy guy's system congratulated the guy because his position was automatically promoted. Minor amendments were made to the current world module. The yellow-eyed guy asked why, after the promotion, this system is here again. She replied that the guy guessed correctly, this is the system again, and she congratulated him on his successful awakening and unlocking the true form of this system. The main character picked up his friend and thought that he had no time for the system now, he needed to bring Huaizhen home. Suddenly someone landed in the ring and said that he would not let him leave. It was Yuan. He said that everyone had heard perfectly well that his disciple admitted defeat. Despite this, Lin still attacked him, completely ignoring the laws. The elders said that the man was speaking correctly, the guy from Phoenix Peak was too presumptuous, deciding to go against the laws. Severe punishment is necessary, life is paid for with life. The head of the school and the chief elder of the punishment hall decided to remain silent. No one is ready to acquire an enemy in the person of Hong Lin. The only one who can now be relied on is the highest elders. The bearded man said that no matter whose student he was, what position he occupied, he must be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Yuan said that as the leader of the righteous path of the eastern region, the Qinglang school should set an example in front of all like-minded people and execute Lin Shao. Since Chen had already sent a letter to the empress of the northern region, he was no longer of any value to Yuan. The more terrible his death, the better. As for Lin Shao, he has outstanding techniques and the makings of a swordsman. In other words, he is a threat, so the man said that he would bring justice himself. Hongling suddenly appeared, and she hit the arena with her sword to scare Yuan. She did not want someone like him to decide the fate of her student. The man smiled and said that there was no need to be so nervous, he did not mean it that way, after which the dark-haired girl said that her student had broken the laws, so she would teach him a lesson herself. However, she asks the elders to honor her and not get involved in this incident, otherwise they will have to see her worst side. The elder said that Hongling had neglected the laws of Qinglan this time, her self-will had reached the extreme. He asked not to be left behind by the other elders. This was great impudence. The 6 saints are obliged to intervene, because this is not the first time Shao goes against the laws. Unexpectedly the girl apologized and the elders paid attention to her. Tan Tai said that the leader of the 6 Tai saints had recently told them that when a great misfortune befalls Qinglan, no matter what, they should listen to Hongling, and also in no case allow her to leave. In view of what has been said, they should honor her and fulfill this request. All the elders fell silent. The master approached the white-haired Pran and said that she would sort everything out, so let him take his young friend and return. The main character listened to the girl. The girl told him not to be too upset about what happened to Zhen. It would hurt her if what happened would put a heavy burden on him. The guy replied that he understood everything. Lin Shao came to the mentor sisters. The princess ran up to him and said that his young friend could possibly be saved with the help of the secret technique of the goddess Manhwa of the Nanzhao kingdom. Next, the action takes place in the mountains, where Jiang Yuan was sitting and drinking. His brother mentor Zhengqing came to him, and the man asked how he was doing in today's competition. Zhengqing replied that he lost to the junior disciple of Phoenix Peak, after which he apologized for disappointing him. Jiang asked, he said it seriously just now, he has achieved the manifestation of Dharma. The guy replied that he would not dare to deceive him. The dark-haired man thought that in the original the fight should have ended in the unconditional victory of Xiao Zhengqing. He added that Jiang knows about the incident that happened during the battle training. Lin Zhao's strength from Phoenix Peak was much more terrifying than anyone could imagine. The man asked that Lin Shao won in the end. The guy Zhengqing replied that he not only won, but left Chen without an arm, and also pierced his body. The mentor brother dropped a glass of alcohol. The dark-haired man said that he heard him. Now the guy can go. The respected student said that the head told him to ask him. At the Sword Realm trials, he still plans to participate as planned. The red-eyed man replied that he would take part, after which he thought that according to the original, the abode of the sword is replete with all kinds of treasures. His goal is the ceremonial sword. Jiang raised his glass and said that today he drinks to Lin Zhao's victory. He doesn't know how the guy, being a passing character, managed to rewrite his fate, but he hoped that they would become friends. Further actions take place in the deep section of the Lotus Mountain Monastery, where the main character, the princess, and the mentor sisters placed the green-haired guy in the glacier of the gray sky. At this moment, Lu Ying was very angry and said that the princess, no matter how bad the mentor brother's condition is, they really have a way to save him, or is this just empty talk? Guo Yurong said that despite the risk of being severely reprimanded by the master, they had committed the audacity of moving Huaizhen to her mountain abode. Chu Yaowei noticed that the princess was trusted very much by their mentor brother. She sincerely hoped that Zhao would not disappoint him. The dark-haired girl hid behind Lin Xiao and told him to help her explain to these girls that the young disciple's chi flows had not yet stopped because he had a stubborn soul. The main character grabbed the princess by the hands and said that he believed in her, so he wanted her to get started and not worry about anything. The white-haired guy thought that according to the original settings, the princess of the Nanzhao kingdom, being an important character, was also endowed with a special essence, the soul of the saving lotus. Zhao Qingda was embarrassed and said that the guy was really very good. At this time the mentor sisters shouted for her to let their mentor brother go, after which the white-haired guy hugged his mentor sisters and told them to behave more decently and do him a favor. They need to leave and not disturb Zhao. Guo Yurong replied that everything would be as the guy said. Chu Yaowei replied that it was just a small misunderstanding. Luing replied that she never doubted Zhao, which she could not say about the sisters. They left the cave and were met by Xiao Hongling. The girls were surprised that she came here. The master said that she was on Mount Taishan and met there with the head of the 6 saints, and talked. No one would ask him for the injuries that Chen received. The guy thanked the beauty. Be that as it may, the main character only cared about one thing, whether Chen was alive or not. The purple-eyed girl replied that it is difficult to say now, but he is neither alive nor dead now, only an empty shell remains of him. There will be no success in the future. His sword strike turned out to be very accurate. The white-haired guy said that the princess could save Huaizhen. For this reason he ordered the use of the glacier without asking. The master waved her hand and replied that she did not mind. If this is all they need, then they can freely visit her mountain lotus abode at any time. The sister masters were very happy about this and wished her long life. The dark-haired girl said that there was no need to be happy about such a little thing, because there was another good news for them. Today, many members of the school watched with utmost attention the battle between Lin Xiang and Chen. Everyone paid attention to the main character and appreciated his skill. The guy was looking at the stockings all this time. After which the master approached him and added that after her recommendation, Tai ordered the guy to be awarded first place. Tomorrow Lin will need to go to Mount Taicang to take over his heritage. The yellow-eyed guy thought that the perfect Lord Tai, tomorrow would give up the aspirations of the sword, but would also open his consciousness, revealing the exact location of the ceremonial sword. But if he decided to stay and achieve immortality in the company of his mentor sisters and the master, then he will not abandon the legacy of the perfect Lord Tai. From now on, he must take all opportunities to become stronger into his own hands, after which the guy said that he understood everything. Tomorrow he will meet with Tai and accept his instructions. The master patted the white-haired guy on the head and said that he was smart, but he would only visit Mount Taicang tomorrow. But today she decided to do the banal thing, imitating the other heads of the peaks. Today, on the Rock of the Heavenly Maiden, they will hold a congratulatory convention, have fun and drink in the same company, so they should not leave anywhere until they drink themselves into unconsciousness. As for the invitees, there are not too many of them, 50 students from the inner circle and, of course, the senior student are enough. The mentor sisters were very happy about this. The girls thought that tonight they could have a drink with their mentor brother in an intimate setting, and the main character began to suspect that something would happen tonight. The dark-haired girl said that the 3 sister mentors could leave, and the master still had a conversation with their brother mentor. The girls understood the order and began to leave. Hongling approached the white-haired guy and asked that before Huaizhen intervened in his fight, he was deliberately trying to lose. The main character was shocked by this question. The beauty began to cry and asked if Lin Xiao knew how much mental strength and effort she had devoted to him over the years. If he had known, he would not have raised his hand to deceive the master's expectations. The main character stood and thought that whether she knew about the future or not, she did so much and all in order to help him change his fate, and he deceived her expectations over and over again. The white-haired guy knelt down and said that he was wrong. From today onwards, she will be able to see her student become the strongest in this world. The girl with purple eyes said that she did not want to blame him, so he needs to get up. The main character said that he would not do this. He was very ashamed of his past actions. The dark-haired girl wondered if she had spoken too harshly to him, but then she should calm him down. She was very embarrassed and thought that she would do this for him, only this time, and this guy needed to find such hobbies. The beauty grabbed the protagonist's hand and placed it on her leg. The yellow-eyed guy wondered what she was doing. he hoped she wouldn't continue. Further actions take place in Tundun Peak. Chen was lying on the bed and said that his body seemed to be falling apart. He asked Shi if it was possible that his life had come to an end. But he refuses to give up. After all, just a little was not enough, a little more, and he could destroy Lin Xiao, after which she began to cry with resentment. Shi replied that the princely heir acts recklessly from time to time and refuses to listen to his advice, so he needs to come to terms with the fact that he is not superior to Honorable Lin in either strength or mental acuity. The guy with brown hair said that his words hurt him very much. The old man used to address him as my friend, but now he calls him the princely heir, and Lin Xiao calls him an honorary disciple. The old man replied that now it was better for him to refrain from talking. If his horoscope were not so strong, the merciless blow that the white-haired guy dealt would have reached his organs. Chen asked what he meant by this. He was going to leave him. The guy was interested. The old man's spirit replied that the battle gathering was the last chance. When he bet on Chen and provided assistance, they suffered a crushing defeat, so it was time for them to disperse. In the territory of the secret kingdom of the abode of the sword, a man is dozing, who will provide him with a major fateful opportunity. This is his last prediction before they say goodbye. The guy with brown hair got scared and told Shi not to go. He refuses to agree with this, so he wanted the old man to calm down and think. His last trump card is his younger sister. At this very moment she is approaching the eastern region and leading 800,000 men at arms. For his sister he was the only older brother. Let Shi just imagine how his sister will react when she finds out that Lin has deprived him of his hand, and Qinglan will want to settle the conflict peacefully, so he will present Lin Zhao's head. But when this happens, he will remain the only chosen one of fate in this world, so the old man needs to trust him again. Together they are stronger. But Shi was silent. After which Chen threw away the ring and said that the old man had disappointed him very much, suddenly knocked on Yuan's door and said that he had come to see him. The guy with brown hair smiled and apologized for making him worry. Death had passed him by and he was already much better. Yuan said that it was all his fault. If he had intervened earlier, Chen would not have received such injuries from Lin Xiao. The guy replied that if the master has something to say, then let him say it. The master smiled and asked that Chen's younger sister, the ruler of the northern region, had already set off. The yellow-eyed guy thanked him for his concern and said that Xian and her army would, at best, take 10 or 15 days to reach the eastern region. The man took Chen's hand and said that he remembered his mountain abode of the early days, which he provided to him at one time. He had not yet been to its distant section, so he would give him a tour. Suddenly they moved to the mountain abode of Yuan. The guy covered his nose and said, "What kind of place is this? It stank very much." When he looked down and saw many dead people, moreover, they all seemed to be cultivators of the righteous path, the guy thought that this man was really a spy of the dark sexta. Yuan said that these are not dead people, but excellent nutritional material that will help him and that person increase Taoist achievements. Chen said that the path of extermination, evidenced by the mountains of corpses, is the path of cultivation of dark cultists. The master said that when the student saw everything, now he again had a choice whether he would agree to join them in order to carry out one grandiose task. The man said that Cheng will achieve the master's favor, and as soon as he agrees to help him, the guy will be born again and change his destiny, and at the same time will have the opportunity to destroy Lin Xiao. The guy knelt down and said that for the sake of the master the student would do anything. Shi asked how he could aid a member of the dark path whose sins were already rising to the skies. The old man wanted to stop the guy from making such a big mistake. But Cheng didn't care. He smiled and replied that there was no turning back for him. He had to kill Lin Xiao. The old man wondered what he had done. Shi was proven wrong and had been wrong from the very beginning. Next, the action takes place in the dormitory of high-ranking students, where the main character thought that now that he does not have to pretend, he should look beautiful and sophisticated. After all, not counting the master, there will be more than 40 inner circle disciples with outstanding beauty quotient attending today's congratulatory convention. The white-haired boy clapped his hands and thought that at the moment his return was not destined to happen, and the only thing he could do was to reach the highest peak of cultivation. Lin Xiao looked in the mirror and wondered how a man could look so beautiful with such a beauty index. In his previous world it would only take a couple of years to become a star. The yellow-eyed guy thought that he was missing some accessory, so he turned around and told Huaizhen to bring it to him, but when he turned around, the room was empty. The main character hoped that everything would be fine with Huai Zhen. If Zhao Qingde could restore his physical shell, he would not mind helping her ascend to the throne of the Nanochao kingdom. A sudden B system with new achievements and gifts. The guy thought that if he continued to play the villain, he would get angry again when he heard this sound. Previously, he saw this world as a virtual game, and in a game, no matter how strong it is, everything is not real, but now, the feeling of becoming stronger is truly wonderful. Next, the action takes place in the women's dormitory of high-ranking students, where the mentor's sisters stood in front of the mirror in swimsuits. Yao Wei said that the second sister's physique causes envy. Yurong replied that it was unusual for her to hear compliments from her mentor sister, but her praise did not make much sense. If Lin Xiao thought so, then it would be good. Chu Yaowei replied that Yurong was jumping to too hasty conclusions. She was not sure that such a humble and noble person as the mentor brother would like such a demonstration. They looked at Lu Ying and thought that at least their young mentor sister had never tried to compete for him. The girls thought that the swimsuit that the harmless sister mentor had prepared turned out to be the most revealing. The blue-eyed girl told them to move, after which she went to the closet, put on the stockings and said that this was a gift from her brother mentor. The sister mentors were shocked. Next, the actions take place in Fengming Peak. Someone said that their neighbors are very lively and have a festive atmosphere. She asked a question. Some kind of joyful event happened at Phoenix Peak. Su Mei replied to Zhu that Tai awarded Lin Xiao first place in the battle meeting, which means that Xiao Hongling was simply crazy with joy. She knew her well. Zhu replied that Master Brother Lin deserves it. He is indeed very strong. The master said that this disciple's aptitude was truly frightening. Even if perfect Lord Tai had not chosen him, after Shi and Chen had dropped out, there would hardly be anyone left who could compare with him. After that, she asked a question. During the duel with Gui Yurong, she gave in on purpose. The red-eyed girl could not answer anything. The girl in the red dress said that Vanning had strived to become strong since childhood and did not want to give in to anyone. How could she lose to her old rival? The dark-haired girl said that she didn't want to talk about it. She had been training all her life. At today's competition she once allowed herself to follow the dictates of her heart. Su was shocked. Mei grabbed the red-eyed girl by the hand and they flew off. Zhu asked where they were going. The master answered, to Phoenix Peak, to discuss the engagement with Hongling. After these words Zhu became embarrassed. Su Mei said that she knows that Lin Xiao is the reason why she let Gui Yurong win. Since her disciple lost her head over a guy, today Xiao Hongling must give her answer. Further actions take place at Hot Springs. The main characters were confused and thought that this was paradise. The students noticed a white-haired guy and said that the mentor brother had come. They were very happy about this. All the students ran up to Lin Xiao and one of the girls said that after the battle gathering of the 5 literal ones, the expression on the mentor's brother's face acquired more decisive features. Lin Xiao was embarrassed and thought that he needed to be calm now. He is not like Chen, whose nose bleeds over every little thing. He has finally broken all ties with the villain. Now he is the true version of himself, a kind and decent young man from Earth. But in the past, that villainous system did not turn out to be completely useless. After these thoughts, the girls grabbed him by the hand and led him along. They wanted to have fun. They were sitting at the hot springs and the white-haired guy thought he could smell the strong smell of booze. Lin Xiao couldn't figure out where this intoxicating aroma of alcohol was coming from. The dark-haired girl said that the head of the peak was in a great mood today, and therefore gave them special permission to take alcohol and add it to the waters of the source. Suddenly, Chu Yaowei approached the yellow-eyed guy and said that she could ask the girls to leave the guy. She had one matter that she needed to discuss with her mentor brother before the convention began. The red-haired girl said that then let them talk, and they will go. At that moment the student said that he was also their mentor brother. Why should they leave? The student replied to hurry up, if she's not tired of living. She heard that Nan used to study here, who was sent by Yao Wei to a dangerous area because she wrote a love letter to Lin. The green-eyed girl approached her mentor brother and asked if he liked the way Chu Yao Wei looked today. The main character was a little embarrassed. Suddenly Lu Ying called them and ran towards them. The white-haired guy thought that her swimsuit, even compared to Yao Wei, was too much. But for him they were like little sisters and he personally watched them grow up, so there is no way he can, or should not, do this. Yurong came to them and said that the mentor sisters were too neglectful of decency. Lin Xiao looked at her and thought that today they came in full combat readiness. The rest of the sister mentors are also very beautiful, and yet they are inferior to this trio. Only one goddess is able to surpass these three fairies. He turned around and was very embarrassed by them. The main character heard the students shouting that the head of the peak had arrived. The congratulatory convention was officially starting. The guy thought that as soon as he remembered about her, she immediately came. And at that moment, Lin Xiao saw Hong Ling, as he thought, that the owner of absolute beauty was his master. A dark-haired girl came up and asked if the master was greeted this way. She had completely forgotten about ethics. Everyone bowed down and greeted the master. The yellow-eyed guy thought that she always didn't care about such formalities. Why today she behaves so formally? Kulnul said if everyone is here, then they should start celebrating. The white-haired guy raised his glass and said that at such a wonderful moment, he would like to give everyone a song. The yellow-eyed guy began to sing a song, and all the mentor sisters decided to listen to Lin Xiao sing. At that moment, the master was watching the white-haired guy. The main character noticed this and thought that he could not resist such a look. Lin Xiao invited the mentor sisters to play. He promised to teach them a game that was popular in his village. But Su Mei suddenly flew to them and said that today she would receive an explanation. Zhu stood behind her master and said that they needed to leave. This was inappropriate behavior for them. Su Mei told Zhu wanting to explain everything herself and tell her what she had done for Lin Xiao.